Championship Qualifier number 7. Scully here with Bobby Buckets and Massis this morning. And we are starting off with Anthony Alvarado versus Yata, aka Mark Field. And the winner of this will move on. So we have 28 participants today.
Yeah, big tournament, or big turnout for the Patreon tournament. And this is a exclusive tournament that you have to be a member of our Patreon to be able to play in. Yata has already earned an invite to the World Championships, but Anthony Alvarado is still on the hunt, trying to join his teammate Chris Perovic and Dale Bolito actually as members of those who are invited to the World Championships here. Started off with graceful charity, discarding Sang getting Gravekeeper Spy after drawing 3 T sets, and then Yata is going to be responding with his own graceful charity. Let's see if the discards are a little bit better. I don't think discarding Sangan is great, but it does say a lot about Anthony's hand, right?
Yeah. I do wonder, you see Sangan discard what is kept over it.
Well, there's a light and dark from Yata accidentally banishing one. Anthony's going to put that in the graveyard for them.
I would think probably a faith in Alvarado's hand, right?
Yeah, well,
Whoa.
It's going to get banished here. That or we could see some kind of game shot, potentially, if there's a Ring of Destruction, right? Just attack it, doesn't matter. Was a Gravekeeper Spy.
Yeah, and I think
Probably
Yata was
drew into the second Spy, yeah.
I think Yata was thinking the same thing of that's a Magician of Faith set that we were thinking.
Mm-hmm. Here's Breaker. It's going to clear the back row first.
Hopefully
probably a Snatch Deal follow-up.
A book behind this BLS, or this is going to be very vulnerable, yeah. So that's another reason why summoning that BLS turn 1 like that was a pretty good play, because you had the safety net of the Book of Moon behind it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
An early BLS you can run away the game with it.
Yeah, if it sticks, you're always going to be winning here. And the Regeki Break, though, is a good, clean answer to the Blackluster Soldier. Not sure if Yata plays any Revival.
It's a clean answer, but now that was 3 cards lost to that BLS.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, down a whole card here.
I guess really only... Oh yeah, 3, right?
Yeah, it took care of the face down.
Yeah, then Alvarado got the plus back with the Breaker on the Book of Moon, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, Magician of Faith's a good one.
Hey, it's going to pick up that Graceful Charity.
So far, Yata has had the more powerful cards, but hasn't let him run away with the game yet. No life points exchanged either, so the deeper this match goes in now, the better for Alvarado, who will still have access to their Blackluster Soldier and Magician of Faiths.
One Magician of Faith is gone. 2 are gone from Yata's side, but one of them did resolve here, getting back this Grace of Charity that they just fired off.
Thinking over the discards here.
I mean, I would still put Alvarado on Snatch Deal, even if the Regeki Break was the answer to the Blackluster Soldier. Because I'd imagine they put the Breaker out first to just, break whatever that card is. I guess you could just set it and then, like, do the play before just in the standby phase or whenever they pass priority, just break it right away.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
Sangen's coming out for Yata's side. Attack that face down.
Because you don't want them to, like you're saying, you don't want them to end phase your Regeki break if that was your only answer for the BLS, right? So it does still make sense to summon the breaker even if you didn't have the snatch.
It's definitely something to still be mindful of, though. Just the fact that they weren't really afraid of the Blackluster Soldier to begin with. They kind of just met it head on.
So best case for Yata is it would be a huge torrential tribute if they have it here.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking they're considering Solomon maybe?
This one hurts if it resolves. It does.
Oof.
Thank you, Teeling, for the cheer bits. Yata is...
In May Phase 2, we're going to Thunder Dragon. Was that a Thunder Dragon for 1? Or did I miss the other one?
No, he picked up 2.
Okay.
So, Alvarado's whole hand is Thunder Dragon, Sinister Serpent.
That's it.
The God Hand, as I like to call it.
The Medusa hand.
There's the snap.
Medusa is not a god. Moon on the Chaos Sorcerer in response to Snatch Steal. Love to see it.
What do you think Yata has set?
Well, he's thinking on the Sangan there. I don't know if it would be Torrential or if it...
Torrential, I think, was an easy activation if it was Torrential.
Yeah.
Solemn, I thought maybe, but he would have
Maybe
solved the
Mirror
Book of
Force?
Moon, I would
don't
think.
know. Another card to the back row, and then a new card for Alvarado. Not going to flip up the Chaos Sorcerer. Play around Torrential Tribute.
And Mirror Force.
Yeah, and Mirror Force. They might have been thinking there if they wanted to use the Mirror Force. Opts not to do anything, just take the 16. Going over to main phase 2. Not really much Anthony can do. We know there's just one new card in the hand. They're going to set that new card. Guess they could try to set Sinister Serpent as well.
I think with 8,000 life points, it's more valuable in the hand.
Well, once you set it,
Goats.
once you set the Sinister, though, you can start turning it into normal summon Thunder Dragons.
Yeah. Can do that too.
So Goats coming out here for Yada Yada. Decided not to block an attack with the Goats. Just doing it in end phase. Metamorph is strong here. Should be able to take out the face down Chaos Sorcerer.
So Yata on the Chaos Control variant here with the Scapegoat and Meta. Still not sure which version Alvarado's using.
It's possible they're both on control. We saw Chaos Control actually pick up in usage in last Goat Format Championship. Chaos Control ultimately did not win the tournament. Warriors still won, but was definitely one of the more popular decks in the format.
Delinquent Duel on Alvarado's side.
I don't really like this duo here. It's just gonna hit a Thunder Dragon. Yeah, now you just discard your other Thunder Dragon. So I don't know if I like that play either. I think I would have just set a Thunder Dragon over the Breaker. Well, I guess if he's not... Yeah, no, he wouldn't have attacked last turn anyway. Maybe he doesn't want to attack this turn either. Interesting. Because that Breaker in attack mode, Yata can just crash the Thousand Eyes Restrict into it, and then take whatever that face-down monster may be. We know it's Sinister Serpent, or it's most likely Sinister Serpent. But being, like, tribute summoning the Thunder Dragon and setting it, turns that option off. Because if it is something like a Dekoichi that could draw Alvarado into another option, if Alvarado does play Tsukiyomi, they could just set the Thousand Eyes Restrict and flip the Dekoichi up.
Yeah, that does put you in a little bit more of a dangerous territory.
I understand why, because maybe Yata's could be like, okay, that might be Saku face down or Mirror Force, and just doesn't want to lose the Thousand Eyes Restrict for free. But it's just a lot of draw go here. Nobman finally picked off the set Sinister Serpent. And just a set card now. Just a lot of turns where Alvarado got to draw and see if they could find some new cards to just deal with the Thousand Eyes Restrict.
That is the thing with the control decks, is they tend to, your games go on a lot longer than just like the Chaos Turbo matches, and Thousand Eyes Restrict leads to like both players really being able to draw a lot more cards.
Mm-hmm. Thousand Eyes Restrict is a very cheap answer that does a lot. Because it can lock down the board, it's not very like hard to get out. You just need like a 2-card combination as opposed to a Chaos Monster where you need the Chaos Monster and then a Light and Dark in the graveyard already set up. And it's most likely going to be able to answer either another Chaos Monster or like a face down that could be threatening. It's just another threat that the deck gets to put out that a Chaos Turbo deck, for example, has to find a way to deal with. Granted, there are great ways that Chaos Turbo has to deal with Thousand Restrict. Obviously, like stuff like Book of Moon, and attacking over it. Regeki Break can hit it as well. But if you ever have to commit a Chaos Monster to deal with it, then they can just go over with, like the Chaos Control deck can go over with either another Thousand Eyes Restrict or a Chaos Monster and out yours. So gives Chaos Control an additional threat at the cost of some hands just get a little bit clunky.
Right, so like Yata right now has Goat, Tomato, Mirror Force, Meta. It's not very aggressive of a hand, especially with Alvarado having a Serpent to wall everything. Yata does have the option.
Well,
here,
the Serpent's vanished now,
Serpent's
he's
gone.
not.
Okay, so what's actually a good option then for Yata here is to ram this Thousand Eyes into the Breaker, even though they will go pretty down low in life. But then you can reuse the Thousand Eyes effect, and you have the meta as a backup in your hand. If that attack going through doesn't work, clear the back row.
Yeah, but he doesn't do it. He doesn't want to run into any kind of shenanigans from that back row, which like I said, I think is wrong, and I think Anthony Alvarado should have just set a Thunder Dragon a long time ago to just avoid that line altogether.
So 2 of the cards in hand are still Thunder Dragon for Alvarado.
And finally, they're going to decide to commit to it after drawing a new card. So the attack goes through. They're going to take 16 here, but the Chaos Return is going to fall off, and that 1,000 Restrict is going to stay alive. Instead, he's going to opt to take Breaker the Magical Warrior. Just going in for attack power instead. Realizing that, hey, I need to start threatening my opponent's life. I'm at 32, they're at 7,000. I'm not going to win the game just by taking 32 every turn, or taking 16 every turn.
Right, you need to do something with it.
Mm-hmm.
So Alvarado ready to commit the BLS. So he knows, is pretty interesting. He knows that Yata has another meta, but this BLS isn't sticking around anyway.
Bottomless Trap Hole. That's not a card you see every day.
Not a card I'm a fan of.
Tri-Virus is a good one here.
Yeah, especially after the summon. You're going to be able to discard both the Thunder Dragons and just clear the board.
Let's see if he has 16 more to push for game. He does.
Oh, he does. He has... See? Koichi face down there.
Alright, on to game 2.
Now Yata did have another copy of Scapegoat in the hand too, was just not setting it, I guess in fear of Heavy Storm.
Yeah, it felt like that they had the board locked down. Didn't set the Mirror Force either. See how Yata adjusts here. They will likely be going first. See if there's anything in the side that Yata has for this type of deck.
I get having the fear of the Heavy Storm, but I think you kind of just have to make them have it too. Like, you could set either the Goat or the Mirror Force in that position. His life points were pretty low.
Yeah, it was one thing to keep it when you didn't take that 1600.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that he finally rammed the Thousand Eyes into the breaker to steal it.
Yeah, when you have a board like that, like Yata had out, you have to not only think about like what your opponent's doing, but like what your opponent wants to do. Like, yeah, you have a nice board of Goats and a Thousand Eyes out, but what is your opponent going to be planning to do? They're going to be planning of how they're going to break that board and chip in enough damage for game. And I don't think one copy of Bottomless set is enough to protect against the worst case scenario stuff of happening.
Yeah, I also think that if Yata applied pressure by attacking the breaker earlier, I think that the game could have gone differently, because there was that time where Yata knew that they only had Thunder Dragons and Sinister and that one extra card.
Mhm.
So they had like opportunity to be more aggressive,
And I think
but opted not to.
I think the only card they saw different in between was the bottomless too.
On Yata's side, yeah.
Yeah, like the turn
Yeah.
where he just passed compared to the turn where he did attack with 1,000 eyes. The only
Mhm.
new card they saw was bottomless.
Well, Duo is a good start here, especially when it hits two good cards out of Alvarado's hand, that in the Regeki Break and the Gravekeeper Spy, followed up by a T set. See how Alvarado responds with 4 cards here. Graceful Charity is a good one. Love to have that in my opening hands, both games. Discarding Chaos Ursa and Kaiko. I'm not particularly a fan of Kaiko in this matchup.
Yeah,
Attacking Magician of Faith.
it's a card that's not amazing in the matchup, but it's also like it's decent in like how many cards can you side out to like take your Kaikus out if they're like your main attacking monsters. But
It does something.
2 seems heavy though.
Like, it does do something in that it's shutting off the Chaos, right? But because of something like Scapegoat here, and obviously Chaos Control is more welcoming to Tsukiyomi and Book of Moon, like, Kaiko is probably going to go face down at some point. It's just going to be answered pretty easily and can be answered by Thousand Eyes Restrict, something that doesn't require a Light and Dark in the graveyard.
Right, like Meta and Thousand Eyes both love or Meta and Tsukiyomi both love the card.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't have something like a Shura Priest, then yeah, I mean, it's probably good. It's probably better than not siding anything. So Sork, Tom, Grace, Duo, and Swap. Creature Swap. Great card. Oh, Tomato. Okay, I was wondering what Tom was. Oh, Creature Swap's just dubious here. You get to switch one of your goats to attack, steal that Kaiko, and now you're just banishing your opponent's stuff. That is if the Kaiko survives. But even so, you have Graceful and Duo backup. Yeah, Duo first. I like that, because if you're going to commit to the Creature Swap play, it looks like Yata will be. That also prevents Regeki Break.
Yep. Which is definitely something worth playing around.
Yeah, gonna take it there. Banish some monsters from the graveyard. Yeah, just banish the 2 that can be revived.
Yata likely gonna run away with this one.
Yeah, opting not the Graceful, which is fine. Don't have any great discards for it.
Wait for a threat.
Mm-hmm.
He's also a dark away from the sorcerer in his hand, so good thing to hold on to the graceful.
Now, if this is another spy, it actually could bring Alvarado right back into this. Because it will take something off the charity, really, for Yata to get around to spy.
Yeah, Yata needs that dark, like Bobby was saying. And there it is with Spirit Reaper.
Jeez.
Yikes. Yeah, that'll do. Was
That was
Magician
Faith.
of Faith. Was there anything in Alvarado's
He
graveyard?
had a
Graceful
charity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks like Alvarado only playing 2 copies of Magician. The Yata with 3.
All right, Alvarado's out of darks with that hit.
The Kaiku is his, so he could still get that back in the grave.
Yeah, it's not over, but it's pretty rough. Alvarado's gonna need a pot of grade of his own. Duo's decent, but not exactly.
At this point, it's more life points.
Yeah, it's just any monster now kind of does it.
Just need 1600 to push for lethal.
Bring a destruction there. Yep, gotta seal it off. So Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer from Anthony Alvarado sided it in, looks like, and kind of bit him in the ass. And he beat down by his own Kaiko.
You think he sided those in?
The betrayal. Maybe. He could have just had it in.
Kaiko heard all the slander. We were talking about him beside it in. He was the key factor in the game.
I mean, Kaiku had lost, like, being a really played card because of Scapegoats for a long time. And then when Scapegoat went away and Chaos Turbo and Warrior became the decks is when we started seeing Kaiku return. So now that Scapegoat's on the rise again, I do agree that it's not the best card for this matchup. But if it's already in your main, then, like I said, there's only so much you can take out for it. But 2 still seems heavy.
Wow, looking at the stats from the last Go Format Championship, and it was solidly played Kaiko in like the decks that it was played in. It showed up in 39 decks, but solidly at like the average of 2 per deck. And the win-loss is like pretty even across the board, no matter how many you played in your deck. Like if you only played 1, it's pretty even with playing 2.
Ooh, good snipe by Alvarado.
Yeah, Delinquent
The pot
Duo,
of greed.
Pot of Greed's great.
Love to see that to open game 3.
Oh wow, so this would have been a great hand for Yata going first.
Oh yeah. Well, just getting picked apart.
Would have had the duo protection and had the pot of greed played. It's gonna be tough now. He's making wow, he had double Thunder Dragon as well. Jeez. So Yata Yata having the broken hand game 2, but game 3 you're paying for it.
Just gonna see a T set.
And not really much I'd expect from Yada Yada after getting duoed like that. Koichi's gonna get a new card. There's a Shura Priest, that's a great one for the GOAT decks.
Could have the Reaper set here, but it's not gonna
Ooh.
matter.
No, that Nobleman a cross out.
Picks up Faith.
That was a very hopeful Faith too to get back in the game.
God, this is why I think, like I said before, I've put this list out multiple times, but I think Nobleman a cross out is like the one card, the number 1 card, that I just don't want my opponent to ever play against me. Because I just want to set Magician of Faith, and I just want that card to resolve. And just he's so smug looking. Just has that smile on his face, like, yeah, I got you. Banished. All your copies. Not very noble of him.
Did that new nobleman card for current Yu-Gi-Oh ever come out?
So, it's rumored now to be in the new tins that are coming out later in the month, but it's just a rumor. So we have no idea. But it did just get semi-limited over in Japan.
So Alvarado does have these sewer priests too, so last game he kept in a lot of beaters with the Kaikus and the Asuras.
I mean, I think Ashura is the better card for this particular matchup just because of the interaction with Scapegoat.
Oh yeah, it's
just
great.
Validating it.
And it doesn't get sucked up by Thousand Eyes either.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that too.
Yep. So another 31 on Alvarado's side. That will be lethal next turn if Yata doesn't
The spirit
protect himself
monsters
here.
are pretty good in this kind of format that's pretty like slow, you know what I mean? That a lot of the removal at least is on the field removal. When those cards just go back to your hand and the normal summon is like not needed every single turn, like you don't need to keep adding a monster to the board to apply pressure. They just become really hard cards to deal with.
Yeah, I can't see Yata getting out of this spot.
They need a Mirror Force, but even then, if like Alvarado has a Book of Moon, they could just invoke the Deco again to save it. Torrential works as well, but big problem with Torrential is that because of Chaos Monsters, they can just follow up after the Torrential.
Hitting that Pot of Greed was brutal.
Yeah, that was
brutal.
turn one.
Graceful Charity now just adding to the massive advantage that Alvarado has been able to acclimate to. But yeah, just simply going to summon Ashura Priest again and see if they can poke in here for lethal. Yata has to have something or they will lose the game. I guess a Scapegoat could buy a turn.
I think I would hit with Soul first in case he had goats.
Well, it doesn't really make a difference.
Oh yeah, you're right. Alright, let's see if it goes through.
Preemptively setting the card.
I actually thought the new card was going to be the go.
I do that too. Usually when I make an attack or do an action, I just hover above send to graveyard button. But yeah, the Yata down to 400 here. The Exiled Horse. Wow, that's incredible.
Let's see what it was if he reveals it. That's gonna be game.
Oof. Yeah.
Two swords.
That is a lot of nothing. You really needed that Pot of Greed.
That game one was super important where Alvarado, it was a much closer game one, and Alvarado was able to edge that one out, and then game 2 and 3 were kind of a wash here.
Right.
So it does come down to each duel.
But I think, Scully, what you just said before, that first turn duel was just gut-wrenching to open up that game 3.
It was pretty brutal.
Alright, so who else do we have going here?
So Alvarado will move on. We could take a look at Gibbon Nation and Moxy's. They feel like they've been playing for a little while. Or we can take a look at Slash Tap and DGZ Forever.
Yeah, you tell me which one.
Let's take a look at Moxy's.
Good choice. Let's go with that one.
still game 1. Interesting board state. Nation's got his Blackluster Soldier banished. Chaos Sorcerer in the graveyard. It's like a main deck Mind Control. Graceful Charity. And Moxy's on the 3 Faith package. Has some Trinity pieces in the graveyard, just resolved with a lot of greed. A lot of cards on both players' sides. Your Skilled Dark Magician. Sequencing error because you should have summoned this first and then used the Pot of Greed to get that important counter on the Dark Magician. You never know when you're going to turn your Skilled Dark Magician into the ultimate wizard in terms of attack and defense here. Moxy's has earned his invite earlier in the season.
And Gift Nation just won theirs.
Yeah.
9.
So both of these players here are attempting to earn more top seeding points here. The way that we have this work, for anyone who's not familiar, if you earn an invite to the World Championships, congratulations, you're invited. You're going to be able to play later in October for some fabulous, fabulous prizes that we've just actually shown off the dice that just came in, which look incredible, by the way. Shout out to Avalon Accessories for supplying the dice there. But if you already have an invite and you earn another invite by playing in our tournaments, that goes to your seeding preferences. So the more invites you earn, the better seeding that you will be. So you can be like the #1 seed if you earn a million invites like Lucas has.
So Wing Blast on Decree there, but Moxy's gonna just pick it right back up. So Moxy
Yeah.
main deck Chaos Control Decree.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
Both players have hit all of Trinity. Moxy's has played already, and Give Nation already hitting Duo and Charity, so a lot of powerful cards already used by both players. And they are fairly even still.
Ooh, but flipping up Heavy Storm.
Yeah, Moxy's maybe going for game here.
Does Give have a response?
If he's got another Wing Blast, I think you gotta spin the Skill Dark.
He already normal summoned that Skill Dark, right?
I'm not positive.
Chaining Desert Sunlight. Wing Blast target the Fate.
Does stop a Book of Moon on the Faith from mattering.
Desert Sunlight will block a Nobleman follow-up. Yeah, that might have been Moxy's plan, was to Book of Moon his own Fate
I mean,
with that.
BLS is still game here, right? It's 4,900.
Yeah, we'll get the draw. Oh, that puts that face up, though. He already normal summoned the Skill Dark. Right?
I'm not sure, so if you want to message or ask them. They needed a dark.
They need to give me logs.
Yeah, I wasn't looking when that happened, so I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. I'll have to go back and ask for the logs or something.
Did you message them? Or if anyone on stream watched and saw, you could let us know as well.
Let me see here. I have to change my settings. Give me 1 sec.
Can you not message people that you aren't friends with right now?
Yeah, I don't like random people sending me messages. Now I can't find the game.
Good old Dylan book.
Yeah, it's there's no game here. Oh man. Alright.
So Moxy is gonna open up with a duo. What do you think about people, like, you still have Alephia, like, in every tournament they've won in top to not even using Delinquent Duo in the main deck?
It's really weird. Delinquent Duo is like a card that is obviously very, very good, but it's not Pot of Greed and Graceful Charity, which is like played in every single deck. Like, there are just some decks that people are cutting it, and usually it's those decks that are like the unfair decks, the stuff like Library, Empty Jar, combo decks like that.
But now you're seeing like just the aggressive decks cutting it, where they're like, I want a card that deals damage instead.
Exactly. You look into it more to see, okay, what other decks are cutting this, and it's stuff like Burn. It's stuff like any of the Alephia cookups, that are playing these aggressive strategies that are utilizing different, not more powerful, but maybe just as powerful cards. Stuff like Cold Wave, for example, that have gone under everybody's radar for quite some time. Gibbs gonna throw BLS out after getting duoed. Moxy's gonna respond with a heavy storm here. Gonna try to clear the back row, deal with the Blackluster Soldier.
Yeah, you are not happy to see Heavy Storm here from Gib Nation. As we said earlier, all of a sudden the BLS becomes super vulnerable. Thinking this long, I guess he's gonna Solemn Protect one card, but probably considering if you want to book the BLS. I think you almost always want to book it in the situation. Oh, gonna ring it.
Ring it.
That's kind of wild.
And here's the thing that's really bad about Wing Blast. Wing Blast would have been better I think it would have been better because you could just stack your BLS to the top and then you're going to be able to use it later on. I mean, maybe not this scenario.
Well, you can't
right?
wing blast your own cards, though.
Right, exactly. That's the big problem with it. If it was Regeki Break, you could Regeki Break your own thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's more of an issue if you were trying, like, say this was a spot where that ring was going to be for, like, say your opponent's going to ring your your BLS per game. I think the more common issue of Wing Blast's flaw is that you can't Wing Blast it to not lose the game in those spots where you could Regeki Break as protection from a ring.
Yeah, but even something where it can act as a pseudo compulse, right? Where you can compulse your own guy to like save it from something like that. Even
Yeah.
here,
It's a lot harder to. I think it's a lot harder to compare for pros and cons versus Regeki Break in that instance because that's like it's just an effect that it doesn't have. But,
right.
Whereas like what I'm saying is like a pure 1-to-1 difference of one card can save you from this and the other one can't.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I see what you're saying. That's another point for Regeki Break.
I mean, they're both still great cards. Don't get me wrong.
They are very different and very similar at the same time.
It's just very different in what you can do with either one of them. But, I mean, Ring was good enough here for Gib to stay in the game. Gonna flip up Magician of Faith, get back Upstart Goblin, cycle a card here. This is something that we've been seeing more recently from players that they're just starting with Upstart Goblins now. Makes the early Magician of Faiths alive.
Yeah, I know a lot of players like it because it lets them play the 3 Magician of Faith easier by just having any spell you could grab. But, I don't know. I'm still not a fan of Upstart Goblin.
I think it's just there's a lot of deck building considerations that you have to make. Because you're taking out 2 cards from your deck to play Upstart Goblin, so those 2 cards that you're taking out better be like very much worth it for Upstart Goblin.
I think as we shift into this scapegoat era again, it's going to become worse because now you're going deeper into the games. You're going to run out of resources more, and it takes more turns to kill your opponent when you give them 1,000 life points.
That's something I agree with you with.
Absolutely.
Back when we were playing like Solemn Wars with against Warriors, right? Which is still definitely a lot of people are still playing Warriors. It's fine. You can give them an extra 2,000 because they'll just activate 2 Solemns and then they're back down to what, 25?
Oh man, if we have a chance to, we gotta. If it's still going on after this match, Anthony Alvarado is playing against Carl Waite right now.
Ooh, we might have to go back there, yeah. No, I'm gonna cross out taking out the DD Warrior Lady. Pot of Greed though from Moxy's. I mean, it was looking pretty rough for Gib here. Even like the Heavy Storm came through and had to use Ring on their own Blackluster Soldier to maybe potentially not die to his own Blackluster Soldier. But has a handful of 6 cards here. Was able to deal with Moxy's DD Warrior Lady. And now Moxy's just drawing into Thunder Dragon. It's pretty good. Kind of wanted to see the Thunder Dragon before the Graceful, but you take it.
Someone asked earlier how often are these Patreon tournaments hosted. They are once a month. They are $10 for the tournament tier. We are going to have one more next month before Worlds. So next month is Worlds at the October 23rd and 24th. It's both
24th,
days.
25th?
I think it's 23, 24.
We run the tournament, so we don't know what it is.
I know it's that weekend.
23rd and 24th.
Okay.
I was right.
So 23rd and 24th. So there will be one more Patreon World Championship qualifier before that event.
But we do have GOAT Format Championship 15, right? Yeah, 15.
Yes.
Later this month.
Which is a free entry tournament. It is generally the biggest GOAT format tournaments that are held. And it will be top 4 will be able to get invites to the World Championship at the end of October.
Then also in October we'll have the Last Chance Qualifier.
which will be a invite only. It will be a what do you call it? A invitational tournament. But I believe there's still also Format Library Championship 21.
Yeah, the next FLC coming up. I think that's next week. Am I wrong on that?
I'm gonna check right now. Format Library Championship 20.
This was
No,
it's
no, they just had one last week, so that's not.
oh
And Moxy's gonna take it.
yeah, Moxy kind of ran away with that one while we were doing our promo spiel.
Yeah.
But
that heavy storm kind of. That heavy and duo.
cemented the position, yeah.
Then went into Pot of Greed Charity with Sinister and Thunder Dragon.
Gonna jump into Alvarado and Carl Wick.
Yes. So we are in round 2. This is game 3 here.
Looks like Wick already used the Solemn. Most likely on the Heavy Storm.
Ooh, some great cards I'm seeing on Carl's side here. Zambyra the Dark, one of my personal faves, and Dark Scorpion, Cliff the Trap Remover.
And Nobleman to pick up the Coit.
Yep, Carl pretty committed to the board here. 2 cards in hand for Alvarado are Thunder Dragons. Yeah, Zambyra cannot attack direct, so no reason to, I guess, to risk the Mirror Force there, but his 500 defense does make him pretty vulnerable. And Alvarado does have a big life point advantage because of that Solemn Judgment. Yeah, turning that Zambyra to defense may cost Carl here. Well,
He has another.
he's got the backup.
Yeah, Sora can't run over that.
But Zambyra cannot attack direct, so
Yeah, Zambyra is a hero, so he doesn't want to like hurt the players. He just wants to like deal with the bad guys, you know. If it hurts the other player inconsequentially, I mean, yeah, sure, but really just wants to take care of stuff like tribe infecting virus. Unfortunately, is gonna get sick and die to this virus here.
So there's the second Thunder Dragon. That Debbie.
not to that virus, to a different one.
Oh, whew.
I don't think it's gonna hit anything though.
Let's see. At least he still gets knowledge of the hand.
So instead of getting COVID, he's going to get the flu instead. Die from that, which is much less rare. It's much more rare to die from the flu.
And I think Alvarado taking a moment to read Deck Devastation Virus. Not a bad card in the matchup, but not good for this spot. It will hit a spy.
It isn't going to deal with the tribe.
Carl's gonna be in trouble though. He needs to answer this board. It's gonna be followed up with either a Kaiku or an Asura Priest next turn. And he's taking 1600 here.
Yep. Did pick up a Gravekeeper spy, but
And Alvarado still has a spell or trap card to protect the tribe infecting. Can Carl even get this Blade Knight up to 2,000?
Yeah, he needs to make it big.
He does.
Yeah, I doubt
It
that
was
was
the
surviving
miracles.
here.
So this back row has to be something real or it's going to be game. Or does Carl have a Chaos Monster to follow up with? That would be huge. No, he's got nothing.
No,
Dog
nothing to
food.
follow up. So Alvarado is going to go and move on deeper into the winner's side of the bracket.
Let's check out Olivia. Versus Pack.
It looks like Alethea is up a game here. Not sure which turn this is, but Last Will is in the graveyard along with Scapegoat, DD Assailant, Sangan, the Borg, just duoed here.
Gnome's gonna pick up a spy.
Duo
Another
hit.
Zumbira we're seeing here in the grave for Pack.
Yeah, what's up with Zymbiras?
Packalicious, I guess that's how you say their name?
Pockulicious? I just like Pock, or Pack, that's better. I guess it's not better, it just works.
And what will Olivia dig here with the Rhoda, DD Warrior Lady?
DD Warrior Lady.
Almost always a good card to have on the board.
Alright, I don't want to spoil it. I did just look up Alethea's deck, and it's some heat.
It is a Last Will Monarch deck, is what I'm guessing.
Maybe. It has Last Will and Monarchs in it, but
So Sorcerer
there is some
gonna
other
try
heat
to
here.
grab the Warrior Lady here.
See what Alethea has face down. No Book of Moon.
No response there.
Pack is up in cards, but they are Thunder Dragons, and here,
One of the heat cards I'm talking about.
yeah, here's Olivia's one of their signature cards at this point, Cyberstein.
The Master of Oz coming out here, gonna try to take a game shot.
And
Yeah,
it'll
snatch
be
game.
game.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
that'll do it.
Unreal. Hopefully we'll get to see more of Alethea later today in action. Want to definitely see more of this deck down the line. Last Will is another one of those cards that people have slept on for quite some time.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about it earlier this week of like, it really became a big thing when you could suddenly go Cyber Dragon, tribute a Monarch, Last Will Stein for game because you could hit for 24 and 56.
Right.
We're gonna go to John Wick versus I Love CC now, and like there's just no combo like that in GOAT format without Cybernetic Revolution being legal.
You need something like it. Like Rescue Cat can do it, but you could do stuff like Toon Cannon Soldier tribute itself, and then Last Will out something. But that something needs to be really good. And
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just as good as summoning a Monarch.
Well, even if you could do the Monarch play, like even if you had, say you did Fiend Mega Cyber tribute for Mobius, destroy your 2 back row, Last Will bring out Stein, right? That's still not game.
Right, because no Cyber.
No Cyber Twin
Cyber Twin.
Dragon. But yeah, you would think there's some like combo piece of something that a deck could do. I mean, I guess Rescue Cat's really the only deck that has made great use of the card so far. So it'll be interesting to see what Alethea can do with it.
I think there are other combo decks that want to use it that aren't Rescue Cat, but it is still decent as a mid-range card, right? Like if you have the Spy and you contribute off the Spy for something, you're just getting another monster for the Last Will.
Yeah,
It also
But
can be
it's
used
also
like
a-
pseudo protection, right?
So in decks that want to play it that way, I find the biggest issue is that it's just a bad like top deck card, and it's a combo
Oh,
card that's like
For sure.
yeah. So that's how
It's
I would think
sort of like
it's gonna work in a Lepheus deck. Would be my guess, but we'll see what they pull off.
it's
Drop
sort of
off
like
here.
Metamorph, but less like it's weirder. It's a weirder Metamorph.
So, as I browsed through the deck list today, I saw at least 3 different players running drop off.
Wow. I'm a big fan of drop off. I think this is better than Time Seal most of the time.
Yeah, except for when you hit a
Serpent.
Mystical Space Typhoon, a Scapegoat, a Sinister Serpent, a
Well,
light or
light or
dark
dark.
monster.
Well, when you hit a good one, it's very good.
Yeah, I don't know that I mean it's faster than Time Seal.
CC with the Moxy's token. That's Moxy's dog, I think. Some camaraderie.
But hey,
here.
why not
Time
both?
Seal.
Why not both?
No
There
new
you
cards
go.
for you, my friend.
However, neither of these are really good to be activating when your opponent has the board presence.
For sure.
Yeah.
Like
Absolutely.
these are even trades, and okay, he's not drawing, but that's not stopping 2 Gravekeeper Spies either.
It's gonna start poking with one of them.
I taped the wrong warrior before. Maybe.
John Wick here not gonna attack into Mirror Force.
I must select exile. that would have been a better one here.
Yeah, CC is running a crazy deck.
Yeah, I was just looking at it. I do like a lot of the cards in the deck, just as cards
There are a
individually,
few cards
but I
do
don't
not.
know if they work together.
Yeah, like I've been proven wrong before, but looking at this does not look like a functioning deck. I question their win condition.
Yeah, just another set card here. Time Seal is going to go into effect, but it doesn't really matter because we got a Decoy, so we're going to get our card that we would have drawn anyway.
It's gonna start hitting with 26 now, so I have to answer the board some turn.
Discard the Thunder Dragon. Wow. So both top decks would have been Thunder Dragon if it didn't get dropped off and didn't get time sealed. I'm gonna switch
Well,
the
just-
Spy to defense. Play around
Just
Mirror
gonna
Force
hit
even
with
more.
14.
Well, if John Wick loses the board presence, they are in big trouble for this kind of game. So I don't know. I would think keeping 1 in defense would be enough, but
It's gonna add to the back row again. We're gonna be met with End-Phase Space Typhoon.
On the new set there. Magic
Magic
Drain. John Wick will not discard another monster, or discard
Spell.
another spell. So still trading 1 for 1.
See another drop off here.
Was he supposed to draw there?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, okay.
I thought he had another drop off.
So I'm gonna guess that the card that CC'd probably just protected, maybe a Solemn Judgment, or the actual Mirror Force finally?
Torrential would be nice here.
Yeah, as the board fills up, Torrential becomes a bigger deal.
Almost half of CC's life points.
John Wick's still playing it safe.
Ooh, it was the Mirror Force. Two down, 2 to go.
Yeah, Mirror Force is gonna get those too.
And the Suki was just picked off by Mirror Force, so the quick answer to Kaiku is not there. Can't summon a Chaos Monster now. And we know at least one card in hand from John Wick is a Thunder Dragon.
Yeah, but these spies are just really good on the defense here. Sure, not gonna be able to summon a Chaos Monster to deal with Kaiko, but spy and defense is hard to out.
So that was the set that was protected by Magic Drain, right? Nobleman across out.
That was.
Yeah. Picks up Magician of Faith.
Yeah, I mean, Magic Drain's role is more so to, like, to simplify the game more so than anything. Because you can't rely on it to protect a card. But what you can rely on it to do is to always be at least a 1-for-1 trade.
Did he just call him Ricky Balboa?
Yeah, you know, from the
The
Ricky
famous
Balboa
sports guy.
franchise.
Bottomless Trap holds a deal with Breaker.
You know, Ricky Balboa, the famous boxer from Camden, New Jersey.
I actually live near Camden, New Jersey.
So
Haven't
does
had-
Ricky
haven't
lives
heard of
in
Ricky
Camden, New
Balboa,
Jersey.
though. Haven't
They have
heard
a
of Ricky
statue of him
Balboa.
there. Near the Camden Art Museum.
So we have a stalemate going on now of John Wick can't deal with Kaiku's attack, and CC can't deal with Spy's defense.
Seen quite a few bottomless trap holes played today so far.
Yeah, picking up Breaker is a good one. Well, there's one way to deal with it. Throwing out a Book of Moon. After whittling away at the back rows.
So I guess what you could do here is then you try to attack over the Kaiku, and if it doesn't work, you nobleman it, since you think your noblemans are probably dead this matchup at this point. Which I don't even know if that's true, but level 2
Yeah, I mean,
and road is all you've seen.
And you
Maybe?
you could just switch the spy, just one spy to attack. Like,
But,
there's no-
yeah, that's what I mean. If the one
both.
spy you could switch both if you wanted to. Mirror Force is gone.
I feel like that's asking for trouble.
Yeah, for the follow-up. Like,
Yeah.
that there's a sewer priest next turn.
Yeah, that won't be good. I'll definitely keep one in defense.
You can use
Another
magic
magic
drain.
drain.
Will this get another spell out of John Wick's hand? Imagine if it is the nobleman that he discards.
If he's thinking about it, it probably is. Not really any other spell you're going to want to toss away.
What a weird card. That's seemingly working for CC.
Yeah, another 1-for-1 trade. So the stalemate continues.
Yeah, and then even if you do discard, it's still a 1-for-1 trade. Because then you're still getting the effect of the spell that you have got otherwise.
Yeah, you have to make sure that spell effect that you're getting is good enough.
So CC here going to decide if they want to exile force the potential threat of Dekochi, or it could be a sinister set, or finally get one of these spies off the board.
Or Sangan.
I think you want to hit the face down, unfortunately.
The
You
Reaper.
want to hit.
Wing blast on Wick's side. Gonna try to spin the Kaiku. Scully, I think even you got shouted out in this match too.
CC loves to talk.
Alright,
This-
Wick's gonna try to push 24.
Surprisingly aggressive spot going here. Because you still have to deal with this Kaiku now, because it wasn't Regeki Break, it was Wing Blast. But if your opponent summons Kaiku and attacks and has an answer for your set card, I guess you still have one spy to switch back to defense after that. If he had gone for some more attacks earlier in this game where he had the opportunity to, this could have been closer to a game shot even, I guess. But then we probably would have seen the Mirror Force earlier. Thank you for the follow, R3.
Oof. Torrential tribute to meet the Kaiku. Clear the spies in the process.
Yeah, I mean, John Wick could have just kept waiting here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
Like-
sure.
He was so patient earlier in this game, and then to do the wing blast stuff, like now you're like, what if CC did suddenly just have like another time seal and then draws another monster next turn?
Yeah, now here's the sinister beatdown plan. You had two
10
good
turn
attackers
clock.
there, but
He could have even let one Kaiku let one spy die there, and then just switch the other one to defense, and then torrential later if you need to.
yeah, they have enough lights and darks in the graveyard where some being banished is like not going to screw their graveyard up.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's a one card difference here, but it's only up on the draw really, because they'll be even when CC draws for turn.
There's a lot of good cards for CC to draw still too.
Yeah, they're listing it all out. And that is not any of the cards that CC.
Heavy would be good, but it could be countered as well by a drop off, by a magic drain, by
Oh, can you imagine Magic Drain?
A third one.
That Sinister Beatdown is still happening here. The Snake's gonna poke in for another 3.
yeah, better off setting a card here for John Wick. CC hasn't played Duo yet and is less likely to play Heavy Storm with 3 card set.
And that Sinister is a clock. It's got 8 turns. There you
Eight
go.
turn. Blade Knight's a good one.
That is a monster that can attack for some damage over Sinister Serpent, but it's got to deal with 2 back rows now. I mean, no Solemns
Neither
from
is-
DC side. Could be Solemn Judgments there to force this attack through.
See if CC has a
Armor.
response.
It's like even if you do force this attack through though, you're still going to be walled by the Sinister after that.
Unless you draw another one,
Yeah.
like another monster, but
And if it was still on the board, it's also protecting your life points.
cool. BLS just gonna stick it out.
Could be another bottomless set.
CC's got to have something, or this Blackluster's lethal.
Thank
Someone's
you for the
okay,
follow,
though.
Stogan.
Switching the Sinister to defense again. Even though Mirror Force is gone, gonna attack here. There's a Sakura 2 armor for that one.
Yeah, I don't see why you switched this Sinister either. Like, you were okay
Yeah,
with it being in
you're-
attack mode last turn,
You're,
and now you're not?
like I said, 8-turn clock, but also, like, for this exact reason, now you have another attacker. And you're at 8,000 life points. It doesn't really matter if it gets hit for some damage. It's kind of inconsequential at this point. You're not going to just die because you have your Sinister in attack.
I mean, you could have if, like, he had, like, Snatch Steel set and drew a BLS. Or I guess he could have also as well if he snatched the BLS and then attack and then ring. So I guess that's the logic of switching the Sinister to defense.
Well, here's another Chaos Monster.
But even then, that's not 8,000.
There's the Solemn Judgment for the Chaos Monster. Drop down to 1,200. Now this is only a 4-turn clock. If you would have used the 300 before,
It took him out of. Yeah, it put him in. It took him out of premature burial range.
will Sinister Serpent wrap this game up?
Yeah, I think the only logic of switching it to defense is if you were worried of combination of like their own BLS with Snatch Steal or BLS with Ring could have done it. Well, this is only game 1. And it's not over yet either.
Tribe infecting virus. Is the virus gonna get him? Another Solemn Judgment going down to 450. Sinister Serpent is not strong enough, but to do lethal this turn, gonna drop him down to 150 if this goes through. This scenario where as long as you have a single point of life, you can still win the game. Drop off was the top deck. Gonna get rid of the top card of the deck here for John Wick. It was Night Assailant.
Oh
Get
man.
back one of your
There's another card we didn't list of drop offs.
Yeah. Add that one to the list, Scully.
Solemn for the Koichi, gonna go down to 75. Will the Sinister attack in for a Book of Moon
Book of
on the
Moon.
Sinister? You still have a point left to play with.
Sinister put in a lot of work this game.
CC hasn't drawn a lot of monsters yet, so if they could draw a wall here of some sort. She's more spell traps.
This has been a wild game. Thumbs up to both sides.
But John Wick's life points not even touched.
John Wick is at 14 cards despite being time sealed. That was just game 1.
So if that Wing Blast was a Regeki break, John Wick would have won that like 6 turns earlier, I think.
Yeah, and I think if they were more aggressive with Sinister, they would have been winning it more.
They never had to. They would have never had to torrental their spies away.
Right.
If it had been a Regeki break.
This keeps coming up where we're seeing Wing Blast just not be optimal in the situations where they have it set.
And right now, Alefia is playing against Anthony Alvarado. When Roto playing against Don't Copy, or Duck Goose rather, played against Don't Copy. Moxy's awaiting the winner of this matchup. And Slash Tap was set to losers by DGZ Forever. I can't believe that Slash Tap has not qualified for Worlds yet. Was there any gear freed today? I don't think so. Did you notice any messes?
I have not seen Gear Free, no.
Yeah, I took a glance at the deck list, but I didn't, no gear freed caught my eye. Yeah, CC saying maybe they should have used Book of Moon on their Blade Knight. Would he have been able to kill it if he had booked it? And then if you had flipped it back up and had the Solemns to protect it? Later on, yeah, that could have potentially kept him in that game more, but there was a big life point gap difference, and the Sinister still was going to wall the Blade Knight, so I don't think that would have made too much of a difference.
No, I don't think so.
Who did CC defeat in the first round, even? The Bounty, wow.
CC starting off with the good old set 5. Followed up by drop off. See you later, Tsukiyomi. Kaika's going to try to swing in here. It's going to be hard to do, but it's going to connect, actually.
So what that tells me is Magic Drains and Time Seals probably set? Solemns maybe?
I don't know.
Book of Moon?
Maybe they just don't really care, or just don't respect it.
They're just okay with taking 18? That's possible.
I would say there's at least one drain. Take it we saw 2 last. So maybe there's 1 down.
Thinking an end phase could be Dust Tornado on the back row. Yeah, Dust Tornado.
Yeah.
Gonna all roll the dice, let fate decide. Doesn't have confidence in their ability to snipe. Book of Moon's a good pickup, though. I personally don't like the die rolling for things like MST or Dust Tornado and end phase. I think you just feel it, just take the shot.
Checking if the draw phase is good after seeing drop
I mean,
off.
you have to.
Yeah.
You don't want to be clicking
wanna
that shuffle
shuffle that.
hand button and getting into a
Yeah.
dispute.
See, Kaiku's gonna go into 5 back rolls, see if it connects again.
I doubt it this time.
Is this top 8? No, this is not top 8 yet. For those asking on stream, this is winner's side. I guess it's still round. What is this? Round 2.
I think this
yeah.
is round 2, yeah.
Ring of Destruction on CC's end.
We're praying to Moxy's here to draw a pot of greed. Probably should have just summoned 1 token instead of 5 if they were going to do this. Just taking up a lot of time for no reason. Should probably hit this man with a slow play warning. Yeah, unfortunately, they just, Moxy's just isn't good enough, so.
King Tiger.
No pot of greed off the top.
Not sure what King Tiger really does in this matchup.
1700 attacker. I guess it beats Spy, kind of. Like, it makes the Spy flip bad. But just gonna eat a Ring of Destruction potentially here. That poor kitty cat's gonna be put down, unfortunately. It's too rabid for this world.
He's the king.
Call the Haunted still in the battle phase. He's gonna come back. Was buried in the pet cemetery. And the King's gonna attack in here again. I'm saying wait to that. Maybe there could be a chain MST. If you chain goat before, then your goats don't die.
We didn't see any goats from John Wick Game 1. We did see Suki though. But we saw Night Assailants, so to assume that it's scapegoats is... It's possible that it is, but...
Yeah. Wick is scared of the drain here.
Yeah, it is goats.
It is goat, yeah.
It is the goal. CC had the drain for it.
I still think you goat there.
Oh yeah, I think you still gotta do it too, because it's just gonna be dead after that. You're better off forcing the magic drain to be used on the goat.
Yeah, you turn your goat to an MST for magic drain. It's 1 less back row you have to contend with. So now it's going to be 2 back row versus, and this King Tiger versus 3-card hand from John Wick's side. Now, if John Wick sided in goat, they might have sided in Metamorphs too.
Yeah, we've seen that pretty recently of... I think of the FLC winning deck list even was Goat and metas inside.
Yeah, this conversion where you just take out all your trap cards for.
Yeah, and I mean, and it's fine because it's good against like warrior type stuff to have.
Yeah. Not a lot of people are on stuff like Tiger, and the usual anti-goat text that they'll run will be sided out when they see you're not playing them, or won't even be sided in if they have it in their side. Now, this is interesting because
You could try to attack this thing and get max value. If you have a if you have a backup plan for the Tiger, I think you go for it.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
It's a lot of different lines you can take with just a single breaker.
And if you're CC, I think you solemn this thing. If you have solemn set, obviously.
If you have solemn set, that would be pretty strong. It depends on your other back row.
Yeah, right.
Your other back row is something that is
solemn
protection
Saku or something.
Yeah. Solemn Mirror Force, then because John Wick can still use Breaker on the Call of the Haunted.
Right. So yeah, if you have the backup plan though, then like getting the max value out of that is awesome.
John said, "I know one is knock, but I don't know what the other one." That is a read.
Yeah, I mean now I don't think it's solemn set since
they had to think about it.
I don't know. It's tough. I don't know what these back rows are. And not knowing John Wick's hand, it's hard to say. So he's gonna remove the counter.
Gonna go after call.
Yeah, so this is still a very safe, good plan because you're still getting two cards potentially with it.
Was there a light in John Wick's graveyard? There wasn't, but so that's interesting because like, if CC did have the solemn, they could have just solemned it. There wasn't a light backup for John Wick. There's not going to be anything in the back row on John Wick's side either. And finally, Moxy's comes through with Pot of Greed. He's going to get CC an extra card here.
Now we saw CC not get to a lot of monsters last game, and now here, only the second one, but this is a good one.
This is a good one.
Premature Burial. Drop down to 300.
This will take care of two darks in John Wick's graveyard too.
So yeah, potentially here the breaker attacking then breaking play could have been the difference for this game. We knew it was a vital spot.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that the play that John Wick went with was the safest route. It's hard to put it on because this deck is so wild with the magic drains and drop offs and everything that those back rows are kind of hard to read.
They're kind of hard to read, but there are also a lot of cards that are not battle traps.
Yeah, it's like this potentially could not do anything.
Yeah, so that's where it's like maybe the attack was the right thing to do.
But then you like psych yourself out and be like, yeah, this is the right play because most likely it's not going to be.
But it still could
like a
be.
Mirror Force, and then you still get Zaku'd or Mirror Force, and then you're like, I should have did the other place. It's just like a Pandora's box.
Yeah, a tough choice, and he went with the safer one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a coin flip.
I'm guessing this could be Spy or Night Assailant to survive this turn. A Tsukiyomi could also do it. And
wow,
that's a wall.
None of those are warriors.
But none of them are over 18 either. All underage.
That's going in my joke book.
I was gonna say that's a good one to recycle, huh?
Yeah.
So John Wick has Light and Dark and Grave, but Kaiku not gonna let him summon a Chaos Monster. And 2 of the cards in hand are Thunder Dragons. CC praying to Moxy's to draw a Pot of Greed. If they win this match, they'll have to take on Moxy's in the next round.
Well, they already drew Pot of Greed, so the Moxie's prayer worked the turn late.
And Olivia has knocked Anthony Alvarado down into losers.
I really wanted to get to that match, but we'll see. We'll see Olivia later. Now John Wick is praying as well. I don't know who they're praying to. So they're praying to Moxie's as well. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of...
And now John Wick's at a spot where even if they draw heavy, they have to wait till they at least have an answer for Magic Drain with it.
Yeah, it's
Because
so
it's
weird.
probably getting Solemned or Magic Drained.
Okay, here's what you do. You set DNA surgery and turn everything to for your next turn.
I mean, how outside of a spell and trap, there's not too many ways that this deck can answer this board. The cards that could are, like, Breaker's already gone. Suki doesn't work with King Tiger out. You're actually setting a Night Assailant would be pretty viable. But when I see a card like Kinetic Soldier, I tend to think stuff like Night Assailant got sided out, to be honest.
You saw
Let's see what the other
Scapegoat from
set.
John Wick, and it's like... It's just not good because of the thing. Oh, there's the Spy, though! Oh, but it's... He attacked with a Kaiko, so it is going to be at
100 left.
Both players used Ring, so we're probably not going to see the draw here.
Spy's going to go to the graveyard because it will just instantly die from...
Maybe if John
Thank you,
Wick has a Kaiku of their own, but...
Yeah, I mean... Low on life, CC... They're both low on life here, but CC's at the 100 mark. Easier benchmark to clear, you can sneak in 100 damage somehow.
And Spy is a mandatory effect, so John Wick did have to grab that other one out of the deck, even though King Tiger would destroy it.
I don't think there are
Dust Tornado on the end
effects
phase.
in the format that are optional. There are some that don't resolve, right? Like if you flip a Fate and you don't have a spell to get back, like it just doesn't resolve. But
I'm not sure if there are any. There's probably
I
some.
don't believe there's
Probably some
very
example.
few.
I think Penguin
Yeah.
Soldier is one.
Oh yeah, I think Penguin Soldier's one.
But I think it
Playable.
trigger. I think Penguin Soldier actually triggers, and then you have to choose 0, so it does activate. But
Oh okay. Time Seal.
so we haven't seen a Mask of Darkness or anything to go with these cards yet. But it is possible that CC is playing the whole lockdown.
No draw for John. I have to use those 4 cards that they got. A set card though from CC.
And those 4 cards is really 2 cards, because 2 are Thunder Dragons.
I forgot about the Thunder Dragons, yeah.
Yeah, Cyrno in chat is saying Shaddolls are the first non-mandatory flip effects.
Congrats to Shadals.
Thank you, Waylead, for the YouTube subscription. Thank you to all the people that have joined the Patreon. Big help to the community and letting us supply prizes for Worlds.
Yeah, shout out to all the players today
Keep the
playing.
website up and running. Like, it's something we are super grateful for.
Yeah, and if you're a member of the Patreon and want to play in these tournaments, I mean, every month we post them up.
We also have a local every Friday night for Patreon members of any tier, and by playing in that local, the winner of the local qualifies for a playoff tournament where the winner gets a World Championship invite. So if you can't dedicate a whole day, but you got Friday nights to you, then that is another way to qualify for Worlds.
What's that trap card that deals 1,000 when a trap is activated?
Chain burst.
Chain burst.
Chain burst. Yeah.
No, that's not it, is it?
Is it? Yeah, I think it is.
Chain destruction?
No.
I think it's
No.
chain burst. Because I know there's one for spells too.
It's something
Curse
of darkness, isn't it? Or that's the
No,
spell
I think
one.
that's
that's
the
Curse
spell.
of Darkness. It's the
I
one
think that's
for-
the spell one. Curse of Darkness, the continuous trap.
Yeah, it is chain burst.
It is chain burst. Yeah.
I never would have came up with that name.
Trying to think if instead of Royal Decree you had chain burst in this spot, would it be better?
I don't think I've ever seen that card used.
I think it's Ring of Destruction too on the illustration.
Widespread Ruin.
Widespread Ruin, is it?
Yeah, it's the Widespread Ruin.
Yeah.
It's actually both Widespread Ruins, the OCG and the TCG, what it looks like. Now, CC can flip monsters up with King Tiger out. That is the one way around King Tiger's effect.
Yeah, but they're kind of just been at a stalemate here, both at really low life. Neither of them wants to put a monster in attack mode.
And with both the rings gone, there's unlikely any burn cards left.
Until John flips up Ceasefire. That's what we're looking for.
It's possible. Team Rampage has been known to play those extra burn cards. Usually it's a Magic Cylinder that we see. CC has not flipped a Solemn yet either, so you gotta think that they've got good protection going. Like this, I don't think, with as low as his life points are, I don't think this duel's ended anytime soon.
No. If it is, John Wick's actually the one closer to losing.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's possible that John Wick could wall him out here too, right?
I meant just on life. I mean, I don't...
Oh, if who's gonna get an attack through? Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobleman's gonna pick up Sinister.
It's a good pickup.
Yeah, it's definitely notable. Like, even though John Wick has more life points, they're both in a spot where they just... You're right, CC could definitely... I think is in the better position right now.
And still too early to play the deck out game.
They essentially can't play it after playing the time seals.
Ooh, and if, like... I don't know. I was thinking this play, they had Desert Sunlight. They could do something where, like, they could bait him into attacking with, like, Spy or something. Like, they throw it in attack position, attack something, get the attack through, and then when they, on, like, the crackback on CC's turn, they try to attack the Spy, Desert Sunlight, turn the Spy to defense. I guess that works with Book of Moon, too.
See, someone asked in chat here, didn't Wingu only work on normal and special summon, or was it eroded later? No, it only works on normal and special, I think, for all formats. We were saying that you can flip summon with it out, that it gets around it.
John Wick is praying to John the Bounty now, so kind of fickle on which god they want to pray to. Another Kaiko is being added by CC. So a board full of monsters and 3 back rows. Someone is okay here.
Potentially trying to bait a Torrential out of John Wick?
Isn't the call already gone?
Let's say call and preemie both already gone, so that really not going to lead to a winning situation unless you're going to just let the Torrential go through, solemn everything John Wick does, and you have another monster in your hand.
John Wick has a lot of cards in their hand, but not a lot of action, seems.
Like I said earlier, beyond it's gonna have to be a spell or trap card to get this off the board, and you know CC has answers for your spell and trap cards.
Right.
That decree being stopped is a big deal.
If they have another decree, they can try to flip that up.
Yeah, that's probably something worth John Wick trying to wait to get to before they make a big move.
Mm-hmm.
If they could go like decree. Gosh, if they get to decree another decree and another Book of Moon for the Kaiku, then there's 2 Kaikus. That doesn't work either.
I still think you go with the play where you try to bait them into attacking and then Book of Moon your own guy.
Yeah, but they have all counters for that play.
Not if you decree first.
Oh yeah, if you decree first, sure.
That's if the decree resolves. If they have double solemn, then it's just not resolving, but still, you're not dead to a Kaiko. You're at 900.
That's true. I don't think that play would work, honestly.
I don't think it will, but it is an option that you have.
I think I'm considering going for duck out at this point.
You are up a card. Well, CC has something like a lightning vortex.
Right,
out.
like if you can get the decree to resolve, then you can probably go for the duck out. Unless like CC starts like tribute summoning or something. Which it doesn't seem like a deck that would play a tribute monster.
Tribute summon Mobius.
Yeah, that's always could be in someone's side deck, right?
I've seen it come in the weirdest matchups, and Mobius just wins the game on the spot when it came down. New set card from John Wick. Monster is.
I wonder if Wick did side out the Night Assailants. I mean, they're not very good at this point.
I don't even know if I'm CC. I don't even think I attack.
If I'm John Wick, I do not play Pot of Greed.
Yeah. I don't know if attacking on CC, you're right, Mastis. 100 life points is kind of dicey.
It's so dicey. Cannot afford to attack. And then it's something with like 1850 defense. You're like, oh no.
Yeah.
You still don't want to.
I mean, we only see 2 spies, right? So yeah. Attacking is definitely risky.
putting a Kaiko in defense position, and they're going to attack.
Must do it. Why must you do this?
Is it the third spy? Let's see. Wick asking if CC sure.
It was just a Koichi. Well, now they're even. Well, they're not even in deck count because CC's still on the draw, so they'll deck out first.
Yep.
What a big exhale that was, seeing the Koichi.
That was a risky attack. I don't know what
It's
John
very
would have
risky.
done. Like, what are they gonna do by flipping it that you were worried about? They can't put leave a monster in attack mode. They have no good spells in their grave.
Yeah, that play was just bad. Like there's no defense on that.
Alright, Wick's gonna pass and pitch Delinquent Duo. 7 in hand.
Well, less worries for John Wick now about ducking out.
I
Yeah.
mean,
CC's gonna have to find this 900.
I think CC can do it if the 2 set cards are actually like something real.
How? What is their line to get past this?
They could do like Exile Force if one of them is set.
Yeah, I guess it all depends what these set monsters are.
Because if you find a, it depends on what the set monsters are. But if you find a heavy here, because I haven't used Heavy Storm, right? If you find your Heavy Storm and you activate it, it's going to resolve because you likely have Solemn Judgment down,
Right.
regardless. But
that
like,
clears up a spot by taking out
Yeah.
the Wangu. Okay. I see it.
I mean, it still does depend on what is set because you have to clear 2 really big butts.
Well, you can still you can snatch steal one thing.
Yeah, you could exile one, snatch the other. You still have knock.
Yeah. So yeah, Exile's away, Tribe is away.
Discarding Donzalug and Mirror Force. Yeah, Donzalug not good in this spot.
A set Tribe could just be game, right?
A set tribe would be, yeah, I guess it deals with the kinetic soldier.
Well, kill
Is
it. You only need to
This
deal
is
9.
not mandatory. Oh no. Well, it could just be another spy.
Is he fishing for Night Assailants being set, maybe?
I mean, it could be. I don't know what he's fishing for. I don't think it's mandatory.
Spirit Reaper.
Jeez.
That's twice CC swung with 100 life points into a face down with Kaiku.
No
Got away
fear.
with it.
No respect either.
And lives to tell another turn.
Yeah, I mean, if what they're saying though is true though, like they know their deck of what their possible win conditions are, right? And it can include these needed to not be set monsters. Although with a Nobleman left in deck, and for CC, a Spy potentially left in deck for John Wick.
It's in John Wick's graveyard.
Maybe CC could really just be going for a Tribe play. That seems like the most realistic way to win this game is Tribe.
If he's attacking and that is ever like a Magician of Faith, There is a line where you get back your Book of Moon with Faith and then book one of the Kaikos face down. You can clear the other Kaiko that's in defense.
Yeah, it's...
Take over the game with a Chaos Monster.
I'm purely going for deck out if I'm John Wick at this point. Like,
well, now John Wick can activate Pot of Greed. They use Grace Charity.
Graceful.
Will be up a card.
However, don't forget this. He could lose the deck out game if he gets too close and then CC starts time sealing him. Oh no, that's the opposite.
Yeah.
Nope. So yeah, I don't see how he could lose the deck out game at this point then, unless that Don's Luke that got discarded starts going for top 2.
Third time.
It's mandatory.
Ooh.
My God.
Yeah. Tribe or bust unless there's a secret lightning vortex.
The secret lightning vortex would be
Still possible.
Would be wild here. This has been a wild game. There's drop off.
CC could still flip summon Torrential.
Ooh.
Wow.
That's a Pot of Greed.
Yeah, but
Unreal.
like the most, probably the least impactful drop off on Pot of Greed could be.
He could have still activated it.
Well, now John really doesn't have to worry about the deck out game.
He doesn't. CC probably will deck out first.
Well, 11 turns to find 900.
There's the heavy.
Yeah, now's the play.
Enemy controller, switch your monster to attack mode. Yeah, John looks like I really don't want this to be dragged out. And neither do I, because this is gonna hold up the whole tournament. So this will clear. Now, if I'm John Wick, I have Book of Moon. I am targeting that King Tiger.
No chains on John Wick's side. It's just double goat. What's that last one? And the Mirror Force.
Sakuretsu, Magic Drain. So one
Solemn.
Drain, one Solemn. That was fair number of sets. And it wasn't exiled.
That was set.
This must be
That's-
game.
I'm gonna pick up the Reaper. Jirai Gumo.
Another one set.
So CC can pick a wall. Gumo's gonna get over it.
If the other one is a Gumo set, then it's still not game, right?
No. You can only deal with 2 walls with 2 Gumos.
I mean, with 100 life points, Gumo's basically swinging for free anyway.
And I gotta think CC's got more Solemns in the hand, otherwise John Wick's likely has a Chaos Monster ready to go. Oh wait, that doesn't matter, the Kaikus are out, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That did not change.
So attacking here. Tails never fails. This time it did. You know what's really the reason why this match is taking so long is that we have two duelists who love talking.
Yep.
But John Wick loves talking in the chat. CC's been chatting away this entire time. If they just shut up, we'd probably be on game 3 by now. Yeah, a whole bunch more.
Here comes the refill of the back row.
5 more. Gonna load up the back row.
Now John Wick's in trouble.
Yeah, the wall is crumbling.
At the hands of Jirai Gumo.
Now the King Tiger is gone. That can potentially open up some plays that were dead for John Wick, but I don't think too many.
I don't see what it really affects.
Unless he like brought in an exiled force or has another Tsukiyomi. He just lost both all his scapegoats are gone. It does open up like a Serpent's gone too, so it does open up like a meta on Faith play. And he hasn't played heavy or graceful yet.
There's snack steal. Yeah, that was never resolving.
Yeah, and unfortunately didn't even force out a Solemn or a Magic Train.
Though, maybe it was better to hit the dust just because of, like if you still have your decrees in the deck. Something that
True.
they'll have to Solemn then.
Right, we did only see one decree so far.
Oh!
This is gonna give up the duck out game.
I mean, that could have been something that they would have held for as long as possible, right? To, like, deck them out quicker. But it seems like John is just in a position where they want 5 new cards.
Yeah, it's gonna need.
Don't we know that
new
2 of them are the
resources.
Thunder Dragon too? So
Yeah, 2 are Thunder Dragon. Wow.
Solemn Judgment.
So CC planning on getting these attacks through.
yeah, that seems to be the plan. Looking at
I
the
mean,
extra
if they
deck
have
now,
another Jirai Gumo in the deck, it's a really good plan.
I mean, I don't think you just run one spider, right?
Right. So they could
That has to
potentially
be a-
clear this board next turn.
I think those guys come in pairs.
Does it only have 3 eyes?
I don't know. It's disgusting. It's a bug. I don't want to watch. Look at it. Just one back row on John Wick's side. I mean, it's not looking too good.
Yeah, those early two ring of destructions brought John Wick's life point down more than anything else.
Yeah, MST to clear off this back row. That's in the end phase. Cannot chain to this. Well, it cannot chain that card that they're targeting. It was a bluff Metamorph. Probably why they were looking at their extra deck earlier.
Interesting too to set that because here's gonna be Nobleman then attack for game. Because of wanting to keep a spell in your hand to stop Magic Drain.
This Blade Knight face down.
I don't know why he's showing him it.
Gonna go to game.
He's ready for game 3.
So, was there a play where you set the Thunder Dragon and then use you meta it for Reaper on the Nightmare and try to attack directly? No? Nobody else saw that?
No, I did. I did. I'm sorry, Masters. I thought I was muted. I muted myself. I responded to you. Yeah, that could have been a line too.
Cause like you force out. I guess it's just like you're losing no matter what. But I think you make like your opponent have it in that scenario.
Right.
Because they did that play. If they had the Book of Moon, so if you booked it, your Reaper is still surviving. You couldn't really make Fiend Skull because Fiend Skull dies to a Book of Moon. You're dying to like Magic Drain or Solemn, I guess. But you still just make them have it at that point. It's like
exactly.
They're just gonna get you eventually, especially with 2 cards in your hand. I think I would have just tried it. It's looking pretty grim.
Also makes you second guess your plays, knowing that if you really want a spell to resolve, you have to have a backup to pitch the drain.
Yeah, if he had another spell, I think it probably was. Well, he did because he had the card. Well, he used the card destruction and then just set meta. So he outed the Solemn that way. So you'd have to think if there was another Solemn there. So if he had the extra spell, then yeah. I think you just go for that.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't play around Sakuretsu armor. But if they have Book of Moon in that spot, like, so it's really just like, do you want to lose the Book of Moon or do you want Sakuretsu armor? I guess you kind of have to look at the graveyard and determine what's more likely that they have.
Both players taking their time to side. It's been a lengthy match already. Let's see.
And for those just tuning in, just reminding everybody here that this is the September Patreon World Championship Qualifier. Winner of this will earn an invite to the World Championships GOAT format happening October 23rd and 24th. Very, very soon. Still more invites to be earned. Later this month, GOAT Format Championship 15. Top 4 of that will earn an invite. As well as winner will earn at least a $100 prize. And then an additional dollar for each member, or for each player over 100 added to the prize pool. And GOAT Format Championship 15 free to play in. That's going to be September 25th. So if you're interested in joining up, head on over to goatformat.com. Join up on our Discord server. It's where all our events are run from. If you're interested in joining these Patreon exclusive tournaments, just head on over to our Patreon. It should be patreon.com/goatformat. Subscribing there and linking your Discord account to your Patreon will get you a little role on our Discord. It says that you're a Patreon member, as well as will permit you to play in these tournaments every month. We also run a local every Friday. Winning in that local will qualify you for a qualifier tournament for the World Champion. As well as over on our Patreon, we have exclusive content provided by Dale Bolito on improving at GOAT format and just in Yu-Gi-Oh! In general. Definitely worth the subscription. Makes incredible videos. We're going to go to Game 3 here. I love CC running a, I don't know what to really call this. I'm going to call it like a trap deck.
I was just thinking the same. I think that's the best name for it.
Yeah, and then we got John Wick here on Chaos Turbo, but looks like siding into a Chaos Control package. John Wick's going to start us off here after that grind fest of a Game 2. Decided to keep in Metamorph, despite seeing King Tiger in Game 2. Discarding Koichi as well.
Two back row and a set card for John Wick.
Reinforcements of the army. I'm gonna grab.
Funny, Leonardo's in chat here says that CC is the most quiet, serious player offline.
I mean, that seems to be the case. The biggest people, or the people who talk the most online, would never say this stuff in real life.
John Wick would say all of these things in real life.
Well, some people,
if not more,
are like that on and offline. But from my experience, a lot of people are much more reserved in real life than they are online.
Exiled Force on CC side.
After Pot agreed.
I'm gonna pick up a spy.
Good hit. There's still another one in the deck.
yeah, I mean, Spy's been big for John Wick this whole matchup.
Wick is gonna pitch Thunder Dragon. Fetch him 2 more, hopefully. Yep. Just gonna set a monster and pass it back to CC.
Yeah, possible now that the new set monster could be the Magician of Faith.
Would be strong. Faith or Resolve here. A Blade Knight could come down and potentially squash that. But instead we're going to see Gyro Gumo. We're going to flip a coin here. Life doesn't seem to matter too much for CC. They just won the last duel with 25 life. Though that was a different position.
4,000's a lot to gamble with.
Hey, people do it every day when they activate Solemn. I know it's a lot different. But that's just so Gyro can attack. And it will attack here. Okay, so because he declared the attack, Gyro has to, like, it triggers and he will have to flip.
Yeah, there's no getting around that.
Yes. So even if, like, you Saku it, I mean, the attack was declared. Yeah, I don't... They could ask us. We're watching the game. What is he talking about?
Okay, so after all that, Gumo did not take half of CC's life points and did not clear the monster, so it was met with Saku.
I was just looking on confirmation. I think that played out correctly, but Faith here, which is what we thought the card was. It's going to be met with Solemn Judgment. So no recycling of Graceful Charity for John Wick. CC's going to lose half their life in that exchange.
Card destruction on Wick's side. Let's see if this gets magic drained. I'm gonna chain Dust Tornado instead. Picking up Set Snatch Steel.
And then Dust Effect is set, so they're not going to lose that card.
So Wick is gonna trade in the dragons for 2 new cards. One of them being Sangan.
Yeah, did not normal summon this turn, so Sangan can come in, poke for 1,000. It's a 4-turn block.
Yeah, it definitely is. CC's gonna think this over.
Gonna call the Haunted Gyra back. This will block the Sangan attack. Time Seal the following turn. Now, he can't activate this during John Wick's turn, but he can just activate it now during his own turn. Because it was set from the Dust Tornado. So Time Seal is going to block off a attack, a draw here, but Sangan is going to get the search if it does go to the graveyard. Jaragumo attack. Flipping the coin was called correctly, so CC does not have to pay half of their life points. So it looked like a decent spot for John Wick
He grabbed Suki here. Like he did have the option to ram it to make sure that he got it for next turn, but it's gonna be attacked. So
Yeah, he'll take the 12 regardless.
you could also still grab Faith. Like you don't like attacking set monsters with Jared Gumo either, and he is locked with Time Seal. But Suki seems like the best option. It seems to be able to clear like every monster we've seen from CC other than the King Tiger, which it can still set the King Tiger as well.
I missed what he grabbed with the Sangan.
Tsukiyomi.
Yeah, okay. That seems reasonable. I mean, CC's gonna have to set this card. Wow.
Duo's gonna pick that up, pick up that Tsukiyomi.
I guess it's a pretty good combo.
John Wick could have Wing Blast, and no.
No.
And reset the call.
And
That's kind of bad.
It would have been better than nothing. He's going to take 22 next turn now. And no draw for the Time Seal.
Yeah, so time walk for I Love CC here. Not in the
And that Dust Tornado hit a Snatch Steal, so that's not going to be an out for John Wick.
Yeah.
Alright.
So yeah, just gonna go back to CC's turn.
Let's see if CC keeps the 3,000 or see if
So-
he gets cut in half.
I said at the start of this match I didn't understand what CC's deck was trying to do. And now I do. It's simplify the game state and win with Jaragumo.
Yeah, much like Flip Control, how they kind of want to simplify and then get ahead using like recycling Mask of Darknesses and Solemn Judgments, Time Seal as well.
Let's see if CC top decked an answer for this Chaos Sorcerer or not.
Yeah.
And he's letting him not
Well,
solemn,
asking for
so
Pariah.
that's the best thing John Wick could hope to hear, was that question.
Yeah, but like I was saying, with like how Flip Control works, Flip Control's win condition is attacking with the little guys, which takes a while. At least Jaragumo takes the same, like, is, quicker.
Yeah, and then it does run over big threats, right? It'll run over Boosted
Right.
Blade Knight, the Zombiras, the Gorillas.
Better at solving established board
Exactly.
than any flip monster is. So attack in there. Gonna be met with Book of Moon. Attack the Chaos Sorcerer.
Definitely worthwhile.
Yeah, John's got a main phase 2. He's gonna set another back row. See what CC cooks up. Here's Kaiko.
CC
it
have the
up.
Nobleman again?
I mean, seems good, right? As the
Warrior Lady.
instead.
Let's see what John Wick's new card is.
A Ring of Destruction will do it here.
Wow, so he doesn't have the answer for this Warrior Lady.
500 more from
Not
CC.
good.
Let's see if Kaiku connects here.
Could be Sakuretsu or Goat.
Goats, yeah.
Here's Goat.
Goats.
I thought he might have took the goats out.
Yeah, it's interesting that he kept them in, especially with the King Tiger.
Only one meta has been used on Wick's side.
So yeah, Metamorph. I discarded Meta for Graceful. Metamorph will get him out of the spot.
Well, he'd win.
Win the game.
It'll win the game, yeah.
Chaos
Easy.
Monster.
Pop win the game as well.
Chaos
He's got
Monster
that.
would be dead draw.
All right, I'm giving CC a warning.
Go ahead.
He's got to stop doing this.
John Wick playing off the tops, just gonna pass turn. Sit behind the goats. Another goat off the board, and one more back row on CC's end over to Wick.
John Wick gonna look to trade Kaiku's here, which would bring his Chaos Monsters back live.
Mm-hmm.
CC asking Wick if he has a book. We'll trade the book for the Kaiku instead, but I think the crash is gonna go down. Yeah.
Another back row for CC. That's a drop off, so gonna deal with the new card here on John's side. And that was a breaker.
Ooh, breaker.
Wow, that breaker would have been really good. The drop off just coming in the opportune moments here for CC.
But the last card was the Chaos Monster.
Jeez.
Can CC hold it off? Book a Moonset?
Yeah, Ring doesn't get CC out of this either, so let's see what...
I don't think it's Book a Moonset.
Magic Drain.
I think it's game.
Yeah?
Okay, finally. Get us out of here.
That
good
was
game,
a grind fest.
It was a good match.
It was interesting to watch. Definitely, but it just took a little too long. Could have used less chatting in between.
Good sport, CC. John Wick's gonna take the match.
Alright, let's see. Hop down to Yata and losers bracket.
Yeah, it looks like... Ooh, interesting game state.
Who won game 1 of that match?
So, looks like BLSJ won the game 1.
Oh,
but we're just going to go to game 2.
Alright. Fresh game 3 coming up. Saw some more Apprentice Magicians on BLSJ's side. It's interesting. Searched out Old Vindictives and Magician of Faiths. However, it doesn't work with creature swap.
Well, I mean, it doesn't. No.
Well, you won't get the advantages.
Yes, your opponent will. So if you give them the Apprentice Magician, your opponent actually gets to search for a spellcaster.
Alright, Yata's gonna open up with Thunder Dragon.
Yeah, after Jay just set a monster and passed over.
Nobleman's gonna pick up a Brentons. Better that than a flip effect. So just one set on BLSJ side over to Yata. Gonna flip Magician of Faith, recycle the knock.
Good faith there.
Good faith indeed.
Yeoman picking out Old Vindictive.
Magician's just gonna poke in for 300, set a monster and pass. Sangan on BLS's side. Gonna run over Magician of Fate for 700. Back over to Yata.
Man. Magician of Faith being flipped up again, recycling the Nobleman across out. And then just tribute summoning for Thunder Dragon. Gonna run over the Sangan here. See what Jay decides they want to pick up off of Sangan. Don't know what the obvious choice is here. Mystic Tomato seems decent.
Well, maybe we could buy him a turn, thin the deck out a little bit.
Mystic Tomato is usually a card that you want to use to fetch Sangan. I'm not sure what else Jay would be playing that you want Mystic Tomato for.
You could probably pick up another.
Could be Apprentice.
Yeah, another Apprentice.
What else do you get with it?
Maybe another. I don't know if he has Tsukuyomi in hand.
Graveyard for Faith.
Stein.
Unless he's running Decos or Reapers and put him down with Tsukuyomi. I just think, I don't know.
Gonna run the tomato out.
It's gonna get met with rain
from Yata Yata. He does not want to see another card come off of that tomato.
Wow. Solemn Judgment's gonna counter that.
I feel like you win this exchange, because if they get Apprentice Magician and you just attack Apprentice, don't you just Nobleman whatever they get with Apprentice?
Yeah? I mean, he's used one Nobleman already, right?
Well, he just got the other one. He just got the same Nobleman back for his second time with Faith.
Yeah, so maybe not Apprentice.
Yeah.
Maybe
I mean, he's got to find another monster that,
I guess Reaper, if you play that, is
Reaper.
a good choice.
Reaper's a good one.
Because with Old Vindictives, you would assume he's not running Eudorio as well.
And he didn't have another Old Vindictive in the deck.
You could just have multiple tomatoes and just want to stall out.
It's possible. Well, it's not going to matter here because we're going to turn the Thunder Dragon into
Big
Dark
Bad Bolter.
That man is terrible.
Could solemn the meta, yeah.
Thinking about it,
Yeah, he is.
a lot of lag there, but yeah, it's good as solid meta. I mean, this is still kind of 1737. Quick on the map, I would not know half of that is.
You wouldn't know with a calculator.
Yeah, I literally at the tournament I played in yesterday, I attacked people with my calculator saying that. So.
So 2 Solemns on Jay's side is going to keep the tomato on board.
No
See what he
follow-up
does
though
with
for
it.
Yata.
Just going to push.
Swing in. As you do.
Drop off.
Drop off.
Card of the day.
But it's a dark monster, so if Yata has another chaos monster in hand, it's live.
BS would be pretty crazy right here. Okay, so BLS knew that he had the nobleman and have him burn it. So that does like turn this apprentice magician play back into a thing, right? Even though
Yeah,
you
but
can't afford to even have the apprentice get attacked now while it's in attack mode.
still unable to clear the tomato though.
Which was part of BLSJ's plan, right? Was I'm getting tomato with Sangan and gonna protect it. It could have just been the biggest monster that Sangan could search.
Graceful Charity is going to resolve on Yata's side.
Yeah, pot into Graceful is looking pretty good. Just needs to deal 1,737 points of damage to end it.
So Creature Swap and Thunder Dragon are the discards for Graceful. Let's see if Yata could deal with this tomato now.
So is that 4 noblemans that Yata has resolved this match? For this duel?
Yeah, he used one nobleman like 3 times due to Magician of Fate.
Four uses of knock with 1 copy.
2
Pretty
copies.
efficient.
2 copies.
Oh, 2 copies. Okay.
I don't think he'll be getting nobleman back with Faith this time.
Yeah, definitely not this time. Alright, so Scapegoat's on the end phase. Probably see a follow-up Metamorphosis.
Yeah, Yata's got to find something here to deal with this tomato pressure. Metamorphosis is a decent answer. Even if it gets Book of Moon, you can summon the Thunder Dragon. That'll at least finally deal with tomato, but Torrential Tribute's gonna take care of everything on the board. And do we have a Kaiko to try to pressure a game shot? Chaos Monster could do it as well. Higher investment. Sangan's pretty decent though.
See Sangan instead. Alright, so Sangan's lethal next turn. Gonna duo on main phase 2.
Yeah, really good now because Sinister is not in the hand.
Gonna pick up Tsukiyomi and the Sorcerer. Which was not live, but Tsukiyomi would have been nice to set here. No, instead Yata's gonna take the match.
Just gonna draw for turn, not see the card that they were looking for. And Yata will be moving on loser's side.
And we're going to go over to Moxy's versus John Wick. They're still in game 1.
Yeah, we just saw John Wick earlier. John Wick was able to defeat CC in that long game here. Moxy took out Given Nation to go knocking them into loser's bracket. Looks like some dust shoots have resolved.
Thunder Dragons in hand for
resolved.
Moxy's.
Yeah,
and John Wick.
Yeah, both of them. Thousand Eyes taking a card. 8,056. Anyone's game.
It looks like maybe the spies attacked directly together at some point.
Could be.
That's most likely what happened.
We are down to 10 players remaining. Duck Duck Goose waiting in winners finals. The winner of this matchup will face off against DGZ Forever. And
yeah, Duck Goose took out a Lefia, knocked the Lefia into
losers, yep. And then still in losers bracket we have Carl Waite, Yata Yata, Don't Copy, Anthony Alvarado, and Phil. So Wing Blast going to clear the Thousand Eyes and gonna get a clean shot in with Reaper. Gonna hope to not hit a Thunder Dragon. Oh. Not only did he not hit Thunder Dragon, he hit the answer to Reaper and a card that was going to make use of those dead Thunder Dragons in Moxy's hand.
Fear Reaper showing up right now. See how Moxy's going to respond to this. Delinquent Doe is a good one.
Yeah, John Wick just dumped his Thunder Dragon, so going to hit at least one real card here.
Yeah. What do you think's better here, to hit the random? Yeah, it's probably always hit the random. I was putting it out there into the ether, and I was like, it's just always the random.
Always the random. And this random is card destruction, so it's a good hit.
Ooh.
Sinister to follow. Yeah, that was definitely a good hit.
Well, you still get
Grace
Goose out of the Thunder Dragons and here.
Graceful Charity's going to follow up.
And thank you for the resub of 3 months, Shiba. Super appreciated. Yeah, Moxy's turning this into a much bigger turn with Duo and Graceful discarding Thunder Dragons. But no monster here.
No monster.
So now
Could have some goats to block a direct.
Yeah, goats is probably the best thing it could have, or this Reaper will get the pure plus. John Wick considering playing around the Trap Dust Shoot here. Probably worthwhile doing. Duo just got shot off already.
Mm-hmm.
And you just lost your card destruction, so you're probably not activating that either. So unless you do Charity. No dust shoot though.
Alright, Scapegoat is gonna meet Reaper with the direct attack. John Wick's gonna pick one up, so I'll leave 3 goats on the board for Moxy's. One more back row on Wick's side over to Moxy's for the turn. See if he has an answer for this Reaper.
John Wick still does have one Thunder Dragon in hand. Torrential probably an okay card to fire off here. And the main deck decree that we saw earlier from Moxy's. Now this is going to leave Moxy's in a spot of just pinging with 300 on 1,000 eyes with the decree face up. Which will probably result in both players getting to draw a lot more cards. Oh wow, the mystical on the decree.
Yeah. That's a good one. Moxy still has the normal summon left, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't normal last turn, though. And they drew a new card. I'm gonna set instead.
We're just gonna see the set.
Only one Faith Engrave, one Dekochi Engrave.
Mm-hmm.
One Nobleman played so far by John Wick. We know he has a Thunder Dragon in hand. Okay, there's an answer. Potentially a game shot here.
Yeah, if they have another monster to follow up with. Instead, I'm gonna use priority and banish the Dekoichi. That is another monster, but does have to set the...
Yeah, and Snatch Steal is gone already, but a Nobleman isn't. 2 meta's gone.
Nobleman's still in play, 2 meta's gone.
I think
It's more likely that they have Nobleman, but...
I think you're better off leaving it face up here. Unless Moxy's has a Sorcerer, I guess you're playing around that too this way.
Yeah, that's an option.
But like next turn you could have done banished the double flip thing. Or I mean banished then set flip over the BLS and attack.
Yeah, attack.
This does make it to be lethal for next turn too though if this goes through. But I think this BLS is gonna get Nobleman.
It can either get Nobleman, or if they, like you said, if we have the Chaos Sorcerer and then another monster, poke with the monster first, summon the Chaos Sorcerer, vanish.
Tribe also burned already.
Yes, definitely Moxy's is limited on the number of that they have to the Blackluster Soldier, but those outs are pretty good. There it is, Nobleman. Probably top decked it. John with the sad face.
Graceful on John Wick's side.
Power card.
Does have a dead Thunder Dragon in hand too, so.
And the Sinister still, so.
Oh, right.
Discard
Yeah.
Sinister, discard Thunder.
2 easy discards here
Such
to
a
try to
powerful
answer.
combination.
See if you can deal with this T set. Oh, Night Assailant.
For Night Assailant, this will get value getting back.
Gonna pick up Gravekeeper Spy.
Moxy's not out of this though. This could be Magician of Faith set, still has BLS in deck, Pot of Greed in deck.
Raker here will get thumbs up from both sides.
Ring of Destruction. Gonna answer Breaker. Moxy loses half his life points in the process. I guess to keep that face down.
Not a Magician
Just
of
one
Faith.
face down.
Could be a Gravekeeper Spy set. John Wick still has Ring of Destruction in his deck as well.
Very well could be lethal at this point in the game. Only 1600 for Moxy's.
And now it's getting to quite the precarious position. Well, actually not really because of the back rows and now 2 sets here on my side, so
Yeah, Moxy
relatively safe.
Moxy still has really good cards left in their deck.
Yeah.
All the Chaos Monsters, Pot of Greed, Heavy Storm, a Nobleman.
Moxy's thinking about the cards they know about is Tsukiyomi, Spy, Thunder
Sinister.
Dragon, Sinister as well. Probably thinks that a Sinister set. I would opt it to be in their hand. Spy not really.
Yeah, having to pass turns back and forth here was the worst thing for John Wick.
See, I don't know if John Wick runs the third Spy.
We didn't see it in the last match.
Yeah, Skelly, I agree. Like, this pass and turn kind of gives momentum back over to Moxy's side.
Because thinking about it, it might have been better to your Night Assailant set it. This way you could have your Night Assailant flip and then Tsukiyomi it down, so it's just man-eating
Yeah,
all of it.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
All the guys. I mean, you like to do it because you're like, oh, value play, now I can cycle Night Assailant and keep, like, if I draw my other one, keep discarding it and getting it back, you know, that whole... But what's the Thunder Dragon really doing for you?
Yeah, that play would have been nice here. Start picking off those face downs.
Well, now you can get an engine going with the locomotive.
Guess on one of these is probably a Spy set. Sangan can search Faith.
And will search Faith. And here's Tsukiyomi going to set the Dekoichi. If it all survives, Torrential could be coming out from Moxy's side, but it looks like it will.
If they play Torrential, we see...
Ooh, I love this play. I love saving duo like this.
It's possible Moxy doesn't play Torrential with Royal Decree in the main. Yeah, great.
We got Ring of Destruction though.
Great duo there.
Yeah.
Gonna really cut Moxy's off from trying to make the comeback.
I would think you play, even if you do have the decrees, you still play like the 3 limited traps that everyone tends to play. But people have been cutting Torrential very recently.
Torrential's at the front of the list of those cards being cut, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Nobleman on Moxy's side. Gonna pick up another deco.
Yeah, well, that was the deco that they knew about, so cutting off the engine.
Yep. Gonna lose another one in the deck.
Moxy's deck. Or maybe they had the moved. I'm not sure.
So Moxy still has the ability to get to like a activate Royal Decree, Blackluster Soldier summon,
Take over the game.
Take over the game momentum spot. It's not over yet.
Wing Blast here, gonna discard Sinister most likely. Yeah, get it back.
See if Moxy's not gonna decree this here either.
Nope. Maybe Goat's face down then. Now this is a great
The actual
Blast
good
here.
use of Wing Blast, yeah.
Yeah, denying them the draw. Gatekeeper Spy from John Wick. Will that get the third one? Doesn't look like it.
This is lethal.
It's gonna force a card activation here.
Yeah, it's gotta be like Mirror Force or Goats.
Well, you could take 12, Sakuretsu, and then Goat's next turn.
He doesn't have the
But right, probably not Sakuretsu with decrees.
yeah, the decree. Could be Book of Moon. You Book of Moon the tribe. Take the 12.
Still don't know what his set monster was either. Spy was actually still my guess.
Moxy's gonna think about it. I mean, if you flip Goat, they're all gonna die to the tribe, unfortunately. I think if you had Mirror Force, you would have just flipped it already. And I think you Torrential, of course, when they summon Tribe. Not sure what else they could be for Moxy's side. Gonna take the 12.
Book here, probably, like you're saying.
Yeah, I could book this, but if that's a Ring of Destruction face down, it doesn't matter, right?
I mean, you're in a bad spot no matter what.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess
ring doesn't really make a difference.
attack, book this.
Yep.
They ring, you get the you flip Decree.
You don't even need to flip your ring there.
No, you're right. Yeah, that's another Wing Blast. I think I just Wing Blast.
Still game one, right, guys?
Game
This
one.
is still game one, yeah.
Yeah.
It is something
one.
that is just gonna come back to the norm of these matches being slower now that we are seeing more Scapegoat be played. We did have a
Yes.
point where we were blowing through these tournaments, but if you look back of when Goat Control was the main deck, it took a lot longer, and that's just the road we're going down.
Certainly trending that way.
So was Sinister. What's the face down here? Gonna discard the Sinister. Clear the Goats off after blocking the attack. So Moxy's top deck. This is what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is all about. Does Yugimoto is the king of the top deck, right? Just draws.
Heavy Storm into BLS.
Oh, Meta's a good
We
one.
knew what one is, yeah.
Metamorph does combo with
Oh, but that's gonna be it.
That's gonna be game one.
Yeah.
Wing Blast gonna spin back the Thousand Eyes. Go to game 2.
So Chaos Turbo historically does kind of have the edge over Chaos Control. But that's really only a game 1 type of thing because side decks are going to mix that up to a good degree going into game 2.
Yeah, I think the sideboard's going to play an important role for both the players in this matchup here.
I mean, Decree alone could be very powerful against the Chaos Turbo deck. It all just depends on when it gets put face up.
Yeah, it's a big timing thing. Definitely a very powerful card versus Chaos Turbo. They use a lot of traps to not just, I mean, protect themselves, but also just gain tons of advantage. You saw with the Wing Blast kind of just locking Moxy's out of the game state at that point. Moxy's going to start us off here with a Thunder Dragon.
T set over to John Wick. So John Wick is going to search for some Thunder Dragons too.
Question is, which player will be able to get some use of these Thunder Dragons first?
Breaker on John's side.
This could hit a Decree.
No, looks like Moxy's going to use the Thunder Dragon first. Get rid of the Breaker.
Not the best use of a Thunder Dragon though. There's the best use.
There he is. So both players Thunder Dragon, both players exhaust them in a turn. Well, at least John Wick is going to.
Yeah, one left in hand for Moxy's. John Wick could also drop a BLS right now too.
Ooh, Pot of Greed.
potential to run away with it now.
So Moxy's behind the 8 ball again in game 2. And the Nobleman to pick up a Mystic Tomato.
Yeah, I think the advantage is John Wick's favor here.
He did summon already. So there's still like a heavy storm pot of greed spot that puts Moxy's right back into this.
Moxy's gonna absolutely need. Moxy's used his he just used a Thunder Dragon. Yeah. From the hand with Regeki Break. Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer is a good one, but versus 2 back row, yeah, gonna get met with Torrential Tribute. I guess it's a good one to out.
It's
Light and Dark in the Graveyard.
And Masses, you were just talking about this with Torrential Tribute, being able to follow right up with a Chaos Monster.
Yeah, that's why I think some people have been opting to cut the card. In positions like this where you sort of are forced to trade 1 for 1, because if you're going to use Torrential on the Kaiko there, kind of means you don't have another card to get rid of Kaiko, or you can't afford to be hit by it, right? Because you really want the your Light and Dark setup in the graveyard.
Good timing for an Asura Priest when you're up
Oh,
in
yeah, that
cards
too.
to start putting some pressure on.
Yeah, sure, is just so good at doing that. Just being annoying.
Is Dale
17.
special guest today? No, today's new commentator is Bobby Buckets.
Dale is in the hyperbolic time chamber. He's getting ready for Worlds.
I believe Dale entered the FLC, and so did Lazaro.
Oh, really?
Lazaro and Dale both did.
I would love to see Lazaro somehow make a... get an invite, you know?
No target for the Night Assailant. And look at that, we're even in cards.
What did the Wing Left spin back?
Speller Trap card.
Oh, okay.
We know John Wick at least has an Asura Priest as well.
New Speller Trap card set on Moxy's side. Yeah, it makes sense to spin it back because it was broken.
Yeah, no need to burn a meta here. Try with the Asura Priest first.
Net with Mirror Force. Locked him out of the draw. That is a spell and trap we know from Moxy's. Still has a Thunder Dragon in hand. And a card we're not sure about. No Thunder Dragons left for John Wick at all. Loaded graveyard of Lights and Darks. Breaker going to be able to deal with a Goat token.
Just a set card on John's side. Gonna pass it back to Moxy's.
Yeah, no meta there, or if he has it, he's holding it. Finally taking the foot off the brake. Or the foot off the gas, rather.
Yeah, I mean, the first turn wasn't looking so good for Moxy's side, but he's back in it.
Yeah, the brakes are on right now.
It's been pressure every turn from John Wick until this set monster here.
Maybe the Assure Priest is the only thing that they had for pressure.
So Breaker's gonna pick up a goat, and we're gonna see Thousand Eyes Restrict take the face down.
And we know Moxy's last card in hand is Thunder Dragon.
Was Gravekeeper Spy. Alright, T set from John Wick back over to Moxy's.
And now we're into one of these positions where...
Oh, Moxy's forgot the Sinister.
Yeah,
Gonna noble...
Duo has not been played yet either. Now we're back in one of those positions where Moxy's has more good cards left in the deck than John Wick does.
Yeah, this time the card advantage is in Moxy's favor. Hopefully, well, let's see if
And if that
doesn't get punished.
If that Sangan could have got to Tsukiyomi, it would have been a great answer for this board.
Definitely could have picked whoever he wanted to come. Well, had to get rid of the restrict first.
A
Yeah.
Chaos Monster also can do the trick here. John Wick just needs to clear these monsters. Still no meta of their own. So they must be set on stuff like Scapegoat maybe?
Perhaps here's a Snatch Steal. Tsukiyomi will be nice. Book of Moon works too.
See, I think I would have went for the Ram the Thousand Eyes play there first. And if
Was
it
just thinking that.
if it doesn't work, you still have the Book of Moon. Like, what if you get booked here now?
We're gonna find out.
Well, he didn't have book.
Nope.
They would have used it. Yeah,
So 16.
John Wick
Yeah.
did save the life points this way. By having a good read. I wonder if... I'm guessing... I don't know, do you think Moxy's kept in the decrees?
I don't know. You have Regeki break now. I'm not sure if that's in with the decree package in game 1, right? It's possible they could have took the decree out. I don't know why. I guess if you're watching John Wick earlier and saw that they were siding to the goat stuff, you might think that it's a little less valuable to have so you just side in more flexible cards.
Interesting here. Moxy's viewed his graveyard, left the sin. Probably play around Dust Shoot here with the Pot of Greed.
Yeah, that's pretty heads up. No monster, though, from Moxy's just going to set another back row.
Alright, Scapegoats is gonna take one of the... Well, it's gonna take the hit from Thousand Eyes Restrict.
And now
Doesn't want to dip too low.
This could potentially take a long time to clear these goats.
Yeah, Thousand Eyes also limits the users, or the controllers, attacks as well. Only going to be able to pick off one goat at a time with just Thousand Eyes attacking.
Moxy's still with a Thunder Dragon in the hand as well. Man, it's a good thing that Nobleman hit the Sangan. Tsukiyomi really would be a huge asset to John Wick at this point.
Oh yeah, for sure. Still keeping that Sinister in the graveyard. Are they going to wait? Thinking in standby phase if they want to add or not.
I wouldn't think John Wick. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say if he would keep or does shoot or not because I really don't know. My guess is though, once you see Decrees and you're going second against Chaos Control, you're gonna take out your dust shoots.
I think it's something that because they're going second, they might not want in. I can't say though for sure on how John Wick will think on.
Yeah,
on that.
I could say what I think is standard and but what John Wick will do doesn't necessarily mean it's standard.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna go for torrential play here.
Or would he meta, take the restrict and perhaps tribute for Thunder Dragon, run over the last goat?
Well, he can't summon and summon Thunder Dragon in the same
Oh, that's
turn.
right, that's right. My bad. Torrential would be nice. Creature swap instead.
But he's gonna get a goat.
Okay, it's gonna resolve, it looks like.
Ring the goat.
Ringing on the goat, so we're gonna trade the Serpent for the Thousand Eyes.
I don't know, he could have drawn cards for a while longer. This seems like a lot of stuff to do to get this Thousand Eyes.
Yeah, it's definitely an investment play.
Mm-hmm.
Ring on the other side for John Wick. Gonna dip Moxy's to 3100 and keep his Serpent. Oh, I don't think he could set, right? Didn't he summon Serpent?
Yeah, they need to pause.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay, he took it back.
Wick is gonna use Moxy's Serpent to bring out another Thousand Eyes.
Well, he's probably going to take that back now. So now we know Moxy's has a Thunder Dragon in hand. And we know John Wick now has a meta. He could potentially still just play this meta on the Sinister, knowing that right now he has a 1-star and might not later, but probably not optimal play either.
No. Sinister's gonna pick up another goat. Massis is gonna take the blame for the misplay.
So
Yeah, sorry.
Moxy's does have a monster too, so whatever it is, unless it's Magician of Faith, can probably attack over to get his Serpent back here.
I was in Moxy's DMs telling him what to do. My bad, guys.
Told him to double set.
Yeah.
It was a very strong start this game for John Wick, but hasn't been able to close it out yet. So Moxy's gonna set here knowing that John Wick has a meta in hand. Yeah, I do agree that Moxy should have stalled this game out longer. I mean, it wasn't
Moxy's trying to watch kickoff.
It wasn't a bad play, the ring and creature swap thing, but it wasn't like some amazing move either. He could have bought some time.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, it wasn't the most optimal play.
Like, these goats are still on the field that were there before.
So the set card was Reaper.
The issue now is that he's still going to be able to stall him with the Sinister against the Thousand Eyes.
See if he picks it up this time. He's going to leave it. No, he's going to pick it up.
Don't Copy has been eliminated by Yata, who I believe he will be waiting to take on the winner of Alvarado and Gib Nation.
Be a good match.
Yeah, it looks like
Over to John.
Looks like Carl is waiting for the
Loser of this match.
loser of this match. Yeah.
Tribe Virus on Moxy's side.
That's a pretty big summon.
Alright.
Probably the Sinister set, though. Did he just remove a goat by accident? Or did I missee that? No, it's correct, okay.
Yes.
Magician of Faith was set too, not Sinister, wow.
See what Moxy's opts to get from the graveyard.
So Moxy chose to keep the Sinister in hand rather than the Thunder Dragon? Yeah, like I said a little earlier, Moxy's the one with the better cards left in the deck still.
Mm-hmm.
Still has Heavy Storm, Delinquent Duo, Graceful Charity, Blackluster Soldier.
John Wick still has access to Blackluster Soldier as well.
Yeah, John Wick could still heavy BLS for game.
Yeah.
We don't know what he's been sitting on these turns as with the Thousand Eyes out.
And face Scapegoat.
It's an indication of another scapegoat, maybe. Or another metamorph.
Or a heavy.
Yeah, heavy, just to use it just for value.
Alright. There's the Heavy Storm.
Book gonna block a BLS game
Ooh.
shot And now even if you do have BLS, you gotta decide,
Yeah, pick your poison.
right? Meta here will still be fine.
You could go BLS attack, and then meta take faith. Probably doesn't work.
Another 1,000 eyes on the board. Let's see what John Wick's gonna take tribe. I would assume.
Depends what chaos monster he has,
Yeah.
if any.
Yep.
So does he just pass here now, or drop a BLS next to this? Wait, attack the goat token at least.
Gonna pick up a goat.
Those goats stayed on the board for a long time. It's one of the perks of playing Chaos Control is stalling these games out to get to your better cards.
Get to play more. Nobleman taking out this face down here.
Would be John Wick's own faith? No, Night Assailant.
Can't flip up faith.
Interesting. Does keep in apparently the Night Assailants with the metas package. Or
additional targets for Tsukiyomi, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Decent enough.
Another set card for Moxy's.
John Wick
Over to John Wick.
praying for a Suki.
No attack here. Doesn't want to trigger a flip effect. Now doesn't have a zone to summon a monster to.
Yeah. Potentially 3 Magician of Faiths on the field right now.
There's Faith number 4.
I think Moxy's has at least 2. And yeah, like you said, the board is clogged now, so no Chaos dropping to clean these up. No Tsukiyomi dropping to clean these up.
Can't tribute for Thunder Dragon, all your Thunder Dragons are gone.
No. And you're down in cards in the deck too. So that leaves your outs as Book of Moon, which you have 1 copy of in the grave already. Torrental's gone, Ring is gone. You can't Wing Blast your own Thousand Eyes to get out of the lock. So what's the play? How do you not deck out?
For Moxy's, or no, for
John Wick, other than the 1 Book of Moon.
You need your own book. You need to side in Zabord the Thunder Monarch. Tribute your own guy, pop a goat.
They may have just screwed themselves here.
Did they use Torrential yet?
Yep.
They did, yeah.
Yeah,
so
Torrential was off.
Thing. This is where, if you had Regeki Break, you could at least Regeki token.
Yep.
Desperation. Have an open zone for Chaos Monster. Start picking away at the board.
The never-ending Wing Blast Raigeki Break debate. One down for Moxy's gonna pass it back to John Wick.
Could they Nobleman their own monster? That's a potential spot.
That is.
Nobleman your set monster and then Suki lock from there. Or summon BLS. Yeah, John Wick needs to get to that Book of Moon sooner than later.
But even so, if that's a Faith face down link, what am I getting back?
Heavy? Yeah, I don't. It doesn't get you out of the lock either.
It gets you out of your own lock.
Yeah, that's true.
Pot of Greed doesn't seem very good. Nobleman doesn't seem that good either. Yeah, with Moxy's just setting more guys to the it's getting more complicated for John Wick to deal with. And we're just assuming that this is even a fake to begin with. It could be another Night Assailant if they have it.
They only banished the one. Oh, it's not. There's one banished, one engraved.
Oh, there's one in the grave?
It's gotta be Magician for him to lock himself with a card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, but to assume that Moxy's wasn't gonna like latch onto a lock board.
The double-edged sword with Thousand Eyes is that if you don't have a way to deal with your own Thousand Eyes and break the lock when you can actually finally make that push.
And if you don't break it on your own terms too, you know Moxy's has at least one Magician of Faith set for sure.
Yeah.
And he's up one on the deck out war.
One way he can get out of this is the card destruction.
So if you do... Oh, well, it's going to get more complicated with Thousand Eyes Restrict being after the board. Honestly, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Don't use Thousand Eyes Restrict effect.
Oh yeah, no, Moxy's going for the deck out. So what John Wick needs to do here is then set a card, activate card destruction, and reverse the hold.
If they have card destruction still in the deck, yeah.
Give him the old reverse figure 4.
Yeah, flip it over because it applies pressure when you're the other way. I still don't understand how that works, but then again, I've never been in the figure.
Ooh, another Thousand Eyes.
So Moxy's going all out push for the deck out here.
Moxy said earlier that they're missing football, so I mean, like, they might have football up on one monitor, and it's just like, I don't have to do anything now. I'll just keep clicking draw.
First week of the season, he's just trying to watch the game. So I wonder, with him knowing card destruction not being played, if he'll just leave the Sinister in the graveyard now that he has 2,000 Eyes on the board. Or he can just match hand for hand with John Wick to make sure that he doesn't get reverse figure forward.
Yeah, I mean the Book of Moon play to get out of this is gone now. With the double Thousand Eyes. Heavy Storm being burned already is rough too.
Yeah.
And I believe, did John Wick use MST already too? No, so he didn't use MST yet, so he could still MST like his own card to set more stuff. And Book of Moon would also still open up a spell and trap zone.
It's gonna pass. Back over to Moxy's. 10 cards left in deck for both players. John Wick pitching Deco because he has 7 in hand. Back to Moxy's. 3,000 eyes on the board. 3 tokens. 4 face down. Yeah, you're right, Scully. I don't know what's the line here to try to declutter this field.
I mean, you kind of just can't at this point. It's sort of too far gone.
Well, Moxie gets 8 turns of football, so that's a plus.
Yeah, I mean, players aren't keeping in mind as much the deck out stuff because it's been a whole season almost of it not coming up, but now that Thousand Eyes and Scapegoats are back.
Back with a vengeance, too.
I do love that the cards are back being used again.
Well, at least it was 24 players today. It wasn't a loaded field. Because these games we would have been here all weekend. Would have had to start on Friday.
28 actually.
28.
Yeah. So far the whole tournament isn't held up from this match. There's still a few more going on, but for sure.
Back to John Wick. 5 cards left in deck. Mystical Space Typhoon. Gonna pop the equipped Tribe Infecting Virus. There's the card destruction and the set card. The reverse figure 4 is in effect.
So yeah, I mean this would do it for John. If Moxy doesn't have a discard trap. Is there a Book of Moon still left for? Oh, that doesn't even matter.
It'll need to be a discard or solemn, of course.
Or a Dust Tornado.
Dust Tornado
they
works
couldn't
too.
do Dust Tornado. They
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Field, so they can't Dust Tornado. Made a mistake. They could have played around it. Did they not set Ridiculous? They could have did that. That makes sense.
You actually can't do that anyway.
Yeah.
You have to have an open zone to set with Dust
Right? No,
Tornado.
no, no. They were
Yeah, yeah.
they were showing that they should have just kept it in hand to do that,
Right,
and
right.
not get back to Sinister. So yeah. Jeez, that you called it, Scully. That was John Wick's out, was to reverse the figure four.
Yeah,
And use
the reverse
card
figure
destruction
4.
to get there.
Scully called it. John Wick takes the match over Moxy's.
That's going to lead to Moxy's versus Carl Waite. And John Wick versus DGZ Forever.
Who are we gonna find?
I don't know if either are going to pop up quick, so why don't we take a break?
Sure thing.
Oh, Gift
All
Nation
right.
versus Alvarado's going on right now.
Oh,
Never
we can
mind.
pick that one up.
You guys can feel free to take a break, but I'm going to hop into that one.
No, I'll stick around. It looks like we're in game 3 of this match. Trap Dust Shoot on Alvarado's side. Heavy Storm, Desert Sunlight, Sorcerer, and Tsukiyomi.
Alvarado
And
also still looking for his invite this year.
Tsukiyomi's going back to the deck. Really cool sleeves, Gibbonations.
I'll tell you what's going to be cool sleeves is the World Championship players are all going to have some cool sleeves.
Can't wait to see that.
Oh yeah, they're excellent.
Let's see what Alvarado does here. Start chipping away at that back row.
The Gib Nation plays a pretty unique build with his deck of runs the Wing Blast with the Desert Sunlights and the Chaos Turbo.
This won't be lethal, but it'll put Gibbonation in a really dicey spot. Sangan's gonna go through. Let's see if Deco does. Doesn't a sense. So it's gonna trade with Ring, but gonna put him down to 200 points. One more to the back row, back over to Alvarado. Sangan's lethal. before baiting out a torrential.
I mean, this is a pretty good board to be able to start attacking with. Gib can set the Tsukiyomi to wall these.
Yep. Well, Mirror Force is gonna have him live another turn. Let's see what Alvarado picks up.
Thank you, Mershawn, for the follow.
Exiled Force is going to be added to the hand for Alvarado from Sangin.
Now, what Gib can do is set a Magician of Faith, Sunlight, and get the Pot of Greed back to get around the Exiled. But they gotta get to Magician of Faith first.
That is line. Taking this over, he is down 6,400. So, has to really think these turns through.
Right, 200 comes quick.
Breaker, Rental Tribute gonna get rid of the Spy.
That's interesting. Like, you think you would have saved the Torrential for an Exiled, I guess. Like, what were you afraid of there? Magician into Heavy, I guess? You just lose?
Perhaps.
Yeah, if it was Magician, he could have went flip, get back, Heavy, Exiled, attack for game.
Yep.
But
So Alvarado's gonna...
Not looking good for Gib Nation here.
Not at all. He's
No,
gonna
not
pick
at
up
all.
the Sinister. Sinister was lethal too. Could have just summoned that and swung. Has to respond. Let's see. Picks up the Heavy.
I mean, I think Alvarado's just looking for a card that can get him to a clear game shot. I mean, Sinister would not necessarily do that. Plus, you're committing your whole normal summon to just summoning Sinister. Get rid of that Thunder Dragon that you don't need.
Immature.
This should do it. Unless it's like...
Sangan's gonna come back. A win-win for Alvarado.
Yeah, here's Chaos Sorcerer. Doesn't even need to use a normal summon.
I mean, you might as well put 3 answers on the board, right? Scapegoat's the only thing that he could have.
That's gonna do it.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. That's our Sunlight. It doesn't block an attack in this case.
So we are now going
Right.
to have a rematch from round 1 of Yata Yata versus Alvarado. Yata Yata won 4 matches in a row to get back to Ant here.
Could join the DGZ Forever game versus John Wick.
Sure.
Looks like they just started.
What is this? Winners semifinals?
Yeah, this is winner semifinals. DGZ Forever's got Skill Drain up on the board versus a Spirit Reaper. Trap cards as well.
Just gonna pass the turn. Not agreed on which side.
And this is going to be some interesting top 8 decks today. Still have, I guess I was wrong earlier, we have 11 players remaining right now.
Great night on DG side. I mean, is okay. Go into the Reaper right now.
So
John Wick's gonna spin back the skill drain.
which will keep the Reaper alive and force DGZ to pay another 1,000 if they want to reactivate it again. Gonna ditch a dead dust shoot. And that's a dead draw too. That's a really good card to put on top of a deck.
That's
Oh,
a
for
great
sure.
play. Let's see how John Wick follows up. He's just gonna sit behind the Reaper. Tribe Virus is gonna hit the board.
You have to use the effect here to deal with Big Blade. Starting Night Assailant. Chain Book of Moon. You could not attack here. If you're John Wick, it depends on what your back row is. If you were using the Wing Blast on Skill Drain to save your Spirit Reaper, probably means that you don't have like a Sakuretsu armor. You could get aggressive and switch your Spirit Reaper to attack mode and try to attack to get that card out of the hand because you know that they're just going to be drawing the skill drain. However, that is super, super aggressive and may not work. It could just backfire hugely for you. John Wick is going to decide to go to the battle phase, and it would have backfired really, really big if they decided to switch that Spirit Reaper to attack mode. Because DGZ Forever had a Mirror Force.
Well, draws into the skill drain. Mobius is gonna come down to the board, distributing Blade Knight.
Main deck Mobius.
Wing Blast is gonna spin the Mobius. Recycle the Night Assailant in the process. So back-to-back draws will be Skill Drain and Mobius. No, wait, Solemn Judgment. On DG side.
Yeah, so that skill drain's going to be really big next turn here.
It'll turn the Reaper into vanilla.
Is there a reason that they're frozen here?
Potty break.
Oh, I see. So he's
when
gonna
you
be able.
gotta go, you gotta go.
So he's gonna be able to go skill drain, attack over the Reaper still, right?
Next turn, yeah.
Is it? Oh, it's John Wick's turn right now.
It's DG's.
Yeah, they just didn't end turn until now.
Yeah, it'll be John Wick's turn now. Yeah.
I see. Gotcha. Yeah, so if John Wick can answer the skill drain again, then the Reaper's looking good for a little while. I feel like John Wick never has Tsukiyomi when he needs it. Not that it's a good answer to a skill drain set, but... Oh wow, no back row at all.
Yeah, skill drain's gonna flip up here.
I don't know why you end phase it.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
I literally drew a reason to not end phase it with the warrior lady.
Don't think I would have set the Night Assailant.
That is a
More-
strange set.
It's more valuable in the hand.
And you have that many life points to play with
Yeah.
anyway. Did he forget?
Definitely take a
Did he
hit.
forget about the skill drain?
I don't think he did. He wanted Graceful Heavy Snatch.
Like, who
I
doesn't
think he
want
did either.
graceful heavy snatch?
Did spin it too, so.
Jar players.
Gonna run over the warrior lady for 100 points. Kamun's a good one.
Yeah, that could be enough to get board presence back.
We're gonna
Yeah.
punch the breaker in the face first.
Mhm.
So
So
John Wick's gotta have another monster. Deal with this up. Face down Mobius.
Tsukiyomi could awkwardly do it.
Awkwardly is the right word for that. Thunder Dragon cannot.
Well, setting that Night Assailant did save 2400 damage earlier from going through, right?
Yes,
That was a light, so that does turn
likes to work with.
chaos on.
Sorcerer.
Will it be able to follow up from the Book of Moon? Air Force is gone already. You gotta attack. I guess the question is, do you put something next to it?
Decided
Rough.
not to.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't have anything big enough.
I don't think they have anything but Thunder Dragons, and who knows what the last card is.
Hate to see it. Wasted Book of Moon. 18 and 24. Oh, that's a lethal board next turn, so John Wick has to have an answer.
Snatch Steal would be huge.
Yeah. Even Brain Control will get the job done. But to an extent.
Okay, dumping this isn't gonna let you summon a Chaos Monster, though.
Yeah, well,
Oh yeah, Skill Drain. Duh.
Hey, a Skill Drain's on the board.
Silly me. Is it BLS?
Wow.
It is.
A deal with the Mobius.
Who do you attack, Messis? What is attacking Kaiku bring him down to?
1050. Oh, yeah, 1050.
Guess you hit the Mobius then.
Yeah, I'm hitting the
And if
Mobius.
you got like a set of spy here
Yeah.
next to it or something.
yeah,
I'm hit-
I think I hit Mobius regardless.
Serpent.
Yeah, so we're seeing the non-synergy come into play here of Skill Drain and Kaiku.
So 450 will do it on John Wick's end.
A little short for Reaper. Or
And
Sinister,
Serpent.
rather.
Yeah.
And Reaper too, I guess.
He's gonna go for it anyway. Push him to 150.
Now this is actually risky, because now... Well, it's still only 2,700 if he does rip the BLS. And then Sinister's enough for game. So yeah, no, that's good.
I think GZ's took 50 extra damage. Okay.
Don't
Gonna
ask
be-
us.
Well, I think it's 15 even. 1550.
Yeah, there's no reason there should be a 50 in there. I don't
Yeah.
think if it matters, we'll
Well, yeah.
bring it up. Did you guys lose connection or just me?
Lagged a little
I
bit.
don't see anything going on. I can click on the screen.
I'm
There's
back now.
lag.
Yeah.
So there was a lag on everyone's end.
Oh, I just lost connection.
DG scooped, so we're going to game
always
2.
happens to the person who's streaming the event. Just getting booted out of the dueling book. It happens to me every
It happens to you very often, I know. So, John Wick gonna take the first game. So if he didn't flip that skill drain during the end phase, then the Night Assailant probably would have cost him, so yeah. Skill Drain definitely one of the crazier cards ever printed in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Definitely.
It's a pretty good one. A lot of interesting interactions that it brings up as well. Makes use of face up, face down, stuff like that.
So in loser side, we still have Carl Waite, Phil, Alefia, Anthony Alvarado, Mark Field, and waiting for the winner of this match is Wen Ordo, aka Duck Duck Goose. Carl Waite did knock Moxy's out of the event. DGZ Forever gonna start this one off. JD Zilla in chat said this music absolutely slaps. Yeah, this is by the Heatley Bros. So gonna turn one, summon a Banisher of Light.
He's gonna point the finger.
Not a card we see super often in GOAT format. We did actually see John Wick run it before in a tournament.
I've experimented with it before. Used to use it in some of my previous versions of the Hino deck. So when I connected with Hino, they would banish their hand instead.
One of the few cards where you wish it was level 4 instead of level 1. Or level 3 rather.
Actually, being able to combine it with Gravity Bind is pretty sweet.
Yeah, but being able to combine it with level limit would be even sweeter.
True.
Turn 1, put it in defense, face up.
It's really cool that it has at least 100 attack because it can beat a GOAT token. You could always use Stumbling.
But then you'd have to put Stumbling in your deck.
Scully, you're just always killing my vibe. Double Dust Tornado got the banished Duo and Mirror Force.
Actually pretty good that Wick did just play that Duo because it would have hit nothing.
Yeah.
Wick needs to see a spy or something to hold off this for a while.
Always loved the illustration on Banisher of the Light. Such a cool looking card.
He's pointing the finger. You! Get rid of all your cards. Get them out of here.
Good interaction with Shining Angel too, if it can live.
Yeah, searchable by Shining Angel. Gonna banish Thunder Dragon.
Gonna have to be
more.
Banished due to Banisher.
Yeah, Thunder Dragon can activate because you just need to discard it.
It's the tribute monster that you can get with Shining Angel. It's a dragon.
Different dimension dragon.
Yeah, dragon from a different dimension, something like that.
That's the one, right? Yeah.
Like it can't be targeted, or it doesn't die for anything that's like bigger than it. I forget.
I think anything like with 1900 or more doesn't kill it.
Yeah.
It dying to Kaiku is like its biggest flaw.
True.
Or Breaker or Warrior Lady.
Good against Blade Knight. Blade Knight.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Duo here is gonna.
This Banisher's putting in work though.
Hit a Thunder Dragon and a Chaos Sorcerer.
Those graveyards are clean.
I mean, yeah, I guess you keep a Thunder Dragon here because you need a light eventually for your Chaos. And that Sorcerer is just not doing anything. Because you still gotta out the Banisher at some point.
Yeah, the Warrior Lady's the bigger issue at the moment.
Yeah, that Warrior Lady's just gonna swing in with that
a Snatch Steal to clear these up would be nice, right?
Road Decree's a good start. but
Oh, solemn.
we're gonna hit him with God's judgment.
A lot of fingers being pointed in this match.
Yeah, 1 from Vanisher, and 10 from our friend Solemn.
Stop the charity too.
And we know one of these is a Thunder Dragon in hand.
Ooh, card destruction. Follow up. The Dragon in meta for 2 new cards for Wick. Jesus losing a swordsman. And there's a lag.
Yeah, it's lagging for my end here.
I don't think DG's pitched the rest of his cards. At least not, that I missed. I only saw
It looks like
swordsman.
it's working on stream, but it's not showing up on my
Yeah, not on my end either.
view.
Kinetic Soldier.
All right, that will. Is that enough?
That'll do it, right? 33. Yeah, 1850.
Wow.
Wow.
100 points.
Kinetic Soldier is a strong card.
I love it. I feel like people really slept on it, saying that it wasn't good against Warriors anymore.
But without the skill darks anymore, maybe start to creep and play more.
Yeah, I mean, the other issue was obviously too the Ninja Grandmaster is on the decline as well, so
Yeah.
when that card is being played in multiples, I get why Kinetic lost his luster. So that's going to do it for winners semifinals, and that will leave us with John Wick versus Duck Duck Goose in the winners finals. And this tournament is starting to clean up. Carl Waite will be taking on Alephia in losers semifinals. And right now Mark Field is taking on Anthony Alvarado in losers quarterfinals.
We still have to get that Alephia match for Masses.
I would like to see one.
Let's see, are they playing right now? No, they're not up yet right now either. I guess we'll hop into Yata versus Alvarado until these other matches get going. And we will keep an eye out for when winners finals starts up.
Let's do it. So we're joining in here at the end of game 2. Players low on life.
Alvarado up a game, is attacking with Sangan into one back row. It's a tricky spot though. I mean, like,
Loses to a sorcerer or BLS.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh wow, goat to block.
go to block is buy Yata some time.
Gonna duo himself down to 600. Okay.
All up to the top deck.
Lots of stuff that you could draw there. But apparently not an answer.
No, just gonna pass.
Must have drew like a nobleman or something? Like what is that dead that you're keeping it in your hand there?
What an exhale for Alvarado.
Yeah, that's gotta be like Nobleman.
Yeah, and Yata hasn't played Charity yet, so you don't want to set a card that you're absolutely you're absolutely not going to activate it if you haven't played it yet.
I'll banish a light and dark. BLS. This will clear all the tokens. So Yata needs to find a card here off the top.
A set 2.
Yeah, one of them's probably a bluff because they didn't use it last turn, unless it was a goat and they just didn't want to open it up to removal because they couldn't use goat.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Man, that BLS though,
Yeah, that is a
well timed.
that is quite the card.
Alvarado also opted to leave that Sangan in attack mode too.
Was just thinking that, and all 3 metas were used already, so top deck meta. If it was the goats, wouldn't have been lethal, but yeah, it paid off for him. So all the goats were gone. I was gonna have to deal with a new batch of goats.
It looks like now he's ready to put Sangan in defense.
Yeah.
Now Snatch isn't even game.
So no more metas in the deck. That should still be nice.
Winners finals has started, but we're going to finish this duel before we jump over. Alvarado is the one who knocked Yata Yata into loser's bracket to begin with.
Tsukiyomi. Was the bluff to knock? Was. Gonna deal with BLS.
Do you attack face down now?
Oh man, I don't know.
I guess you gotta.
He is. It's a deco. One off the board for 1 in the hand. So it has 2 goats.
So Yata could still draw something like Snatch Steal to get out of this.
Ooh.
And this isn't going to be enough for game either.
No, that
It's gonna put this
early
thing in
goat
back.
really did a lot of work here for Yata Yata staying in the game.
It's gonna come down
Alright.
to this draw here. Well, I mean, the Suki does block for a whole nother turn still.
Tsukiyomi and a new draw. It's a spell or trap.
Both players use ring already.
Air Force is also gone. On Yata's side.
No sorcerer
Unstocked.
played yet. Oh no, he's got 2 banished already from Alvarado. Spies are gone.
Like he said, the Tsukiyomi will buy him another turn.
He's gonna have to draw like BLS next turn. He still has Graceful Charity in deck. Could have Sakuretsu set.
Could. There's one in the grave already.
Yeah, or even a Solemn on the Sewer Priest would be okay.
Yeah, 150. So get rid of the Sora is a nice trade. Summon is good. Geki break. Tsukiyomi. Ditched the Book of Moon and it was Heavy Storm.
That'll do it.
Yep.
So we're gonna jump over to winners finals here. Still game 1.
Yeah, Alvarado just storming through the loser side of the bracket here.
So game 1 of winners finals. John Wick and Duck Duck Goose.
So some sort of interaction with Book of Moon on Gravekeeper's guard, chaining Phoenix and Wing Blast targeting the guard. That's what it's looking like, because John Wick seems to be attacking here.
He's in the battle phase. I think that's the right interaction. Solemn Judgment on Duck Duck Goose's side. To take care of that Wing Blast. So this is going to resolve. You're right, Masses. Deco into Gravekeeper's Guard. Lose 500.
Bounce Sangan back. Don't want to give them the opportunity to reset.
Both of these players are looking for the World's Invite still.
And it's only the winner is going to earn an invite, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so winner of Grand Finals here will earn their spot at the World Championships, or if they already have a World Championship invite, they will earn points for top seeding.
I think the only person left with an invite
Is Aleph
and
Carl?
Oh, I think just Pete left. No, they're both still in it. Playing each other.
Graceful Charity on Wick's side. A lot of options to discard.
Do you have the double? The
Double Night Assailant.
Double.
My oh my.
Draw 3 for free.
Ten in hand for John Wick. +2 on the board.
That's a lot of cards here.
Distributing the deco for Thunder Dragon.
Turns on a Chaos Monster. And when you've got this many cards up against your opponent, you can start doing stuff like this.
Yep. You have more resources. The Sorcerer is going to come down, banish the guard. If you see a Book of Moon.
Book of Moon would be pretty good here, because now...
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it walls out the Thunder Dragon. Oof.
Oh, man.
When you have this many cards.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You just throw stuff on the board and something's gonna stick. Ooh.
And a card destruction follow-up. Sheesh.
It's already used a normal summon though, so he's looking for another Chaos. And what a card destruction! Gonna get a BLS.
Wasn't live, though.
Oh, even the Massachusetts spelling of discard hand works.
Discard.
Discard. Speaking of Massachusetts, my Patriots play at 4:20. 25 kickoff.
We did catch up for this bracket. Only got losers. Losers semis are going on right now, and winners finals is going on right now. So to play some catch up, I'm glad.
Another Chaos Monster coming down for John Wick. This time it's BLS.
Man, what? I was gonna say, what is he? Does he? We know. I don't think he plays Solemn. That was pretty reckless.
Oh.
Now he only has 7 cards left.
Yeah, go
8
figure.
rather. But those are big. Those are your threats that you just lost there. So
Yeah.
if Duck Duck like has some scapegoats or something, it could really stall this game back out still.
John Wick called the Pot of Greed. So Duck Duck Goose has to plus wherever he could here, claw back in the game.
I think he was calling his own greed of playing
Yeah.
the PLS is what he meant.
Oh, okay. Thought he predicted the Pot of Greed top.
Now that
Right either way.
that BLS was greedy. That was a Wario play.
Yeah, and he did have, that was 39 on the board if he just would have swung with Sorcerer and Thunder Dragon. Put Duck Duck Goose in a really tight spot.
Well, Sorcerer couldn't attack.
He did get an attack. Here's a duo on Duck Duck Goose's
If he
side.
hits Night Assailant, it's gonna be useless. No, but
Faith.
still gonna have the Night Assailant to get back the faith.
Yep.
I mean, not a big deal that he went for it, considering how many cards he's up, but
Don't give your opponent too much life.
yeah, you don't want to give him that wiggle room
Yeah.
to get a game that you should be running away with, right? Now, if he's got
Absolutely.
Wing Blast here, well, he didn't. Guess not. Wow, all those cards, and that's what John Wick had to do. But like we said, once you lose the BLS,
Yep. We're gonna see a Faith on Duck Duck Goose's side. See what he picks up.
Pot of Greed's my guess.
Yep. See if it resolves.
I don't think we've seen Solemns from John Wick today.
Heavy Storm to follow up.
He had the Wing Blast?
Wow.
Wow.
That is a misstep, I think.
Yeah.
Did
The
Duck
Faith
Duck
go
just-
back in hand?
I saw it went in hand, not to the top, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely went to the hand. To go back on top of the deck, especially now if he's gonna use Graceful.
That or you just only draw 2 cards.
Oh no, he
Okay.
drew the 3. Yeah, we have to stop.
I did message him.
Yeah. I think John Wick caught it. So do we just put everything back, reshuffle
Just the last round
Faith on
card.
top?
Yeah, just the last drawn card and then
The
shuffle.
last one. Makes sense.
Because we know that one of the top cards should be the Faith.
So did Duck Duck Goose shuffle his hand?
It doesn't make a difference.
Alright. Okay. Alright. Last card on top was instructed. Okay, we're gonna play.
Yeah, man, this is crazy how much John Wick has let Duck Duck get back into this game.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't see why you didn't Wing Blast. That wasn't the newly set card, right? He could have Wing Blast last turn.
this
Right.
kind of shows you that, like, a lot of people think this format is about card advantage, and it is to an extent. But you could have, like, all the cards in the world and still not be able to win somehow, you know?
He did card destruction, Duck Duck's BLS as well, though, so they're kind of in the same boat of not having the heavy hitters.
Yeah, not having big threats. But still has stuff like Nobleman of Crossout can be able to deal with this set monster.
And Duck Duck has a Magician back now.
Nobleman picked up Magician of Faith.
Yeah, that's very important because we know that the Magician's in the hand.
Yeah.
So the others are going to get banished, but we still have one in play for Duck Duck's side.
Torrential tribute play was huge. This is how we got here. Follow up the Nobleman with a set monster and pass. Set for John Wick. Back over to Goose. Hey guys, the chat is asking if they can take a look at the bracket.
Someone could post a link to him. I'm not gonna go off the game right now. I wonder what Duck Duck is digging for here.
See, I'm gonna give him some more options here. Response to John Wick's T set.
I guess maybe a Tsukiyomi, but like you could have nobleman here.
Yeah. Something to support the faith. So Goose pitches Sinister and Spy. Hey, you were right, Scully. It's Tsukiyomi. Flip the faith. Hit into a Reaper. One face down. Tsukiyomi back in hand and back over to John Wick.
Wick needs a nobleman here.
Needs to deal with this faith.
Another, if they could wing blast it, would be fine too, but already 2 burned.
Let's see. Hey, if this faith resolves, what are you picking up here? Are you getting the nobleman?
I think it's definitely
Gonna keep-
resolving.
Yeah.
Heavy. Just so you can reset your Suki. I don't think I'm too afraid of John Wick's set monster. I mean, I guess it could be the other Night Assailant, so you do have to deal with it.
Yeah. John Wick asking for target. Let's see what
Does John Wick
decides to pick
still
up.
have John Wick still has Torrential.
Gonna opt for Graceful Charity.
Still digging. Maybe trying to get to a second Chaos Sorcerer?
Perhaps. If this game goes into a deck out war, he's on the wrong end of it.
Yeah, I don't really see that happening though.
I don't either, but let's see. See what he's digging for. Oh, it's Goose with all the options in hand. Discard.
Crazy how much the tables have turned this game.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's at one point John Wick had like 10 cards to like Duck Duck's 2. Now it's almost 10 cards on Duck Duck's side to John.
Yeah.
Johnson's got a lot of cards here. He's got 8 cards, but
Right, I mean, Duck Duck's digging. Probably gonna have some Solemns now to back up the Suki lock.
yeah, I mean it's been a swingy game.
Like, I guess you Graceful here because you can potentially get to like a Solemn and a Nobleman. And Sorcerer to deal with Reaper. Wow.
Oh, jeez. That's a good one.
Late game dust shoot. Gonna give John Wick some info. Tsukiyomi back to the deck.
So I guess this is why we're seeing why Duck Duck was still digging, because his hand at the end of Graceful still not the best. And the Suki's gonna go back. So Breaker can clear the last back row, and then you can drop Sorcerer, and you have a Wing Blast to put behind it. That kind of puts you in the, like, I just used all my good cards position, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe a Solemn already. If you have a Solemn already set too, though, then I think that's a great play.
Well, he dug through almost 3/4 of the deck, so. See what Goose.
Could also have 2 Book of Moons gone already. The set card could be the 3rd book. Bottomless gonna catch the Breaker. Now, do we know how many Magician of Faith John Wick plays? Is it? I feel like it's 3, right? Could this last set be Magician? It could be the Night Assailant.
It could be Night Assailant. Let's see here. Yeah, it could be Night Assailant Dekoichi. I don't think they play Spy, right? Or is the other Dekoichi gone? Yeah, I think the other Dekoichi's gone. Never mind. So it can't be Faith. Oh, it could be Faith. It could be the 3rd Faith. They only banished 2.
And Carl has defeated Alephia. So Night Assailant being set would be good here. It could be a Dekoichi, I guess. Wait, he already summoned, right? He summoned Breaker.
Magician of Faith on John Wick's side. Goose says he has a response.
Yeah, they do have a Wing Blast in hand, or that they could have set.
So it's just the amount of time.
Yeah, I was giving Duck Duck a warning, so I just told him it is fine. And I already messaged John Wick, so I don't know what his issue is.
So Wing Blast is going to spin back the would have been Magician of Faith.
The third faith.
Yep. Heavy Storm to follow. And trade with Duck Duck Goose's back row.
Oh wow, and it was the Book of Moon.
Book of Moon to put the Faith back down. Two back row and a face down monster. Gonna pass it over to Goose.
So what are the cards we know that Duck Duck has?
Thunder Dragons, right? There'll be two more in hand. Faith face down for Goose. With a plethora of options in the graveyard to get. Storm, Knock, Pot, Graceful, Hook.
Potentially drew a Solemn Judgment.
Yeah. I mean, Duck Duck Goose literally can enter the board whatever side of the board he wants with this Faith alone. Gonna opt for Nobleman.
Yeah, just deal with the face down.
Trap does shoot. In response for John Wick, let's see what he plucks out of the hand. Got Spy, Spy, Thunder Dragon, Sinister, and Snatch.
So still not a game-winning hand here.
No, by any means. Let's see what John Wick decides to put back in the deck. It's an option between three monsters.
You could put a Thunder Dragon back just to make him have to draw it later. But I guess Spy's the most live card.
Yeah. That'll leave Goose with Snatch, Sinister, and two Thunder Dragons.
But the Nobleman is going to catch the Night Assailant.
Yep.
So John Wick does have to deal with this Sorcerer. Still has Mirror Force and Torrential Tribute.
Let's see what Goose decides to do here. Snatch, Sinister, 2 Thunder Dragons in hand.
And the Suki's back in the deck too, so that could, if there is reason to put the to leave the Magician like on the board.
Yeah.
And yeah, this other Thunder Dragon should be in their hand, right?
So it should be 2 Thunder Dragons, Snatch, and Sinister. Before he picked up the knock.
And he should have 2 Thunder Dragons, right?
It should be 2 Thunder Dragons.
Okay, that's
Sinister Serpent.
that's what he's confused on. And John Wick's asking if he shuffles because we know his card was put on top.
A lot going on.
From the Wing Blast, he does shuffle even though he has no more Knight Assailants.
It was from the Nobleman.
Right, yeah, he shuffles because of the
the
Nobleman.
Noble.
Because even though he has no more Knight Assailants.
Still got the shuffle. Alright, so let's see what Goose follows up here after the Nobleman.
I think you just attack with the Sorcerer and switch the Faith to defense, right?
That will be my line of play. Like you said, Torrential and Mirror Force are still not played on John Wick's side, so.
No ring from either player yet.
Or Ring. I'll leave them both in attack mode.
I don't see why you'd leave the Faith in attack mode.
Well, it's not like he can get BLS.
You could get ringed and then attacked over Faith for game.
Well, here's
Maybe
the ring.
happening now.
I guess he could still tribute summon.
Yeah, that you cannot leave this Faith with John Wick knowing your hand vulnerable. So in phase 2, we'll most likely see a set Thunder Dragon.
It's actually gonna be a tough position for John Wick now to.
If you were gonna do that, wouldn't you just tribute summon first?
Well, he wasn't thinking about ring.
Yeah,
I also
clearly.
go Torrential.
Yeah, he was worried about Torrential. Let's see. If you tribute set it, there's a Nobleman in the deck. If you tribute summon it, you lose. You can just lose to Snatch Steal.
I think I'm setting. Yep. So the set Thunder Dragon on main phase 2 back over to John Wick, who has knowledge of Goose's cards and 2 cards in hand. And just see a set monster back over to Goose.
John Wick running low on monsters. Both players potentially still have a Sorcerer, right? You think they both play 2?
There's 2 wasted on
Most
Goose's
common
side.
thing to run is 2 sorcerers.
Yeah. Goose already used both of his.
Oh yeah, so John Wick with, I guess, some more fire left in his deck.
Perhaps Wick has one more sorcerer floating around in those 13, if it's not in his hand.
They both have to play around Snatch Steal.
Yeah. Right, so Thunder Dragon's gonna get flipped up from Goose's side.
And his other card is Sinister, Thunder Dragon, Snatch Steal, and new card. Maybe
He's
gonna
gonna
Spy.
Ooh, into a spy.
Take 400.
Goose goes down to 300, and another spy is gonna hit the board for John Wick.
Wow, setting a monster here, potentially a big misplay, because now you do lose to something attacking over the Thunder Dragon. Breaker could just attack right over it for game.
Right.
Yeah.
Hasn't been played yet. Sorcerer.
Sorcerer's a good one too.
But is that the third Faith set for Duck Duck?
That card for John Wick immediately flipped with an MST. That's gonna take care of a Wing Blast.
Imagine he summons Breaker for game here now.
Oh, that'll be.
Or Sorcerer. Why would you wait to Why would you MST at that point?
Yeah, I would have opened the door for John Wick.
But is this a third Faith set?
Man.
He's not looking at the grave. Looking at the banished. We know he has a Snatch Steal.
Now they're looking at the grave.
Yeah, I guess you gotta figure what's left in your deck that even with a Faith gets you out of this spot.
Tribe?
I was just about to say that. I was looking at the grave to see if
set again.
Another set. Switch the TD to defense mode.
The new one is probably the Faith. John Wick still has Nobleman in deck.
On to the last few cards in deck. John Wick's gonna set one. And a monster. Pass it back over to Goose. Goose is not gonna make these last 300 easy.
John Wick is up in the Deco game, but if Duck Duck has another Faith, then anything could happen. He's got to have a boatload of spies, though, right? There's only one in grave, unless he plays 2 spy, 1 guard.
And we're gonna see another set on Goose's side and the back row. Just one more back row for John Wick. Back over to Goose. 3 face down, a face up Thunder Dragon.
It's still a third set now. Even if you flip the Faith, I don't know what you do.
It all depends on his hand. There's plenty of spell cards to choose from.
Tribe, I think, you guys are right, is the card that he needs to get to.
Tribe will be nice. It's gonna end the turn. Back over to Goose. Sorry, back over to John Wick. Gonna flip over the Serpent. Activate Torrential Tribute.
Wow, so John Wick's gonna go for a game shot here.
Yeah.
That's what
And it's
looking
gonna
like.
resolve.
We have resolves here.
And Duck hasn't played a second or third Solemn Judgment yet.
Spy and Reaper. Looking at the grave, gonna banish the light and dark. Looks like just gonna summon Chaos Sorcerer. If this gets solemned, could torrential play could backfire.
Here's the Sork. The summon is good.
He still has Mirror Force.
Yeah, Mirror Force could do it.
Ring of Destruction.
Not enough.
That's
Wow.
not enough.
Damn.
Crazy back and forth game
What
one.
a game.
Great game one. John Wick's gonna take the first one.
See how these players adjust for game two. Looks like both of them are on some sort of Chaos Turbo. I mean, we know that John Wick is siding the
Control engine.
control engine. Don't think we saw Duck play earlier, have we?
No, I don't think so. So that is an advantage for Duck that John Wick has been on stream most of the day. But John Wick's matches took so much longer that Duck was able to like fly through his side of the bracket while John Wick was still playing.
Yeah. Some interesting card choices on Duck's side, in the side deck specifically. I don't think some of them will be relevant in this matchup. One of them definitely will be coming in. Take a look at John Wick's side.
That is crazy that Duck had 8 cards left with 2 Solemn Judgments left in the deck, unless he only plays 1. Which, I mean, we've seen people do, but...
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's going to be on John Wick, because we saw, like, before, they did have the side into the control package. We'll see if that comes in and makes a difference here. Especially because the game seemed to be going long in the first place. Even with the massive advantage that John Wick was able to establish early on. Duck held in there, got some advantage of their own.
Speaking of advantage, going to open up with Pot of Greed.
Yeah, always love to see that in your opening 6.
Love it. A T set here and pass it over to John Wick.
And losers semifinals right now is a skill drain versus skill drain deck.
Skill Drain Mirror. We all predicted.
Well, it's not a mirror match quite, but
Plays a key role in both users' decks.
yeah.
MST on the Scapegoat. Back over to Goose. It's gonna pitch Thunder Dragon.
So John Wick has sided in to this goat control package almost every game we've seen.
Yeah. 2 more dragons added to Goose's hand. Flip over a Gravekeeper Spy. Gonna fetch him one of those too.
A lot of +1s from Duck Duck's side. Pot of Greed, Spy, Thunder Dragon. But they have to be turned into real value.
Yep. Oh, Nobleman's a good one.
That's a way to get
Let's
it
do it.
going.
Yeah, gonna get aggressive here on Duck Duck's end. Swinging for at least 24. See if they summon another monster. Or they could replace the Spy with Thunder Dragon and turn their Chaos on.
And Goat's set with Magician, signaling a probably weak hand from John Wick.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't say it, yeah.
Gotta
No
banish
fate.
the rest of them here. Whoa, only banishing 1 Fate.
Oh, man. Alright, so 24. And Goose's side is going to bring Wick to 56. And Wick's saying he has 1 in hand.
Well, I think
Or one
he's saying Duck
on
Duck has
Goose.
1 in hand.
On 1 in hand on his side, yeah.
Although John Wick may as well, since he only banished 2, not 3.
A very revealing Nobleman of Crossout without searching the decks. Back over to John Wick. Staring down 2 spies and a face down monster. There's the tribe. Wish you would have saw him last game. Works just as good here. A pitch matter to pick up the 2 spies. Make that a spy in a book. One's going face down.
That's rough. We know Duck Duck has plenty more targets in deck.
Tribe's gonna hit in the other direction, and it's a faith. Get back Pot of Greed. Ooh, card destruction on the follow-up for John Wick. Get rid of the Pot of Greed, but also the 2 Thunder Dragons out
Oh,
of
wow.
Goose's hand.
And the Night Assailant, at least, though, will grab the Faith back for John Wick. So pretty
Yeah.
good card destruction there.
Both players.
Sucks you hit Thunder Dragons on him, but at least you got the Pot of Greed out of hand.
Yeah, can stop the bleeding that way.
John Wick now has the only Magician of Faith left in the game.
Let's see if he has something to put in the back row here behind Tribe. Graceful Charity. Gonna dig a little deeper into the deck. He picked up the second Night Assailant. I'm gonna ditch Tribe and Magician of Faith. I'm gonna give him a light in the dark. Make that a set of 2. Thunder Dragon's gonna follow up after that. Ditch him 2 more.
So what is he thinking on? He's looking at the extra deck. Has to be
Well, we
a
know-
Metamorphosis play here.
We know it's spy set.
I don't
Are you?
see a way that
do
you
you-
could like
Do you need
game
to?
him.
Oh, say, do you need a meta for a game shot?
Does he have a Thunder Dragon left? So no, doesn't have that.
All 3 Thunder Dragons are in the grave.
Spy can get the 3rd spy. If you have BLS, isn't that just game?
Yeah.
14, 44,
If he
yeah.
has Snatch Steal.
24 and 16 is 4,000.
Yeah, that's 4,000, and then you make Darkfire if you have the meta.
Or you have a normal summon.
If you have a normal
Or
summon, you normal
if you
summon
normal-
and just kill them.
Yeah. Has to be 16 or more.
Yeah, putting it in attack, so I think they're making a push.
And try to even up this series. Do you have a Chaos Monster? Goose does. Sorcerer who hits the board.
Was probably looking to see what level 6 options they might have. You can banish this here and then use meta to turn it into Darkfire Dragon. This will turn off the graveyard for John Wick.
Yeah.
Which is
Not
probably,
Darkfire Dragon, Dark Blade.
Well, you could also summon
Yeah.
summon and attack for game too, right?
23, 24.
If he's get-
Has to
that's-
do. Won't be game.
Yeah, it's not game.
Let's
If he-
see. He's
If he normal summons anything with 1,000, it's game.
If he normal summons a monster with 1,000, he will have game.
44, 44.
This is 46 on board.
This is 46.
Yeah. Yeah, this will turn off the graveyard too. This pick of 3.
So yeah, no normal summon.
46.
John
Put
Wick
John
already
Wick.
burned Tribe, Graceful, and Card Destruction, so probably gonna be tough to get out of this spot.
Yeah. Who saw a lot more cards too. Dug into the deck a little more. So Dark Blade's gonna take care of the graveyard. There's a Faith, a Spy, Thunder Dragon. So Faith Assailant. Taking on the Spy.
Yeah, you want to leave the Thunder because he has more Thunders in hand.
Yeah. No Darks now. Whoa.
Probably should have duoed first.
Yeah, that's a misplay.
Yeah, that is.
Because this will set up Darks in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Potentially, we don't know. There might not even be a Dark in the graveyard, or a Dark that in John Wick's hand.
There's one. His name was Chaos Sorcerer.
Yeah, so BLS now, live.
And dangerous. Well, Thunder Dragon's the other card. Wow. So he did have a summon. Wasn't over 1,000.
What did he even play that it could be? All of his magicians are gone.
Maybe Night Assailant?
I guess. I think John Wick's just trying to see some more cards right now.
Yeah, let's see, why not? Comes Breaker. Summon is good. Acid Trap Hole on the Assailant to pop the Breaker.
Okay.
That is certainly a play.
Wow. So that's going to even up the series. We're going to go to game 3.
That is not something I thought would happen in this game. But here we are.
A cool thing you could do with that is use it on your own Spy.
Yeah, kill it, but just replace itself.
If they were gonna like Nobleman it. I mean, you could also do it to like force your Magician of Faith effect to go off too.
I think it was fine there because they
got to protect their other card.
They were protecting their other card and clearing the breaker at the same time.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wouldn't Desert Sunlight serve the same purpose without losing the monster?
Well, you can also use this on your opponent's monster.
Yeah, that's the reason why you're playing it. Is just to like, it's a way that's like, it's like a mind control kinda. Like, not really, but
I don't think that's a good comparison. It's more comparable to like a really bad Nobleman.
But like mind control is sort of like a knock in a way, where you're taking a face down.
It's like
in that spot, you're denying them the flip.
It's in between a Desert Sunlight and a
Nobleman. Yeah.
Nobleman.
Yeah. Somewhere in there.
Definitely not the pick I would have made in the side, but
hey, to see got a cameo.
Yeah, glad to see it on stream.
All right, so John Wick's gonna open up game 3 with Pot of Greed. Shout out to Grinding Goat Format, really dope YouTube channel. One of my favorites online. Trap Dust Shoot on the standby phase on John Wick end.
Strong opening hand, Pot of Greed, does shoot, but Duck does have Duo, Faith, Sorcerer, Thunder Dragon, Sinister. Ooh, and double Thunder Dragon. That is rough.
Yeah.
That is brutal.
I think we put back the Faith here.
Duo proof hand, but man.
But not dust shoot proof.
Yeah, it depends on John Wick's hand what you put back here. Like, if he could just set everything after he gets duoed. Okay.
All right. John Wick resolving the dust shoot. 2 Thunder Dragons, Sinister, Duo, and Sork in hand. Trying to bait Goose to not play the Duo. So we're going to recycle the Thunder Dragon, get the last one out of the deck. Comes the Duo. It's Magician and Deco puts the light and dark in John Wick's graveyard.
So did
Yeah,
John
gonna set
Wick?
the Sinister.
Did John Wick set another Faith turn 1 anyway? Or is it a bluff?
It's a spy.
Not really a bluff, but understandable why you want to set Spy before Faith, of course.
Oh yeah, when you're gonna see their hand too.
Yeah, not expecting them to have Duo. Graceful Charity, huge card here for John Wick.
Goose could use one of those Graceful Charities too with the hand he has.
That's for sure.
Yeah, digging for a Nobleman here to get rid of that Sinister forever. Discarding Thunder Dragon. Oh. Sure. Oh. Also sure. So this is just game.
I think he still needs a normal summon, right?
No. That's a Sinister Serpent face down. You just attack twice.
Yeah, that'll do it.
So John Wick, off of a sick turn of Pot of Greed into Dust Shoot, crushing the hand of Duck Duck Goose here. Duo just didn't matter, and drawing into a game shot here with Graceful Charity. Gonna move him over to the grand finals here, one step closer to earning his invite.
And DGZ
Meanwhile,
Forever just knocked out Carl Waite, so now Duck Duck is gonna take on DGZ in the losers finals.
yeah. All right. Just waiting here for these duelists to get ready.
So top 8 looks like it is... Let's see, John Wick is on Chaos Turbo, siding into Chaos Control. DGZ Forever is on Skill Drain Beatdown. When Ordo was on Chaos Turbo. Carl White was also on Skill Drain Beatdown. Anthony Alvarado was on Chaos Control, I believe. Lefia was playing what? Some Phoenix Last Will Cyberstein deck?
Yeah, unfortunately we didn't get to see the combo go off, but definitely on that deck.
Yata Yata's on Chaos Turbo. And I do not know what deck Phil was using. Phil was on Chaos Control, so a whole lot more Chaos Control again. Alright,
Looks
here
like
we
these
go.
guys are in the game, yeah.
So there will be a new Worlds qualifier.
Yeah, none of these duelists have
No one left in top 3 has an invite.
their invite. Yeah, exactly. Looks like DGZ Forever has won the rock, paper, scissors, is going to elect to go first, as you do in this format.
I'll open up a graceful charity. Just Kaiku and Saku.
Yeah,
Two
so
back row and a normal summon of Kaiku to pass the turn.
we saw earlier today against John Wick the Kaiku being turned off by Skill Drain really hurt DGZ Forever. Doing the blind MST here I mean, we'll see what the follow-up is, but it's a card I would have wanted to hold till you see skill drain.
I don't really think blind MST is good.
I mean, it's a reason to do it there, because now it turns your Snatch into a real plus if you do hit like an MST or a Dust Tornado right there.
I mean, you could just snatch anyway.
Oh wow, and he didn't hit the... he missed it. I hope he books him, just for letting him take it all the way.
Yeah, instead of letting it resolve.
Even though booking it might not be the best bet. It probably is. Yeah, the only time I like to hold a Dust Tornado is if there's like some plausible way that you're gonna get value out of doing it, right?
Right.
I mean, the value you get by the way he held it is like you get to like steal their battle phase. The other thing you could try to do is like, the other reason that he could have done it there too is like wait for him to summon the Suki and then dust it. But then you just get your own Kaiku back face down anyway, so it's not...
Yeah.
Alright, 2 more back row for DG. He's going to make the Blade Knight big. Runs into Sangan.
Maybe search Tsukiyomi here.
That'd be a good one. Warriors hate to see it. Yeah. Suki it is.
So now if DGZ has skill drain, it would put the Kaiku above the Blade Knight, but if he doesn't skill drain, then the Suki goes over the Blade Knight.
Goose is gonna charity. And it's gonna resolve. So what card is he gonna keep with Tsukiyomi? Let's have Light and Dark and Grave.
Yeah, dumping. Did he discard yet?
Oh, not yet. He's still thinking it over. Graceful's tough when you only have a card or two in your hand. You draw into 3 good ones. Ditch the Wing Blast and Thunder Dragon.
Yeah, so that forces you into a position now where you're going to draw Dead Thunder Dragons later.
Yeah. Gonna flip the Kaiku. Still not big enough to get over Blade Knight. Skill Drain can change that. So does Tsukiyomi. DG's is already putting him in the graveyard unless that was a misclick. Okay. So Blade Knight goes face down. We're gonna see a Nobleman.
That's one way to get value in this matchup.
Kaiku's gonna connect and Tsukiyomi. So that'll banish G's Kaiku out of the grave. Right, and that's all from Goose. Let's have the Kaiku with no back row over to DG.
Yeah, I mean, it's... This is fine, but yeah, here's Breaker. This just clear the Kaiko pretty cleanly because there's no back row to take care of.
Yeah.
Tsukiyomi's in the hand.
At least turn off the counter if we can.
If it goes face down, I mean, there could still be like a skill drain.
Yeah. Here's
Just elect not to
Tsukiyomi.
use it, but no, it's gonna go through.
This time it doesn't look like it was the wrong button. He's just gonna put him right in the grave. That's all from Goose's side too. So a clean field. Back over to DG.
Tsukiyomi's such a crazy card because it's like you almost want to play 2 copies of it because of how powerful it can be, and some people do. But at the same time, having double Suki is so bad.
Yeah. 2 more to the back row, and DD Warrior Lady is gonna hit Goose for 15.
Yeah, this is just what the doctor ordered. This is a card that can't be outed by Tsukiyomi, and they added 2 more cards to the back row.
A real body.
Mm-hmm.
And that and Danzalug are nice. Suki can't get over them.
Danzalug's a little bit better because he'll actually take care of the Tsukiyomi in the hand.
And I do
Put it in the graveyard.
DGZ does play Danzalug. I just saw him actually take down Carl in the last match with it.
One of my favorite Go format cards, Danzalug.
It's a light monster now too if they don't banish.
Here's Breaker on Goose's end.
Doesn't look like a response from Forever. I'll start thinking on this. They could just Solemn.
Summon's good.
Gonna decide to break one of the new sets. It was Solemn, so letting that go through. Breaker getting some value here.
Imagine Duck Duck Heavies now.
Oh man.
That would be
brutal.
pretty good.
We're gonna see
gonna Spanish a light and dark. See if it's Chaos Sorcerer or BLS. Just the Sork gonna try to banish there. It's gonna go through.
Do you skill drain now? But I guess that wouldn't be good either.
What could these back rows be if they haven't been able to block attacks? They may be able to block attacks, just maybe DGZ is just holding those.
I don't know.
He's trying to go through with 16 here. We'll put him at 35.
I mean, there hasn't been an optimal spot to use skill drain yet either.
Yeah, skill drain really wouldn't have mattered in this spot.
You could have did it there just to get a light in the grave.
Snatch Steal.
That's a good one.
Okay.
That is a good one indeed.
Was that the one that they set that earlier?
They set them all earlier.
No, they drew 2 from Pot of Greed and then set 2 in Summoned Warrior Lady. So one of them was already in their hands the previous
Rhoda,
turn.
so you're gonna grab Don to follow up with this?
Yeah.
This is gonna
Yeah,
be
that would be really good.
It's gonna swing the tide of this game.
Banish
Blade,
the Breaker.
Blade, not Don.
Oh no. Oh, I thought he would have banished to not have Goose have a light in the dark. That's gonna put a dark in Goose's grave.
Yeah, I think banish attack with Don would have been better here than
Yeah.
Rhoda again for Exiled Force.
unless they cited in the Don that I saw. It's possible.
Perhaps.
It was a game 3.
Alright, so let's see. Goose is gonna get 1,000 back.
Well, he knows one of the cards in Goose's hand was a Thunder Dragon too.
Yeah.
No, it's not. He just discarded that Thunder Dragon for nothing. For Graceful by itself, that's what it was.
Yeah.
And then DG is ready with the Exiled on his end. See what Goose draws into.
Heavy.
Heavy would be nice. His Chaos is live too. Gonna see Tsukiyomi.
That's the card we knew, right? And it was Skill Drain.
That's when you skill drain.
Skill Drain.
So
That's
maybe
an
the
11.
getting Blade instead of Don was to bait out the Suki? I don't know.
Perhaps. And now it's an 1100 vanilla.
It'd be a pretty good play if that was the reason they did it. I do agree with you though, Bobby. I think banishing that breaker gives them less outs.
Yeah. This is gonna set a pair in the back row. Would assume one's a bluff. Sork's just gonna run it over. Gonna connect for 1200. This will make ring lethal. TG. Oh no, he used ring. My bad. He had the ring face down. The ring sorcerer. Right. 1,000 back. This is gonna set one. PG got a big board. Has to stay aggressive. You don't want to give Goose too many life points. Sorcerer is going to attack into the face down.
And no
Magician of
effect.
Fate doesn't do anything, just blocks.
Magician of Faith and 16. Wouldn't it be 16? Not 2,000, right?
Right.
Skill drain?
Yep. I will let him know.
Yeah. So just have him gain back 1,400.
400.
Well, yeah, that plus the snatch, yeah, so. Alright, so hold on. Goose has to pick up 4 more hundred here.
I messaged him.
So this will put Goose at 23. DG's 25.
Yeah, with drain up, it's 16 always, but he had 2 cards in hand, so it's gonna be 16.
Yeah, either way you slice it. So another face down. Has to turn back to DG. Swing right away. It's the Serpent. And Blade Knight's gonna hit in for 16 more.
Could have went for a game shot.
Yeah, he could have.
I mean,
Decided to play conservatively.
Tough,
I
though.
mean,
you know Duck Duck's has spies and
Yeah.
guard.
Yeah. Well, now it'll be the dicey turn. No, we're just gonna go
Nope.
right to game 2.
Skill drain coming in clutch there for DGZ Forever. No answer to the snatch deal by Duck Duck as well. After the Chaos Sorcerer came down, Duck Duck's going to need to make some adjustments here to deal with the skill drain. Skill drain's very powerful versus these Chaos Turbo decks. I mean, just being able to turn off the
I'll tell you,
Chaos bodies.
these Patreon tournaments are not huge, but they are hard.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's the people who really want to qualify for Worlds.
Yeah.
They're coming in with serious
serious
decks.
I actually think a GFC might be easier to win than a Patreon tournament.
A GFC requires a lot more stamina, I think,
That's for sure.
and I'll get a lot more luck as well. Where I think this tournament, it's obviously you got to get lucky to win, but because the field is a lot more skillful on average, like a Worlds tournament, it's going to be it's every round is going to be a challenge, you know. No slouches, and especially these guys who are bringing decks that are trying to counter everybody else's deck, especially with this skill drain here.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to counter the field when it's this much smaller.
Right.
Yeah.
So Duck Duck's gonna go first.
Alright. Goose is gonna open up with a face-up Sangan in one back row. Pass it over to DG.
Yeah, on summon Sangan, or we're gonna Torrential here, get our Sangan search. Getting our Tsukiyomi there. No back rows from DGZ Forever, who's on the deck that is supposed to set like 5 cards, right?
Right?
Yeah.
What is in your hand?
He's slided into a lot of monsters. Blade Knight gonna come down.
Get rid of a Sinister. I kind of figured that was already in the hand if they didn't search it with Sangan, you know?
Yeah. Usually the popular choice to pick up.
And Tsukiyomi's just going to be able to cleanly deal with the Blade Knight.
Right. Back over to DG. Once he has Sinister and Sook at the minimum. Here comes Rhoda. There's Donnie.
There's Donzalug, like Scully was saying. This may be able to poke in, and Duck Duck's shuffling the hand, so it looks like it's going to connect.
1 in 6 chance.
There's 6. It's going to be one of the ones at the end here. And what is that card?
Dump it.
Metamorph. So that would have been an out. Looks like Duck Duck did side into the control package, which is a little suspect, honestly, because of the skill drain. But if you do have the decrees, then I don't know if we saw Duck Duck on the decree. I know John Wick had them, right?
Yeah, he did side into the package as well. The control package.
Yeah, so if you do have the decrees, I mean, it's fine.
It is, but it's like you're playing against a deck that was built to beat
everything.
Chaos. It's built to beat Chaos Control.
Yeah. It still does decent versus Chaos Turbo as well. I mean, Turbo's engine is just completely shut off by skill drain. It's just they have more readily available 1-for-1 answers like Geki Break and Phoenix Wing Wind Blast to deal with the skill drains.
Mystic 2.
Yeah, gotta think that the new Speller Trap is going to be able to block an attack here from Don.
DGZ Forever has done nothing but summon and attack this game so far.
He's activated some spells, like this reinforces the army to go find
the one that
guy.
got a monster.
Yeah. But it looks like there's might be monster heavy hand here. Still going to attack regardless. Knight Assailant's going to pick off Donzalug.
I think DG is sitting on a lot of monsters.
He must be.
Has to be. There's already 3 in the grave.
I would think there's 5 monsters in his hand. Or 4 in a Rota. Maybe Smashings.
Clean board. Goose is gonna set a monster.
Now he knows that DGZ has the Mystic on the top, so it's probably the Sinister.
Yeah.
DGZ's not gonna chance that it's anything.
No,
different.
you just summon it here. Is the Tsukiyomi still in the hand so they can summon that?
Yeah, I don't think I would have summoned level 2.
You were summoning something this turn. I mean, what else are you going to do?
I mean, if everything else in your hand dies to Suki anyway, I guess you do it, but...
Yeah, don't want to reveal more info.
But if you have anything that would stick on the board, I would put it instead of the level 2 there. I don't think Duck Duck has the balls to, like, set a, like, spy in that spot. You could have even, like, set a monster.
No.
I mean, he just gave away his Mystic Orbs in level 2 for free. DGZ taking a bathroom break here. Take this time to remind
Why
all you
don't you
guys
just
we
take-
have the GOAT format championship series number 15 is 2 weeks from now, right? I don't know if it's on a Saturday or Sunday actually. Let me take a look.
Also, just take your laptop to the bathroom.
Not
Hello?
Not everyone plays on a laptop.
Take your whole gaming computer to the bathroom.
Just grab a bottle.
If you know you're gonna be gross.
Okay, yeah, so our next free event is GOAT Format Championship 15 on Saturday, September 25th. And our next Patreon is October 3rd. Last chance qualifiers on the 17th, and the World Championships start on the 23rd of October.
Wind Blast on Goose's end. Gonna spin back the set monster, pitching Serpent.
So DGZ's been stuck on this seemingly stale hand for quite a while now.
Yeah.
Double wing blasted.
Picking up the set monster and swordsman. Oh, rinse and repeat. Set monster, pass it back over to Goose.
I wonder what the set monster is.
Maybe a warrior lady.
Well,
Maybe they maybe they brought in the Banisher. That we
Oh,
saw.
this is great here because Tsukiyomi's still in the hand, right?
Yeah,
So they can just get a
guard.
guard. Oh, well, they can't do it this turn, but
It's good to do.
Yeah, there he is.
But yeah, maybe it's the maybe cited in the Banisher that they brought in against John Wick.
not necessarily. I mean, Duck Duck definitely would want the guard here for the Tsukiyomi plan. Keep you off of a monster.
Alright, so Spy's gonna go. Oh, Tsukiyomi's gonna go into the face down. It's Kaiku. Wow. Yeah, DG has to be on Monster Special. Gonna take 1200 from the Spy. Now there's a guard face down, 2 back rows, and a Spy to deal
So
with.
this play that they did would have worked if they did it a turn earlier. But even then, they could have went flip summon the Sinister, summoned the Suki, put the Sinister down, and attacked over.
No priority. That doesn't work.
This is a strange choice. So, are you going to Snatch Steal or something now?
I'm just gonna set a monster. I guess you could.
Torrential
That's
set?
torrential. Yeah, they set torrential, so when they summon the Tsukiyomi.
Wasn't even that.
No.
Now he can flip the Spy
Yeah.
again.
So you can flip the Spy, or if you just want to play it safely, you can flip down the
No,
guard.
you do that next turn anyway.
Well, they know you have Tribe in the hand, so you can't.
Oh, right.
You'll just lose all your guys.
I gotcha. Yeah, so the guard is better. Keep the lock going.
Yeah. Back face down. 2300 more. This is a tough board to break.
Yeah, guard's insane here because, like, you're putting DGZ on the heavy monster hand, since all they've been doing is summoning monsters this game. Haven't been committing anything to the back row. So once they just don't have a board, if you can stick that guard, you're sitting pretty. Just gonna be able to bounce whatever they summon every turn.
Yeah, I do
have
like.
to find a way to deal with it.
I do like guard if you're playing Tsukiyomi.
Yeah. Alright, T set.
Gonna have to try to.
DG.
Gonna have to try to solemn again, maybe on the guard.
Heavy Storm on Goose's end. Gonna clear Mirror Force. And Zing Zang Hu.
That's a good one to have.
Yeah. We're gonna bounce the face down.
And just keep
20
doing it.
22.
Yeah, it's probably better to attack with these two and then just summon the Tsukiyomi. Oh, no, never mind. 23 is more than 22. Again,
Yeah.
I'm bad at math.
Suki gives you a little bit more. So, let's see if Goose is just gonna rinse and repeat and hit with another 23, making that board lethal next turn. Yeah. Gonna put Forever at 19. Two to the back row. Suki back to the hand. Heavy Storm, good way to start.
Yeah, this will clear off the.
Maybe a book. Nope.
Both and another Zing Zang Hu.
Zing Zang, like, what are you gonna do with that if they change? Like, you don't really want that against a skill drain deck, right? I guess end phasing it on a skill drain could be good, but
Yeah, you'll have to catch it face down on the set turn. This is on Byra. A smashing ground. Take care of Spy.
clears the guard. What? What are you doing?
The spy should be dead.
The Spy's gone.
Oh, right. Smashing first.
Smashing traded.
Yeah, that confused me for a second.
And DG must have drew every monster in his deck.
So still has.
No, there's actually equal monster and spell and trap and grave.
Yeah,
Still
last
has
four.
Tribe in hand. Now has Zombira. Breaker off the top will do it for Duck Duck. A no lights, so Thunder Dragon plus a Chaos Monster will also do it.
Right? Serpent down for
Just
Goose.
Serpent can't find anything to close the game out.
Already seen a Serpent beatdown earlier today. So this is a 6-turn clock, but Kaiku's gonna the Serpent for 15 and 2 out of the grave.
Can't banish the Serpent though.
Oh,
Not in the graveyard when Kaiku's effect activates.
remove a Spy and Night Assailant.
Kaiku's just going to be answered cleanly. Whoops. Looks like they
Ooh.
accidentally discarded this card.
Free info.
I mean, that happens in real life as well. Sometimes you just drop a card on the table.
Game 3.
Yeah, just all it seemed like all monsters or cards just didn't do anything from DGZ's end, and DuckDuck was able to just establish a board presence and never really let go. So we'll see if DGZ in the third and final game here can seal the deal. Or if DuckDuck will head on to Grand Finals and have his rematch with John Wick. And we're going to get Game 3 started here. Losers finals of Patreon World Championship Qualifier.
Number 7.
King Tiger on DG side with 4 back row. Pass it over to Goose. Link Duo is going to even out the card advantage, dumping Tribe Virus and another Wangu. Followed up by Snatch Steel. DG's is going to solemn that.
Yeah, this opening hand, more what DGZ's looking for. Charity pot, some back rows, and a Wangu.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what the doctor ordered.
I have to put him face down or get rid of him to play some goats. Right. Rhoda is going to go into the Warrior Toolbox, followed up by Zing Zang Hu. Alright.
That will target both of these.
Alright, so let's see.
Go grab Exiled Force. This doesn't work.
Right, the Wangu.
Well,
does it get over Wangu? Yeah, right.
Wow.
Didn't
That's
know
right.
about it, but
Apparently neither player knew that Exiled would be destroyed by the King Tiger.
Yeah.
yeah, so it takes away your ability to use the ignition effect of Exiled Force and retain player priority. Different than something like Tsukiyomi that has to trigger when it's summoned.
Pretty nice graceful from Goose's end here. Gonna pitch Sinister.
So misplays by both players there.
Yeah. Who's thinking about this other discard? Gonna be Wing Blast. So Sinister and Wing Blast were the discards for Graceful. Players with 3 cards. Zing Zang Hu disabling the 2 face down.
Which of these players do you think will have a better chance against John Wick?
That's a tough one.
Not sure. I kind of think that. I don't know, actually. I don't know who would have a better chance.
I'm not sure either. Let us know, chat. Who do you think has the best chance of winning this tournament right now? Duck Duck mistakenly discarded 3 cards here.
I think he accidentally pitched the BLS, which will even out because DG did reveal the Zing Zang Hu on a misclick. But either way, I don't think Goose's graveyard is live. No, he's missing a light. So BLS in hand for Goose. Blade Knight off the top. gonna be met with Scapegoat. And one face down, so the one under Blade Knight can be used on DG's field.
Yeah, Duck has been playing sloppy this tournament.
So he gets back the Serpent. Set a monster. One more to the back row, over to DG.
So Zing Zang only negates set spells,
Correct.
right? Like, or they said it can't be activated. So if you chain something like Skill Drain in response to the Zing,
Yeah, that's why I said I'm not sure why you bring in Zing.
Yeah.
I guess like you do it when they
If you have to do it right when they set it.
right when they set it, but then it's like
I mean, he resolved
the-
it, so, but...
yeah, I mean the timing was good because they did it exactly when they had 2 back row.
Yeah, but it is a potential flub, right?
Yeah, if not timed right. Oh, gonna take back the set. Right. Noblemen have crossed out off the top. Pick up the Sinister. Swing into a goat.
I mean, the good thing is, though, even if you zing, and one of them is skill drain, as long as the other one's not chainable, you're still getting, like, an even trade off of it.
Right.
Blade Knight's gonna run into Spy this time. No life point exchange, but it's gonna get Goose another from the deck. The guard. It's indeed the Spy. Tribute for Mobius, main phase 2.
And just like you were saying, Matt, says you never know when a Mobius could be coming.
Yeah.
As someone who's trained in Egypt in the art of duel monsters, Big P once said, Mobius is hard to out. I win a lot with Mobius.
Yeah, made whole back row alive for DG. See if he can protect them now.
I mean, I guarantee one of those back rows probably is a Sacrifice Armor that's going to be able to... It was a Book of Moon there, so able to protect it. That was one of the ones that was targeted by Zing, I believe. I could be wrong, though. It might be the other one.
No, that actually wasn't one of the targeted ones.
Oh. I'm a
Two
big
that are left on the
phony.
board now.
Wow, terrible set by DGZ. He can just attack that Spy for free now.
Yep,
Or for Duck Duck, sorry.
right.
Yeah.
Unless that was Gravekeeper's Guard already in his hand, then I'll eat my hat, but...
I feel like it is. How do you like your hat?
Mustard, ketchup, relish,
Oh, you put ketchup on a hat?
always.
Heavy Storm gonna take out the opposing heavy and mirror force.
If it's a Faith, I mean, that might have actually been a great play, because then you force them to attack the
I have no clue what
spy.
it is. No clue what it is now.
Well, now it's
Sangan?
gonna die. If it's Sangan, it's gonna get banished. Ooh, it's
Ah.
Spirit Reaper. Yeah, so it still was a terrible play.
Yeah, and he
Banisher gonna poke a goat.
poked him.
Point the finger at him.
Now DGZ can. We haven't seen a skill drain yet as a nice answer to Reaper.
What a weird interaction that we have with Banisher and Skill Drain in the same deck.
What would you call DGZ's deck? Anti-meta?
It's labeled here as Drain Aggro, which I think is pretty accurate.
Yeah, sounds good.
Alright, so that Banisher's going to go to defense.
And no Duck Duck has the BLS in hand and now can't get a light in the grave.
Yeah, has to deal with Banisher first, but still has to deal with Mobius.
Tall order.
I wonder how good Banisher really is.
And we're seeing it here.
Like it can, like it's also good against what's it called? Reversal Quiz? It beats that deck.
Oh, that is very funny. That is a great interaction.
Yeah.
That's something I like probably considered when I was like messing with Banisher. But I'm like, oh, this just does this, and then forgot about after I didn't think Banisher was good for my testing.
Yeah, I mean if you want a versatile card for your side, it's a wall. It's an anti-chaos card.
Yeah. It's on the Gravity Bind. If you ever needed a hit for game.
And it's a light.
Against those convulsion decks too, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It beats
Yeah.
Library FTK.
Yeah.
Yeah, it banishes all the spells, and also they can't even activate Quiz.
Yep. A good interaction with Shining Angel too.
Yeah, you can fetch it with Angel.
It hits the board face up already for you, so interesting. So Goose thinking this over.
Yeah, this game's far from done.
A tough board to break. Got a wall, a big monster. Reaper's holding off.
Yeah, imagine if Banisher Light was a level 1. I think you'd see it played a lot.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. Alright, so a set monster. Join Reaper. Snatch is gonna deal with the Reaper though, 1 for 1.
Maybe a book from Duck Duck? If you got the book, I would just play it at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that Spirit Reaper's kind of doing everything for you right now.
Nobleman used already too for DG. That's gonna resolve.
Be banished.
Anzaloo gets flipped up, Mobius going after the face down.
Man, this Dawn is going to be dirty if it connects.
You think this is the guard?
Possible.
There's like no good thing to even put. I guess you just put the Don back.
I guess they're thinking if they want to book this one.
That would make sense. You book this one, let the Don ram it maybe.
Well,
And I hope,
the small bladder of DGZ Forever may win the tournament.
I hope DGZ's feeling okay.
Watch, I'm busted on DGZ for going to the bathroom, but he'll come out and be like, I have IBS. It's like, oh, thanks. Now I'm the asshole.
Right?
Honestly, you could just say it, and I'll be like, well, you could be lying, but I don't think you are. Because that'd be a very weird thing to lie about. So Mobius is attacking. And we're waiting on Duck Duck to actually have a response here.
What is the holdup?
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe
There we
Goose
go.
is,
Phoenix Wingland Blast. That will discard Chaos Sorcerer. Stacking Banisher to the top. And
Solemn Judgment.
God's Judgment coming out again.
Some Sangan set probably?
Yeah, I would think so if you try to spin the Banisher.
Yeah, those cards are banished. So the attack's gonna go through. It's Magician of Faith. Yeah, why did you spin the Banisher? Either way, it was gonna get.
Wanted the light.
Honor the Light in the Grave.
Oh, true. Because do we know he has BLS?
Yeah, he discarded 3 cards with Graceful by accident.
Oh.
Snatch
Alright,
Steals.
Snatch Steal's decent pick here.
As long as it doesn't get picked off.
I mean, yeah, it's the
Yeah.
50-50.
Yeah, of course.
So-
Shuffle, dude.
Snatch Steal and
Yeah,
the Dead
shuffle
BLS.
after your hand already got shuffled.
Whatever.
Right. Ooh, Snipe the Luster. So the Snatch Steal stays in hand for Goose.
Snatch was a good pick.
Yeah, it's gonna be able to take the Mobius here. And just attack over the Dawn, I would think.
I will cut the life points in half here. I'm just gonna
Tribe is
kill
a
the
good
board.
Wow.
pickup.
What a turnaround.
Yeah.
And it's gonna
And
be able to clear both
depending
deal
on which
200.
he attacks first, one should be banished. And that is the only dark. So that does matter.
Yeah. We have the log to see the sequencing of the
He
attack.
didn't even. He just
Didn't
put
even wait.
two of them in the graveyard.
Ooh. Yeah, because if he would have hit with Tribe first, the Don is banished.
Very small thing that's going to come up here would be a less stop.
DG also has to gain 1,000. I don't think he did for the turn. Right. So exactly half of the Goose's life points. Let's see what Goose draws into. Top decking. Wait.
What?
I'm having them go back.
Oh, you're gonna have him replay the battle?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could play a factor. Good call. These small details do play a factor as the game draws out. So if we're going back, the life points gonna stay. Because you reset the life points as well.
Well, we're just gonna handle this. I told him just type out which monster you attack first.
Yeah, it just depends on the attack order.
Yeah.
The damage is going to be the same, and it's going to be the same amount of life. It's just attack
Yeah.
order.
Doesn't matter if the Don is banished or in the grave.
Yeah.
And it'll be the only dark for DG. So this is important.
I don't even know if he plays a chaos monster, but if he does, then
It's not even about that. It's about, properly playing Yu-Gi-Oh! But,
Right.
okay.
yeah, and I mean it because it could.
Like,
So Moby's attack, banish, or trap it. Okay, so that's how he does it.
Okay, so Don is gonna be in the grave after everything.
don't just assume your opponent is doing one thing. Like, make them actually do the thing.
After all this time, I think I would have moved the Don, but let's see.
Now he just said Moby's attack, banish, or trap it, so remove the Don. No, that's not what you said.
No, not yeah.
Whatever. I'm not gonna waste any more of our time on this.
That's out of order.
I generally don't think it even matters, but
DG did gain last turn, did he?
yeah, he gained it.
Well, that has to be a... I don't even know what this has to be. Wasn't anything good.
GG.
So it looks like we're going to have a run back of winners finals. John Wick sitting in grand finals, going to take on Duck Duck Goose here. And the winner will earn their invite to the World Championships at Go format.
Well, John Wick will have to be defeated twice. We did see a little bit of sloppy play from John Wick the first match against Goose here, but we saw a lot of sloppy play from Goose today of misclicks, extra discards, double summons.
Yeah, I guess we'll see here. I don't think the game is up quite yet. I believe John Wick is also in the bathroom. Again, take your laptop to the bathroom. This is Grinding 101.
Alright, so we'll be right back with the grand finals as the players take a quick break. Okay, so John Wick is hosted up.
Who do you think's going to win this one, Scully?
John Wick. Unless Duck Duck just gets like a nutty hand, I think. I think John Wick's gonna etch it out. He's got a bit more experience, and Duck Duck has been playing pretty sloppy.
I agree with you on the sloppy part. I think it's kind of still a coin toss. But if the sloppiness is a factor, like if it's just they make a boneheaded decision and it comes to actually bite them.
We may have to actually give him a game loss if he like double summons again or something like that as well.
I mean, yeah.
I don't want to, but I've given them 4 warnings already today.
Yeah, that's a lot.
4 warnings, not even counting other stuff I let go.
Yeah, again, not saying anything that they're doing is necessarily intentional.
No, but you just can't play that way.
Yeah, this is still a tournament here, and if we see it or if it's reported to us, we'll take action.
Like I didn't give them warnings for like not banishing the cards there, because that is a very quick, easy fix. But all the other stuff has been more serious.
Mm-hmm.
Like a double summon can completely destroy a game state.
Yeah, that was that metamorphosis play.
Whenever you see a breaker get countered, look out for a double summon. I feel like that's when it happens the most.
Yeah. It's because you take so long sometimes thinking over responding, and it just gets, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable if a turn plays out very long.
Right.
Or even if you're just moving fast. All right, it looks like the game is going to be on their way here. Again, this is grand finals of Patreon World Championship Qualifier number 7. John Wick is sitting in the winner's side of grand finals here, so Duck Duck Goose is going to have to win 2 best 2 out of 3 matches in order to secure the prize here of an invite to the World Championships of Goat Form. But it looks like John Wick's going to win the rock, paper, scissors and start off here, hoping to take a swift 2-0 here.
Best of luck to both players.
Yeah, of course. Want to see a great match regardless of outcome. So both players are on Chaos Turbo, as we've mentioned previously. This was our winners finals earlier in the day. John Wick thinking for a while before activating Pot of Greed, as sometimes you do.
You know, there is reason to do that. Like, look at that other game where John Wick had the crazy opening hand, and if he had just slowed down, he would have won that. He did win the game, but he would have won it way easier
Right, he made it
Like,
harder for himself.
You need to not like get tilted at all just because you have such an amazing hand. It's happened to me before.
Trap Dust Shoot, adding on to the advantage here, going to strip away a card out of Duck's hand. However, the information that we're going to gain from the Trap Dust Shoot may prove critical as the game moves along.
Yeah,
so Duck spawn.
This was a pretty good opening hand for Duck as well.
Yeah, Chaos Sorcerer, Book of Moon, Delinquent Duo, Knight Assailant, Tsukiyomi, and Magician of Faith.
So
what are we putting back here, guys?
I still think it's always the Faith.
The Faith again. You turn off the lights, can't get double duoed.
Sure, they have the Book of Moon protection for Knight Assailant.
Yeah, the Knight Assailant Suki combo.
Yeah, but they're not answering your monster, so you're going to be able to flip that up.
Yeah, and almost any monster that he has is going to be good right here, right? If it's a Knight Assailant, a Magician of Faith, a Dekochi, a Spy, like, you're happy with any of those.
Right.
Faith indeed is going back.
Yeah, so I mean the play is pretty straightforward here from Duck's going to use the duo and then use the just T set. Now what he T sets depends on how he's feeling.
Yeah.
You know, if he had a different flip that was a little bit bigger, you could even summon something and attack this thing first.
Yeah, before you even duo.
Yeah, but none of this would even get over Magician of Faith.
Kind of an issue with Knight Assailant is that it's just not very big.
It does have 500 defense.
That does come up.
More than a lot of other like good flip effects.
Dekoichi's going to hit the graveyard. Thanks to Delinquent Duo. Now John Wick's got to decide, who else am I discarding from my hand? What else am I discarding from my hand?
I feel like John Wick was the only player in top 8 that was main decking Trap Dust Shoot.
I think you're correct.
It's gonna be Tribe Virus.
Tribe. So Book of Moon, Knight Assailant, Chaos Sorcerer, and what's the last card?
Tsukiyomi.
Tsukiyomi.
So I mean, Tribe is kind of a weird discard. It is a clean. Well, not. I don't know how clean it is. I guess it depends on what else you have.
It gets
but
cleared
it is
by the Suki, so.
It gets cleared by the Suki, but it does get rid of the Chaos Sword. It's going to be able to get rid of it if that becomes a problem down the line. It's a Book of Moon set for Duck. And an unknown set here could be either the Tsukiyomi or the Knight Assailant. Gravekeeper Spy is going to be the flip.
So that is going to force this Knight Assailant off the board.
Yeah, Book of Moon's not good here. Tsukiyomi's not good here. Ooh, a Sangan just for good measure.
Start chipping away.
So this is actually a spot where it might be better.
Attacked with a Sangan, right?
No, I think it's better to attack with the Spy.
Why? You could hit for 1200 instead.
Yeah, at the cost of only 200 if it was the Sook. Nonetheless.
I think the Spy, because if he is bad and he sets the Tsukiyomi, you're taking less damage.
I'd rather deal more and risk that he's set the Suki. You're still getting walled either way if it's the Suki.
Yeah, I guess you should.
AR's already down 1,000 from the duo too.
I think Sangan was the first swing for that reason. I mean, at worst, you just take 200.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather...
You would take 400 if
I'd
it
rather
was
take the 4.
The 4, I'm sorry, yeah.
Breaker's kind of okay here. I mean, it depends on if this back row is chainable at all. Looks like it's going to be summoned just fine. John Wick deciding if they want to chain or not. And it's Mirror Force, so
This is a really good breaker.
excellent top deck. Yeah, gonna be able to deal with the spy.
Nice.
And now next turn you have the pressure of Breaker and Suki.
Really nice breaker. Mirror Force and Spy.
So, I mean, Dust Shoot's strong, but if you don't have a great response to the cards that you saw with Dust Shoot, it may not matter in the end. I mean, the Breaker top deck is just kind of like really good.
Thunder Dragon would be a crazy top deck. For Duck,
Thunder Dragon from John Wick's side here is pretty good as well.
turn
This
on
can-
Sorcerer.
Yeah, this can turn on the Sorcerer. I mean, this Sorcerer deal with the Breaker pretty easily.
Yeah, and if Duck gets the Thunder Dragon to turn on the Sorcerer that he already has, would be insane.
Yeah.
Duck on the bare minimum for lights here too, with only 2 Magicians of Faith and Thunder Dragons.
But a Tsukiyomi from Duck's side.
It's gonna trade with from John Wick's side. It's gonna trade with Book of Moon.
I would think so. I think you want to protect that.
Yeah, because in the Sangan still can't get over the 1,000 defense once it goes back face down again from attacking.
Yeah, and
Suki
if
next
you
turn.
draw your light, you're just going to be able to get rid of the Sangan.
Yeah. Although next turn John Wick could tribute summon out the Thunder Dragon.
Well, if he draws like Magician of Faith, he could just summon Faith, crash it into Sangan for the light, and also then attack the face down Tsukiyomi with the Breaker. That clears the board.
Yeah, Duck needs a light.
Yep, there's the book.
John's gonna have to find a back row here that's good to protect his board. But he already set the Mirror Force.
He doesn't really have to protect this board.
He's gonna attack the Breaker, which doesn't make sense. But okay.
Because now he can go Suki and attack both monsters
Yeah.
Yeah.
for damage instead of having to put the Sangan face down. Ah,
Okay, so he had the Chaos Sorcerer the whole time. Was trying to play around the Book of Moon.
well played.
Very nice.
Alright, so there's some egg on our faces.
Hey, we got a quarter of the information.
So all the cards are known now. 2 Thunder Dragons in the hand for John Wick and Tsukiyomi Chaos Sorcerer for Duck. Drawing into an unknown though on Duck's side. See what it is.
Ooh,
And
that's
right on time
Thunder
as we were predicting, the Thunder Dragon off the top. So
Wow. Scully called it.
well, what's good about this is that he has to use...
What's John Wick's set monster again?
It's a Tsukiyomi, so he has to use the
Banish.
Banish on Chaos Sorcerer. Pretty sure.
Absolutely.
He can't really afford to do it on Sangan.
Yeah, you can literally just banish Sorcerer Pass. Is probably the play.
Yeah, I don't think you set up Tsukiyomi at all.
What you could do is put his Sorcerer face down and attack the Sangan and the Sorcerer. And then you could at least deal some damage and get the Sangan off board. But I don't think you want to set that Sangan up. You just want to try to banish it next turn. But John Wick will be able to put the Sangan face down with his Setsuki.
You can,
Yep.
or you can just set a Thunder Dragon over the Sangan.
Yeah,
But you have to answer the Chaos Sorcerer, which is
so
the
that's the
problem.
issue.
I'm going with your line, Scully. I'm gonna set the Sangan and see if it could just buy me a turn.
Gonna set the Suki.
It looks like it's the play. I mean,
Well, now it
Yeah.
makes more sense though. Now he can summon the Thunder Dragon and attack over the Suki.
yeah, that's pretty good.
That's a better play now.
And then he could flip up his Tsukiyomi, set the Thunder Dragon this way. Well, the Thunder Dragon's gonna. I guess it might not actually be set because he could just target the
Sorcerer. Which would be
his own
risky to
Tsukiyomi.
do.
Yeah, but either way, it'll go face down because if you flip the Tsukiyomi, he could just flip the Chaos Sorcerer face down.
Yeah, but if you put your Sorcerer face down like a Nobleman.
But I'm saying, like, John Wick can just flip his own Tsukiyomi
Right.
and Nobleman the face down regardless. He has to draw the Nobleman here. I mean, we know. It's just a couple Thunder Dragons hanging out in the hand for both players now.
2 each.
Yeah, they're effectively playing off the top.
Does indeed flip the Sangan down.
So
Contributing for Thunder. Let's see what Sangan is gonna fetch John Wick.
Faith, I guess, right? Because I don't think he
Well,
plays like a Warrior Lady or an Exiled.
yeah, I mean, another light monster. It has pretty much has to be.
Yeah, and there's
If
a
you didn't
pot
find
of
an
green
answer
grave.
to the Chaos Sorcerer right here,
Yeah, setting that Suki was a misplay, I think. It was for sure, right?
yeah, I mean, now he just has one less card.
And he could have double used Sorcerer's effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's no reason to set the Thunder Dragon. You want to banish Thunder Dragon. Get the light out of the graveyard.
I believe he targeted the Thunder Dragon with it, right?
Yeah, he did.
I did see the first. Yeah.
He should have targeted the Suki.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want the lights.
Oh, I mean, you can get rid of the Suki by putting it face down. Thunder Dragon's not really a threat. Suki, he just searched a Magician of Faith.
Well, a set card's going to be a difference maker here. Yeah, I mean, this play was not good from Duck Duck's end. He should just still have his Tsukiyomi.
If Wick lets it go through, adds the light to the grave. Ring of Destruction.
Ring of Destruction's a good answer here. This may just solidify John Wick's board position even further because that Faith may resolve. Or it's one step closer to resolving.
John Wick has 21. Push for game. He already has Thunder Dragon face down.
Yeah, he could discard the other Thunder Dragon, summon another Chaos Sorcerer. That would be a push without even having to commit the normal summon. That way you can set the Faith.
Flip is good. Right.
Yep, just gonna poke in for 16. Now set Faiths, maybe a back row as well. And I mean, if that Faith resolves, I think it's the end of the game, like for sure. Right now, that back row could be a difference maker.
Wick's gonna add a back roll too. If Faith resolves, gets the pot of greed.
Graceful Charity is the card that Duck Duck Goose needs to get back into this one. Get 3 new cards.
Both players have one Thunder Dragon in hand, right?
Duck Duck has 2.
Yeah.
John Wick's hand should be, unless he set the Tsukiyomi, it should be Tsukiyomi and Thunder Dragon. Summoning
Torrential?
Gravekeeper Spy. I guess you could torrential this. Yeah, that's gonna be the play.
Yeah.
John Wick doesn't have Solemn Judgments in the main, I don't think.
No, that's a big torrential.
Trade.
See
It's
if
gonna be
John Wick could just wipe him out with a Chaos Monster now.
So
it's gonna be an even
Tsukuyomi
trade, but it
and
sort of had to do it, you know? Or you just lost.
So Tsukuyomi, Thunder Dragon, and the new card for John Wick.
I think John Wick's set card is a Wing Blast.
Yeah, you didn't want to Wing Blast the Spy, obviously. I wonder if it would have been better to Wing Blast the... Like, what if you Wing Blast the back row?
So even if you Wing Blast this Chaos Monster, Duck's gonna draw it again and it'll be live again.
Yeah, so I was thinking, like, what if you just Wing Blast the Torrential when you had the chance?
That is a hard read.
Yeah.
But what's the threat
Another
that they're
Wing
gonna draw
Blast?
from Duck's side, right? Like, that Faith is gonna probably resolve.
I'm just saying, Wing Blasting the Torrential is a very hard read.
Yeah,
Yeah, Wing Blasting this Sorcerer doesn't feel good either, though.
it might be what he has to do,
Oh
though.
wow, the Night Assailant, though, that's huge.
That is...
Wow.
That's major. Yeah, get back to Faith.
So now you know you're getting this Pot of Greed.
Massis, you called it. And the pot resolves. The faith, the face resolves. It's gonna be tough.
Yeah, I mean, if you make the hard read and you just do that, then you won the game a turn earlier, but now it's just... Because of the Night Assailant, you're able to recover here. Yeah, this just wouldn't have been possible if that discard wasn't Night Assailant. So...
I think
if I'm Duck, I just go to game 2.
in John Wick's deck, these Wing Blast absolutely would have been better as Regeki Breaks of like every time we've seen them be activated.
Right.
Oh, another Chaos Monster is gonna come to the board.
Well, yeah, that's the Chaos Sorcerer.
just
Oh,
bounced.
yeah. Ooh. Lapsed. My bad, guys.
No problem. We do it all the time.
Right. So here's the pot of
So he
greed.
wasn't able to protect the Faith, though.
You didn't need to.
I mean, he has the Suki. You want to protect it if you can.
Yeah, of course. If you can, but it wasn't necessary. It wasn't, like, crucial. Now, this pot of greed's going to be crucial. It needs to find an answer to the Chaos Sorcerer, which he did have earlier in the duel with Tribe Infecting Virus. I understand, though, now with the rest of the cards, I understand why you wanted to discard that earlier off of the duo.
So
Graceful Charities. Another good one.
It's that third Thunder Dragon.
Yeah, that's an easy pitch. Must be nice. You're the one who misplayed.
There's the easy pick. Let's see what else he's gonna up here. Go.
Yeah, Diko's not really doing too much. And there's another Chaos Monster. It's BLS, it's over, but if it's Chaos Sorcerer, it still has to summon a, probably the Tsukuyomi here.
Where's Jirai Gumo when you need him?
Yeah.
Eliminated.
I'm gonna set another... Yeah, I guess you don't need to put the Tsukuyomi out. Ring is not threatening because of, because 23 is bigger than 21. I just learned that.
We know you're trying.
It's so hard. Numbers. I'm like that lady who has like is looking around with all the algebra equations going around her head. You know that GIF?
Yeah.
I'm that lady, just in every day of my life. Should see me like trying to calculate tip. I got my calculator on my phone underneath the table so that the waiter doesn't see that I'm a moron. And John Wick is gonna take game one here after solidifying that pot of greed. Off of all the information gained from Trap Dust Shoot. One step closer, one game closer to finally earning the invite. John Wick this has been a long season for him. Did he qualify last year at like the last minute as well? I don't know if Scully heard me.
I don't know if he did either. He might have stepped away.
But John Wick's done consistently well in our tournaments, just has not yet secured an invite. This could be the day, but Duck Goose is not going to give up without a fight, though. I know they want their invite as well.
See if he could even it up here. Game 2.
Yeah, and he definitely wants revenge for putting him into the loser's bracket.
Alright, T set to open up for Goose.
Yeah, not explosive. But sometimes a nice T set, as Kazuki Takahashi intended, can just get the job done on the turn one. You just get your setup and you're off to the races. As long as everything resolves.
Nothing better than resolving Deco and start poking for 14.
Keep that train rolling, yeah. Delinquent Duo gonna play a prank on Duck's hand here. See what the first card is. Selected by John Wick. Rolling the dice, gonna land on 6. That's not a valid number apparently. It is actually, I'm a liar. Get rid of Chaos Sorcerer. That is a dark monster, so a light in the graveyard now will make a Chaos in the Future live. It's going to be Metamorph, so Duck siding into the control package. See if John Wick may have sided that in as well. Thunder Dragon's going to be the follow-up here. No minute cross out. See you later. It's a Gravekeeper Spy. It's going to get banished. Both players are going to look through their decks and get rid of the copies that are living in there. And it looks like just a set from John in response. Nothing to get aggressive with after this Nobleman resolves. Maybe it's a Faith. You just want to pick up your duo again next turn. But strong start from John Wick here in this game too, even going second. Sometimes duo going second is better than duo going first. Because they commit, like, your opponent puts down cards on their first turn that they want to, like, commit to the field, and usually those are cards fine with losing. Like, for example, this Nobleman Crossout hitting the Gravekeeper Spy, you're kind of fine with that, because it's not something like hitting like a Magician of Faith. It's not hitting something that can draw you into a new card. It's kind of a guy that floats and doesn't really do that much. It is a wall and is nice to have, of course. But especially in this matchup, you're fine because this is one less thing that you have to like clear over with Chaos Sorcerers, right? Yeah, here's Magician of Faith from John Wick's side. Probably going to pick up this Nobleman Crossout instead because the duo for 1 isn't necessarily the best. Now, Duck could have read that and set a bluff as as the set here to go along with the Sinister Serpent. That's a great pickup off the Nobleman Crossout. But yeah, duo going second if they just like T-set and pass versus you. Be pretty impactful. Just getting rid of 2 cards out of their hand. 2 cards that they wanted to keep in their hand as well. It's also impactful when your opponent does open really good. When they open like Thunder Dragon, when they open Thunder Dragon plus Graceful. When they open something like Graceful and Sinister. Because now you're taking away 2 cards out of their hand after they've drawn and tried to fix their hand, and you know that one of them isn't going to be Sinister, so you're going to get the 2 for 1 out of it. So after the Faith flips and the Nobleman resolves, we're going to normal summon a Thunder Dragon. Already searched one last turn. Going to get the beats in with the Thunder Dragon. 1600 to the face. Starting the clock now. Now John Wick's going to decide if they want to commit more spells to the back row. Instead opting to use Metamorph. Both given the thumbs up, no negates here. This card is going to get summoned. It's going to be Dark Balter the Terrible. And I don't think Scully is updated here, but this is game 2. John Wick is the game. Dark Balter the Terrible is an interesting choice. This will turn off any top decks like Pot of Greed, but it looks like the top deck was Thunder Dragon. A Snatch Steal would be pretty big from Duck's side.
Yep.
There it is. Snatch Steal from the hand.
Snatch Steal's second best friend after Jinzo, Dark Balter the Terrible. This could be a full momentum switch here.
So the Frontier Wiseman fuses with the Possessed Dark Soul to make Dark Balter, yeah. But Frontier Wiseman does have like a huge beard, right? I'm pretty sure he's got a huge beard. So what happened to his beard? Just when you become evil, you get less of a beard?
Just gonna leave you hanging on that one.
These are the lore questions that I need to answer.
The question is, can just a Snatch Steal on the Dark Balter change the whole course of this match? Because it was looking all John Wick a moment ago.
Sure was.
And now John Wick has a graveyard with only lights in it. So chaos monsters and spell cards are dead right now.
Normal spells.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, new set monster here on Duck's side. Got to press the advantage further. Snatch Steal is definitely a great pick. I don't know if I would have used meta on my Thunder Dragon there.
I feel like it's such a risk doing that because, like, this is based on no good data. It's just, I feel like every time someone, like, it's almost overextending using the meta at that point to just, like, put a Bolter out and pass. But if you have, like, a Chaos monster in your hand, you're like, this puts a really good Dark monster on the board. I'm just gonna do it. Sounds like a good idea, too, right? He's going to main phase 1 Scapegoat.
Yeah, this could go for torrential play.
Be a great Torrential if it is. John Wick still has a Thunder Dragon in hand as well.
And you can still set with Scapegoat.
Duck's whole hand is Thunder Dragon.
Remember, Scapegoat does say in parentheses that you can normal set. The chat is telling me that Possessed Dark Soul burned off the Wiseman's beard as the polymerization was conducted, which I'll buy for now.
I think that story checks out.
So this is legal play here because you can target your own cards with Zigzang Hu. So if that was torrential, it's not going to be able to be used anymore.
Right.
Interesting use of Xing Zhang here.
Yeah, that could potentially be a game-winning play.
Yeah.
So Goats does resolve.
And now John Wick is not summoning a breaker this turn.
Oh, well, you could, but
Can't
you would
summon.
if you. Oh no, you can't do it.
It'll have to be a set.
You could set breaker. You can't really set a monster
Spy.
now because
just Spy, which they're already gone, so
yeah, they're already gone, and
you really don't
Dark
Dark
want
Soul-
Altar would just kill it, and then the effect won't resolve.
Yeah,
Ooh, Graceful Charity off the top
Yeah.
now.
that's a good one.
Of course it's good. He can't activate his set card. You could have Gravekeeper's Watcher in hand, I guess. He already gained. What does he mean you gain?
Yeah, those two face downs are frozen.
Yeah, it said right here that he gains.
Yeah.
Yeah, Duck is nervous. Man, if that's a Faith set with it too.
Someone in the chat, Hugo, saying, "No Ash Blossom where?"
You can
I had-
Gravekeeper's Watcher a Graceful Charity in GOAT format.
You can do that, but if I had a nickel for every time someone made an Ash Blossom joke in GOAT format, I could buy
An Ash Blossom?
I could buy a playset of Ash Blossom of the highest rarity.
Well, I don't know what it does, so.
It does stop graceful charity. That's all you need to know.
So Knight Assailant not going to hit a target.
No, but is going to be able to dump another Dark and the last Thunder Dragon to the hand. What the heck? Oh, flipping up the Sangan. Just a misclick there.
Has Duck forgotten that John Wick can't use this set card?
Yes, it seems like it.
So it's going to deal 4,600. Chaos Monster for game? No.
No, just gonna attack in with the boys.
A Snatch Steal of John Wick's own would be good. MST, Breaker.
Gonna go up to 14.
A Tribe of his own. There are outs,
Yeah, there's definitely outs to play to.
but there's a lot of dead cards too. That being every normal spell. The Thunder Dragon in hand. The likely Torrential Tribute set.
Two sets now from John Wick's side. Not giving up just yet. If they can fend off a lethal attack, they might be able to gain a whole bunch of life points off of this.
They could Scapegoat again, right?
Yeah, Scapegoat
Buy one turn.
would buy a turn for sure.
Mirror Force could blow it out. Duck Duck does play Solemn. We've barely seen it from him.
There's the Mirror Force that you were talking about. Have to use it at this point. Imagine if he targeted his own Solemn with Zing Zang.
That would be crazy. You could. Why wouldn't you just Solemn the Torrential?
I don't know.
I think he's gonna just Solemn his Mirror Force.
Saying
Who attacked first?
I think the tribe did.
I mean, if you have Solemn, it's an easy flip, right? So what card is he thinking about? A Book of Moon? Wow.
It's just gonna get them all.
So he can search a Magician now. But John Wick may be able to summon a Chaos Monster now that he has the Dark Vaulter in the grave.
Oh yeah, that does put a dark in the graveyard for John.
Or could have a good spell card in hand that wasn't able to use.
Yeah, just been sitting on Pot of Greed for all these turns. Imagine.
He hasn't played Pot or Graceful or Heavy.
So yeah, gonna set a monster here, most likely the Magician of Fate. And now John Wick, is your hand turned on? Yeah, I mean, Duck Duck could have played around that Mirror Force if they just switched some of their monsters defense.
It was more likely to be a Wing Blast, though. And if you play around Mirror Force instead of Wing Blast, then you don't have lethal.
Metamorph on the Sinister Serpent. Thousand Strict gonna come out here. Torrential Tribute now.
You don't have to Torrential that.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's why you do it. He kept the Faith in hand.
Not Assailant face down.
Oh, but
that
there's
is
BLS
game.
anyway.
He did have a Chaos Monster.
Wow.
Wow.
John Wick takes it.
What do you mean? They still got life?
Oh yeah, I'm 64. My bad.
Could take at least 2 of these.
Oh man, I just jinxed him.
Can still set the... It's awkward. If you set the Faith here... It might just get banished, but... He's gotta have another monster. Oh man. Is this Zigzag on the own back row gonna be cost Duck the game?
Sinister not enough to make a game. He could have set... Well, it's not another... It could be a guard set.
On Duck side, yeah, it could be guard.
If you don't have game, you definitely gotta banish it.
I mean, the safe
Yeah.
play is to banish it. If he's got Tsukiyomi, he just banishes it and summons Tsukiyomi. It was the Faith. Gonna set him a monster. Pass it back.
Now, Duck could draw BLS of their own.
Yeah, that would be an excellent rip at this time. And now setting a monster and setting a back row here.
Which could be Mirror Force.
So, yeah, it's...
Probably not a Wing Blast.
The fact that he's setting it just opens up a lot of possibilities here. You're right, it's definitely not a discard trap.
Did Duck set the Night Assailant the same turn they summon Tribe?
No, the tribe was already on the board.
Okay.
Yeah.
They searched with Sangan after their board got mirror forced, and then they set Night Assailant instead of the Faith that they searched. So BLS is going to do its ability, banish this second Magician of Faith from Duck's End. Looking at the graveyard here for John Wick. See if they want to summon another Chaos Monster, Chaos Sorcerer.
He does have the fodder for it. Or is he just going to slow play it?
You think it's Sinister set? Oh, it's the Faith.
Faith, that's why they were looking. So
Nope.
you could...
No crazy good target.
Well, you get the Metamorph, and then you can Metamorph your guy into something.
Gatling Dragon?
Fiend,
Oh, he's going to normal summon, and then Metamorph the normal summon into
Fiend
Yeah.
Skull.
Fiend Skull might be...
What other 5s are there? Balter, Fiend Skull.
Reaper on the Nightmare.
Yeah, Reaper.
Not really anything else that you want to grab there. I don't know if there's a vanilla that has higher stats. Fiend Skull's a good one.
So you wanna Solemn the meta? Yeah, kind of preemptively
So-
switch this BLS to defense too. Like you should wait until you're about to attack to switch it. Like-
Yeah,
Because now he could Solemn this and it's not game.
is there Mirror Force still left for
Yeah,
Duck?
there is.
Okay.
But
Yeah, this...
You see what I'm saying though? He should have waited to. Oh no,
Oh, it was Ring of Destruction.
that's game unless he has book in hand.
Yeah, he's got to have Book of Moon in his hand.
That'll do it, yeah. Let's see.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
I wasn't even thinking about that line.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it. I mean, I was also thinking there, if you actually see Fiend Skull, and you're not worried about Mirror Force, you could have just did this all before you even banished and just attacked with everything, because that's a continuous effect from Fiend Skull, in that it negates flip effects, so you wouldn't even have to worry about something like a Gravekeeper Spy or or Magician of Faith or Night Assailant or the Gravekeeper's Guard as well. It's not like a Dark Balter that has to kill the monster to negate the effect.
Man, I thought John Wick literally won.
Yeah, it was looking like it with that BLS, but hey, when you get low enough in life, ring for game is always an out. Burn card is just, even though Ring of Destruction is just like very good removal, burn cards in general are just very
ways to win without attacking.
Yeah, just very strong in especially when they're not expected. Like I was telling you earlier before the stream, Scully, in 2005, like if you weren't there, a lot of people just gave like hate to stuff like Magic Cylinder and Ceasefire just because of how they would steal games. Those cards were actually limited.
Ceasefire was very popular in 05.
Yeah.
Very popular. I think even so much that I used to see people side in Barrel Behind the Door.
Yeah, I mean, like people just hated on burn because people would side in burn strategies to win in time or just get those.
Thing makes it very different.
Yeah, but even so, in a scenario like this, if that was Ceasefire, it was gonna do like 15 maybe. Could have been Cylinder as well. I think Cylinder targets, so I don't think Fiend Skull would have been affected, but regardless, there are spots in which it comes up. So now John Wick's going to elect to go first here after losing game 2. John Wick won't be out of the tournament, though, if Duck Duck manages to defeat them in this game.
Man, has John Wick opened Pot of Greed all 3 games?
I don't think he opened it last game. He definitely opened like Duo
it was
last
Duo,
game.
That's what it was.
So he's got a Trinity piece in all 3 games. Yeah. See if this Pot of Greed is going to be as kind to him as it was in game 1. I'm curious to go back into that game and see what the Zing Zang actually negated.
Right. For both players.
Yeah.
I know, imagine it was just like a nobleman set the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, if it was just something that was bad. Or it's like we said, it was that solemn that he just is like kicking himself this entire time. And it's like, why did I do this? So no back row here from John Wick's side after the Pot of Greed. No Thunder Dragon as well. Just a set card. A set monster to be exact. Thunder Dragon is Duck Duck's response. Let's see how many they fetch off. It's going to be 2 for you, sir.
Man, that ring.
Steals games.
Certainly did.
Duck Duck picking up cards. Thinking about the order in which they set them. Just gonna set 3 here. Has to turn back. Doesn't look like we're seeing a Wing Blast or anything from Duck Duck's side to spin that flip that face down monster.
It'd be a wild Magician of Fate that this flips and resolves.
That would be pretty good.
Whatever it is should be good though, right?
Yeah, Deco would be nice here. Get an extra card. Spy's also pretty good. You get your other spy out of the deck. You're gonna be able to pressure the life here.
Start poking in for 12.
I mean, Duck must have a solemn set.
Yeah, I like Spy. Like, preemptively flipping, getting something before you even, like, commit anything else to the board or make any other actions as well. You might, like I said, I was about to say before John went into battle phase, you might even just want to try to poke first.
Yeah, so John Wick's gotten a +1 off the Pot of Greed, 1 off the Spy, and Duck Duck got 1 off the Thunder Dragon, but for now, it's kind of just a negative until it gets converted into something. So it's a good time to start putting pressure on him.
Mm-hmm. That's the weird thing about Thunder Dragon is that it's powerful. People play it constantly. It's a reliable monster to get into your graveyard, but it doesn't really do anything unless you have something else.
Yeah, Duck
so a lot of decks
passing back here.
Yeah, a lot of decks are constructed nowadays to factor that in and make use of the Thunder Dragons in the hand. A lot, Regeki Breaks, Phoenix Wing Blast that can discard that Thunder Dragon and actually, trade off for another card because the Thunder Dragon's just not really doing that much.
And yes, Duck is on loser side, so if Duck wins this, then we go to a rematch.
Yeah, it would be a new best 2 out of 3, so everything will be unsided. They'll play a new game 1. Yeah, John doesn't have to do much here. Can just poke in. Set another card, that's always good. This invites a Torrential, but if you're going to use your normal summon of something to Torrential for 3...
Notice John Wick not setting more spell and traps either, avoiding getting Zing Zang Zooed.
Yeah. Playing diligently.
And it makes his Heavy Storm easier to use if he draws it.
And I mean, if Solemn is in the back row, it's getting a lot worse here as these pokes go through. Nothing to get rid of the face down here. No Noblemans, no Wing Blast, no Regeki Breaks. Face down was just Sangan though.
That's a good one to keep applying pressure.
He could have summoned it last turn, but he played around the Torrential, so now if Duck wanted Torrential, then John could still summon her set again.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking
like
Duck has a few Solemn Judgments set right now.
Well,
maybe
Crater and Spy are going to get in there. Crater's going to tickle some life points away, and Spy's going to... I don't know what Spy does. Spy have like a knife or something?
Perhaps. Well, that board is lethal next turn. That's 34 on the board.
Yeah, but I don't think that John will actually
he won't
commit
overcommit.
34 points of damage.
Yeah. Don't overcommit, but for what it's worth.
Now, do they
Doesn't
set?
have-
Yeah, set it another monster here is the best bet.
Yeah, avoiding having to discard a card from the hand without setting another card to the back row just to get zinged. The Wing Blast there.
Gonna dump a Dark? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Spin the set monster.
Spin the set monster, that'll deny a draw phase for John Wick. I don't think he's too beat up about it. John's still thinking on this, actually. May see something in response. did see earlier John Wick did resolve over the decree, so maybe thinking, do I want to chain decree in response? Open up this can of worms.
Yeah, you flip over that decree, all of a sudden you look a lot more vulnerable though too.
Right, that's the problem.
That's a good question though, if he brought in decree or not.
I mean, it's possible with the Zigzags running around, you can just... I guess it really...
Duck's on a lot of traps. He's got Solemns, Wing Blasts, Zigzags, and the regular traps.
I mean, that's the reason why he's running the Zigzags, because he uses his own traps. So now with the Dark in the Graveyard, going to banish Thunder Dragon and Chaos Sorcerer.
BLS. Nope. Sorcerer.
No, just another Sorcerer.
He does play 3.
I imagine priority will be retained to get rid of Sangan.
Yep.
But will it go through? Could see a Torrential from John Wick's side. You could also just ring his own Sangan. I don't think that would be what he would do.
Getting a shuffle might be important though. John Wick knows what his next draw is. We don't.
Yeah, he might not want that card.
He might be afraid that this sorcerer is gonna pick everything off one by one.
Is a lot to consider. Definitely depends on what's in John's hand and what that face down may be.
Yeah, as much damage as John has been able to do, he hasn't actually destroyed any cards of Duck Ducks yet, so Duck Duck still has a lot of stuff to work with.
Gonna use Book of Moon in response here, targeting, I believe, the Sangan, yeah. And that's gonna resolve for John Wick. So Sangan's gonna be protected for the time being. Now it's still vulnerable to Nobleman a Crossout. Could just attack it, of course.
John does have has no lights or darks in grave yet.
No.
So his answers for Chaos Sorcerer are going to be somewhat limited.
So now if you're Duck Duck, do you just... I guess it depends on everything.
I think you
if you had like a BLS, you could do something where you like tribute your Chaos Sorcerer, discard the other Thunder Dragon in your hand, summon the BLS.
If you got the Solemns to back it up, it's an option.
Yeah. Did we see Metamorph from Duck Duck's side or only from John Wick?
I believe we saw Duck sided in as well.
Yeah, it was Duck.
So yeah, Metamorph's an option on the table that...
Because he made that Dark Blade the other match.
Oh yeah. Yeah, an option on the table if they wanted to deal with Sangan. Just make Balter. That turns off Heavy Storm as well from John Wick's end. But doesn't look like Heavy Storm is coming out.
I'm
just gonna see.
Yeah,
Yeah, we just see another monster added. Probably the one that they set last turn. Now this Mystical Space Typhoon will pick off the new back row. Again, being diligent, not playing into Zigzag, but does play into Mystical Space Typhoon. Or Dust Tornado. Wing Blast is the card. You could have Wing Blast, put that Chaos Sorcerer back on top before it got the chance to activate. So now Sorcerer can play a game of picking off these spies.
Could be Night Assailant set for John Wick. That would get him back in action.
That would get him back in action for sure.
So one spy is gonna be banished. Let's see if there's a follow-up for any of the face downs. Because Goose is at 34. If he could pick off with a Night Assailant, assuming he keeps his board, he can keep poking again. Just a 3-turn clock.
The other options is it's Takochi or a Magician of Faith. So
Magician of Faith would be incredible.
yeah, so the new set should be something good. Takochi being the worst of those options, but...
Well,
There it is.
It could draw him a good card.
Just gonna set a back row.
Yeah, just another monster in back row. Still being diligent about Zing Zang.
You have to think one of them is Zing Zang Hu at this point.
I mean, even if it's not, the fact is you have to respect it.
Yep.
The other thing is if you like set a chainable card, then you can finally set the other one, and then if they go for the 2, then you can chain the 1 at least. So if you're gonna set multiples, you don't want to do it at the same time, for sure. And no darks have hit John Wick's grave yet. Still 2 Thunder Dragons in Duck Duck's hand. I actually like the Zing Zang with Wing Blast stuff too, is interesting. It's a lot more control options.
Yeah, nothing else from Duck Duck's end. Doesn't want to commit anything else to the board here. Can't find a way to break through, but is just happy banishing that train. Knight Assailant finally, well, it was just that last turn, so not finally. Knight Assailant is going to flip now.
4,000 life points to stop a Knight Assailant? Which would put a dark in the grave for John Wick.
It wouldn't be 4,000, it would be half a 34.
Yeah, 17.
17, yikes.
Now he's in range to get ringed for game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$17.38. I said, hey, what's up? Hello.
Did his life points glitch for me, or?
No, I'm seeing it too. I'm seeing 1662 on Goose's end.
Yeah, I'm seeing 1662 as well after 1738. The call out. Should be 17 though. It might just be glitched on our spectating end. Dueling Book is known to do this. I don't know why.
Either that or he's a Fetty Wap fan. Either way.
I mean, I'm a Fetty Wap fan. What happened to that guy?
I know he's from Jersey, so my hometown, my home state.
Is
Breaker
he from
gonna
Camden?
hit the board.
Right.
No, LP.
So mine is 362 from Goose, and we're good. So
He's from Patterson.
yeah, I told you. So plus 38 life points, and we're good to go. There we go.
Jeez.
We're all good. Alright, so will Breaker resolve? That's the question now. John seems like they're making a push here. If they're going to be summoning Breaker like this.
Think they got a snatch deal with it?
I imagine their goal is to clear as many back rows as possible before throwing Snatch Deal out. What John should have said in response when Duck Duck is saying here, I don't smoke, he says, well, you're about to get... He should have said, you're about to get some. Ring of Destruction in response to Breaker.
I'll drop him down to 100.
If you Ring of Destruction in response to the Ring of Destruction, you can't Solemn. But no Ring of Destruction is to be had from John Wick's end. So, I mean, we saw earlier in the day DGZ Forever win from 25 life, right?
We did.
Yeah, sure did.
Against John Wick, right?
Yeah, something like that. No, not John Wick. He won, or maybe he did.
I think he's won a duel, yeah.
He held on. So
big hill to climb here, though, down 6,300.
yeah, doesn't matter to your last point of life.
Yeah, he's got good board position, though.
Now John Wick has to figure out what they want to do here. I mean, it seemed like they were making the push.
100 life points away from a World's Invite.
Just gonna pass it back. So no, is there anything that's like big with a Fairy Meteor Crush effect?
No.
I don't think so. I think Air Knight's the biggest, right?
Oh, no, there is. There's Dark Triceratops.
Dark Triceratops. That's what we needed. Ultimate offering that bad boy out. Banish the last spy here, so board's getting picked off. Duck Duck has to be careful though. If they just throw out a monster that they can't defend, and John Wick has something that's bigger than it, could spell the end of the duel.
Seems like booking that Sangan was the right play. Because that thing is going to be a threat if it does Search of Faith.
Oh. It definitely was right.
But Duck Duck hasn't played a Nobleman yet either.
We may be on the verge of an epic comeback. A normal summon here of the Thunder Dragon. That's what I was saying earlier.
It's going to make Balter.
Yeah, it can meta it
Or
into
could-
Balter.
Or could drop a BLS if he discards a Thunder Dragon.
Well, if you meta this now, you can summon
Yeah.
your BLS without discarding.
I just meant if he didn't have the meta.
So yeah, meta here.
Can't
It's a
stop
good
any
answer
more.
to the Stangan.
Yeah. That'll be the effect working for him because he
That-
can't pay life points.
I imagine he does have a Solemn set behind this Bolter too. Maybe not, but I'd be afraid of it.
All right, John. See what you got here. You didn't get your Stangan search.
No Thunder Dragons yet.
No Thunder Dragon yet as well. No lights in the graveyard, so Chaos is not on.
No
For
normal spells.
John Wick's side. Well, normal spells are possible because Duck Duck's only at 100.
Oh right.
Duck can't pay.
They can pay, but they will die.
No, they can't pay. They don't have enough to pay.
I thought you can still pay the costs.
If you have the exact amount.
Oh. I lied. Wouldn't be the first time.
Let's see if John Wick can chip away this last 100 life points, get his invite.
Yeah, he's on the precipice here.
That Bolter is broke.
It's not very wise of that Wiseman to fuse with the Dark Soul this time.
So 7 cards for John Wick to figure out what to do.
I'm gonna try this play again. Activate the Scapegoat Torrential.
Might just be wanted to activate it and not get sing-zanged.
Yeah, that too.
I guess that's fine because you can just like follow up next turn with a Metamorph. It's gonna be really unlikely for your opponent to clear all your goats. They like have to specifically have either a Shira Priest or Tribe Infecting Virus.
Or BLS and a monster.
Too.
Or BLS and a monster, yeah.
The meta can't be negated.
I feel like if he had BLS, he would have just summoned BLS last turn. Like, I'm not wrong, right?
Seemed that way, like he was doing a push there and likely has at least a Solemn.
Just gonna go into battle and pick off a goat.
Yeah, I mean, there's not... If you don't have anything else to commit here, as far as pressure-wise, might as well just pick off a goat, we'll set a monster. If he's gonna use meta, I don't know if it has to take the Dark Bolter.
Faith is pretty weak right here anyway.
He could only pick up a Space Typhoon or another meta.
A heavy to force out these back rows and then do a play is really what he needs.
The meta taking the face down is more for... Actually, I don't know how this interaction works, so... I guess I'm not going to need to find out if we're going to be summoning Tribe Infecting Virus. That is going to resolve, it seems like.
Well, that makes me question if he does have a Solemn set then.
So if you crash a Thousand Eyes Restrict into a Dark Balter, your Thousand Eyes Restrict just dies, like dead up, right?
No, it's not destroyed by battle. Dark Bolter only works when it destroys by battle.
Does it have to send it to the graveyard? No, it doesn't.
It has to destroy it by battle. It's not destroyed by battle if the card says not destroyed by battle.
Oh, cool. Okay. That's what I was confused about earlier. So Acid Trap Hole coming in again for Nobleman here.
It's like a Spirit Reaper situation.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, I wasn't sure on the wording of Thousand Eyes Restrict and didn't bother to look it up.
So John Wick did get countered here of his plays, but he got rid of the threats, and now he has the ability to get in this last chip of damage.
Well,
just getting those that many back rows gone is huge.
That is huge. Yeah, I mean, Duck had to, or he would have just lost the duel. Sinister is going to get added back to the hand. If they set something here, John can assume that it's probably or most likely a Sinister. I mean, it obviously may not be. It takes a lot of pressure off knowing that they have the Sinister. I don't know if Duck can summon a monster out here either. Unless it's like Kaiko, but there's no lights anyway for John Wick.
I mean, all his monsters that could attack over Kaiku for game are pretty much gone. Kaiku would be fine to put on the board here, I think. Like, unless he snatches it and attacks for game, he's not going to summon anything else and attack over it.
A meta from the goat into...
He could still summon another Chaos monster, too.
Duck? Yeah, he could do that. Well, there's a Thunder Dragon still in the hand. So Thunder Dragon, Sinister, and a card now we don't know about. Kaiko coming down here, as we were discussing.
This is a threat. But John Wick hasn't played a meta yet, either.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If they have a meta, it can easily answer this, but another set from Duck might complicate this. So John Wick needs to find something else to deal with the back row as he did last turn.
I think he's been sitting on dead Chaos monsters this whole game.
I mean, he was able to pick off those other two.
He could be sitting on Nobleman too. Duck hasn't set anything.
Yeah, just set that Sinister last turn.
He just used a Nobleman last turn, so he was sitting on Nobleman.
Kaiko from John Wick's side. You crash here? Yeah, kind of have to. And Duck's gonna think on that. Looks like the Kaiko will got here.
Duck hasn't played Pot or Graceful yet.
No, they have not. So just a set monster now from Duck's side.
John Wick finally gonna get to a light.
Gonna see the second nobleman here that might take out the sinister that we know about. Oh, it's a Gravekeeper spy.
Wow.
Both spies already gone for Duck Duck. They were banished. Or for John Wick. They were banished off of Chaos Sorcerer. Can John Wick just summon a monster and attack?
Gonna find out. Just a set monster. Back over to John Wick.
Heavy Storm now going to be the play for Duck Duck. Going to get rid of... And that was a flipped up Heavy Storm. Going to get rid of a dead duo. Summoning Spell Canceller? No way.
It's gonna follow up with a Chaos Monster too.
That might just be BLS, right?
Let's see. Yeah.
Wow, unreal.
And get in for 3,000 here.
And that Spell Canceller shuts off any kind of crackback involving like Snatch Steal.
Yeah.
Can't even use a Metamorph. Can't even use Graceful to dig him out of this spot. Wow, Duck Duck coming in with some unexpected card choices here. So now it's really on, if we're thinking that John Wick has a Chaos Monster just rotting in the hand, he really needs a Thunder Dragon that he can discard and just summon to attack over this Spell Canceller. Wow! Okay, this might be it. Gonna find the other two. Jesus, off the top. Thunder Dragon, after avoiding it for all these turns, is going to decide it here because that Spell Canceller just happens to be in attack mode. And John Wick's going to BM here. Discard another one, shows up. I have BLS as well. And that's going to do it.
John Wick gets the invite.
Christopher Ivan Flores, aka John Wick here, winning the Patreon World Championship Qualifier number 7 and earning an invite finally to the World Championships at Go format. This was a intense last game, I'll tell you that.
Congrats to John Wick.
I think it needed exactly to be Thunder Dragon in order for him to win in that spot too. If he got another light monster, he could have just crashed into the Spell Canceller and summoned his own guy to deal with like the BLS on board. Because the Spell Canceller then is kind of ruining Duck Duck's end as well. And it just is like, he needs to draw a trap to protect himself. But he can't even, like, Duck Duck wouldn't have been able to use Pot of Greed from his hand if he drew that. So yeah, well played between both those players here.
Well, thank you everybody. Thank you everyone. That was a great tournament. Congratulations to John Wick.
Thank you, Scully and Master.